some of the people that were most loyal to me are people that I didn't think would be. Some of the people that were least loyal to me are people that I think I would have treated them differently. I think I would have treated different groups differently. I would have wiped the floor with the guys that weren't loyal, which I will now do, which is great. I love getting even with people, but I will have wiped.
You love getting even.
Oh, absolutely. You don't believe in the eye for the eye? You do.
No.
I know you well enough. I think you do. But anyway, but
tell me, you're going to get even with some people.
If given the opportunity, I will get even with some people that were disloyal to me. I had a group of people that were disloyal.
But how do you define disloyalty?
They didn't come to my aid.
Well, what did they do? They turned their back on you?
No, but they didn't do small things that would have helped. You see, I'm so loyal to people. Maybe I'm loyal to a fault, but I'm so loyal to people that when somebody's slightly disloyal to me, I look upon it as a great act of horror.
The president begins by wanting to talk about my job. So I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, 3 times you've already asked me to stay or talked about me staying.
The president also never told Mr. Comey, quote, I need loyalty. I expect loyalty, close quote. He never said it in form, and he never said it in substance.
The presidency of Donald Trump has been, for better or worse, defined by his tweeting. And just like in the animal kingdom, Twitter has great big whale sharks and tiny little bottom feeders sucking every ounce of filth from the larger creatures. Inside Trump's tweet replies is an ecosystem of sweaty, breathless liberals who are quick to jockey for the exalted position of top reply underneath Trump. A few recurring characters routinely get into the top spots. There's not much to it. Just be fast and feed red meat to thousands of liberal followers, simply by accusing Trump of treason, saying he's going to jail soon, or making Daily Show-esque smug lefty jokes. They can get to the top and gain those sweet, sweet Twitter followers. A Washington Post profile revealed some of these use phone alerts to rapidly respond or even wake up at 4 a.m. to catch Trump during his breakfast tweeting hours. Replies are ordered not only by who is first, but also who gets high engagement, likes, retweets, etc. We will masochistically take a deep dive into the sad social media lives of the prolific Trump tweeters. And what we'll find will shock you. Mike Clickbait King Williams. Status blocked. Mike P. Williams claims to be a freelance writer, but it seems he hasn't written much lately. His byline has appeared on BuzzFeed UK, Yahoo Blog, and more. But his greatest skill is snagging the first through third spots underneath a Trump tweet. Since Trump was elected, Williams has tweeted at the president over 1,400 times. His personal and professional lives are equally pathetic and unremarkable. He hasn't written anything for BuzzFeed in 5 months, but during his heyday, he wrote such exemplary pieces of journalism as 19 Things That Are Only Okay Because You're From Liverpool, and 15 Places Everyone Must Eat in Liverpool, and 44 Things That Would Be Different If Friends Were Set in Liverpool. If you haven't guessed by now, he's from Liverpool and has plenty of vapid things to say about it. His Instagram account shows an even sadder tale of woe and loneliness. All the pictures feature freshly Amazon-delivered Blu-ray DVDs, meals made for one, kitschy nerd paraphernalia, and desperate mirror selfies. The one thing missing from the 341 pictures posted to the account is a single other human being. On the fateful day of May 31st, Mike P. Williams was blocked by Tyrant King Donald Trump on Twitter, thus robbing him of any kind of scant meaning he could glean from his life. The hashtag resistance shed a tear that day. Williams is currently talking with his lawyers to fight this egregious human rights violation. Jordan, yell at your racist uncle, Yule. Like Williams, Jordan Yule's rent is inexplicably paid each month, despite doing absolutely nothing of value. Yule runs a blog called Obstin, which some outlets have generously referred to as a startup. It combines a douchey Silicon Valley type name with the nuance of a socialist Facebook meme page. Most of the blog's content is just links to other news articles, and the original content is pretty much word garbage. Ewell uses his platform as top Trump replier to shill for his blog, finding any excuse to tag it into highly engaged replies. Probably the saddest part is that he uses the Tin account to agree with himself. Perhaps Ewell's finest achievement was a November 2006 Independent article where he offered some, quote, friendly tips from a straight white dude, end quote, on how white people can berate their family members over Thanksgiving dinner for voting Republican. Quote, while passing the green bean casserole to your grandpa, remind him that it's white homegrown terrorists, not Muslims, that have killed more Americans than jihadists since 9/11. Don't even let someone try to downplay the significance of the Dakota Access Pipeline protests while simultaneously observing a holiday in which Native people warmly accepted uninvited immigrants from Europe. Sounds like it was a Thanksgiving to remember at the Ewell household. Tom must be a robot Coates. Tom Coates has tweeted over 6,000 times at Donald Trump since the inauguration. The founder of an incredibly lame tech startup, ThinkTon, he tweets so regularly many believe he is a bot. Coates replies to these accusations with on-the-spot proof-of-life photos, letting everyone know that he is indeed not a computer program, but a real-life man with absolutely no life. These proof-of-life photos end up serving a depressingly ironic purpose. His current startup project is the culmination of everything bad and annoying about Silicon Valley. It's an app that connects your smartphone to all the other smart devices in your house. Finally, there can be elastic synergy between your smart fridge, smart toaster, and smart dildo. Yeah, that's a real thing. Give this man $2 billion. Jewel's mattress boy Sudsteltsef. Status blocked. Here's another freelance writer who gets top tweets under Trump tweets. He's even appeared in the super edgy and trying so hard to be cool, Vice.com. His intrepid reporting includes pieces like, was Jesus gay? And I tried smoking coffee and it made me feel like shit. Wow, such a commitment. He actually smoked coffee out of a crack pipe. Jules has only tweeted at Trump 350 times since inauguration, but he's got quality over quantity. His tweets were so biting and intelligent, he got blocked by Trump, which to this day remains his #1 accomplishment in life. Despite tweeting at Trump multiple times a day, saying things that amount to, how dare you, sir, and damn you, alternative facts, Jules claims on his bio that he is, quote, not political. At least, he's got his mattress.
A few thoughts now on what we've been reporting here for months. The deep state. The deep state now working overtime, working to subvert President Trump and his entire administration. Special counsel Robert Mueller already loading his staff with Democratic supporters. Democrats they are, and at least 4 of the prominent members of his team have been donating to Dems for some time. Deputy Solicitor General Michael Dreeben donated to Hillary back in 2006. Both Andrew Weissman, who headed the fraud section at the department's Criminal Division, and former Deputy Assistant Attorney General Jeannie Rhee also donated to Hillary Clinton, as well as President Obama and the DNC. James Quarles, who served as Special Assistant Prosecutor on the Watergate Special Prosecution Force, also given money to Clinton, Obama, various Democratic congressional campaigns. Oh yes, they're quite a bunch to be on the special counsel that's supposed to be independent to the point of not being part of government and not being part of politics itself. As for Mueller, he has his own conflicts of interest. He's known James Comey since at least 2003. The two men worked together. They've been described as brothers in arms, working side by side in the Justice Department during the Bush-era surveillance showdown. And in 2007, Comey said of Mueller, quote, he's one of the finest people I've ever met. Comey himself even admitted to leaking his own memos to a friend to leak to the New York Times in order to help prompt the appointment of a special counsel. And that result was achieved. The left and the deep state are thrashing about now. They're fighting as hard as they can to preserve the status quo and the establishment's orthodoxy in what is turning out to be a political mortal battle against the president. So far, only one Republican leader has had the brains and the guts to call for an end to the Senate and House intel investigations of alleged collusion with the Russians, for which, by the way, let me say again, there is no evidence of any kind whatsoever, not a scintilla. The Republican National Committee Chairwoman, Ronna McDaniel, calling for an end to all of these investigations, calling for the special counsel to end his investigation quickly. Robert Mueller has already proved that his version of a special counsel cannot be truly independent. This is, no matter what else you want to style it, an absolute witch hunt against the President of the United States at best. At worst, it's outright orchestrated acts of subversion of his lawful presidency. End the special counsel. End the Senate and House so-called investigations. And let's get on with draining this swamp of these nasty, nasty creatures.
June 13th, 1971. The New York Times begins publishing the Pentagon Papers, a leaked top-secret study of America's involvement in Vietnam. President Richard Nixon's administration tries to block further publication in court, citing national security. Defense Secretary Melvin Laird.
It is our responsibility to call these violations of security to the attention of the Justice Department. This I have done.
But the U.S. Supreme Court rules the Times and the Washington Post can publish the material. 1967. President Lyndon Johnson nominates Solicitor General Thurgood Marshall to be the first black justice on the U.S. Supreme Court. 1966. The case behind the phrase, "You have the right to remain silent," as the U.S. Supreme Court issues its Miranda ruling. The landmark decision says criminal suspects must be informed of their constitutional rights before police can question them. 1900. In China, the Boxer Rebellion. A nationalist revolt targeting foreigners as well as Chinese Christians erupts into full-scale violence. 1983. Pioneer 10 becomes the first spacecraft to leave our solar system as the American space probe crosses the orbit of Neptune. And 1986. Benny Goodman, the clarinet-playing king of swing, dies in New York. He was 77. Today in history, June 13th, Tim McGuire, The Associated Press.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution is not going to get that man today. No, because I'm going to get him.
Well, I don't want to waste a moment of this guest's time. You all know this man. I know you do. Jack Posobiec. Ring any bells? It should. I don't know, about 18 gazillion people know him. He is an author. He is a filmmaker. He is a recovering political operative. All around great guy, actually. But most importantly, he's a guy that's got his finger on the pulse of domestic political news information. And something he wrote, just stunning, it blew my mind. Yeah, what's left of it. Massive staff walkout planned at House Oversight Committee when Gowdy takes over. Jason Chaffetz, of course, AWOL. But here's what the mind-blowing part of this is, okay? Many senior and longtime staffers of the House Oversight Committee plan a walkout when Trey Gowdy takes the gavel over from Jason Chaffetz. Gowdy, who led the 2-year House Benghazi probe. Yeah, how'd that work out for everyone? It has secured near unanimous support among members of the House Republican Steering Committee and so on. But here's what just made my nose bleed. I mean, I don't know how else to say this. Listen to this. Listen to this paragraph here, and then we're going to bring Jack on. This is from Jack's work. The staffers claim that their walkout is not necessarily in solidarity with Jason Chaffetz, but more of a preemptive move because they strongly suspect Trey Gowdy will make changes or fire a lot of senior staff. The top staffers of the committee are David Rapella and Suzanne Saxman, both Democrats. Now listen to this: who are each paid $172,000 in salary. Of the entire committee staff of 90, only 2, count them 2, junior members are registered Republican. What's wrong with that picture? Anyway, Joe, glad to have you. Let's bring on our friend and
Jack's with us. Yeah,
what an incredible researcher and incredible guy, Jack Posobiec. Jack, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on, and I'm glad you liked the report there. I actually just got some word that a whole bunch of documents. I just got some word today that a whole bunch of documents from the committee have been sent to Gowdy's office. So it looks like he should be getting the gavel very, very soon here. And that stuff I brought out about the staffers and the fact that so many of them are quite simply either registered independent or registered Democrat. The fact there isn't any commensurate number of Republicans, only 2 very junior advisory type staffers, almost a step above intern. It just goes to show you that people don't understand that so much of DC, so much of the bureaucracy, people refer to it as the deep state sometimes, it's very liberal. And despite who the representatives are, despite who the president is, the entrenched establishment bureaucracy here is extremely liberal.
Well, apparently, and obviously, yeah, we can tell that by the results that we're getting. Of course, the swamp is very deep. Jack, out of respect for you, here's what we're going to do. We've got you for this segment to the bottom of the hour, so until about 26 minutes until our network breaks. So I'm gonna just kind of toss this out to you. What's on your mind, on your heart? What is weighing heavy on your heart? We can go anywhere that you want to go, but I really want to turn this over to you because you've got. We follow your work here like a. We have your Twitter up on our tweet deck like it's a news feed, man. I mean, we follow you. We're stalking you, Jack.
Not too close, I hope.
No, of course not. But folks, Jack Posobiec is a man that we do listen to. We follow his reports are right on the money. So take us wherever you want to go because we're speaking to a wide audience and a lot of people are listening. So let's get the word out.
Well, I've got to tell you, I think right now, and I just got back from a few meetings in D.C. today, and everybody is talking Comey. And even the restaurants in D.C., I don't know if you've heard this, so his testimony begins at 10 a.m. The bars are opening early at 10 a.m. in D.C. and saying, come on in for your Comey special. They're saying Comey on in for your 10 a.m. special at the bar. That because they think, the left thinks that Comey is going to destroy Trump tomorrow. The mainstream media, you know that all the broadcast networks are actually going to be running it simulcast as if it's some sort of like the trial of the century as they're building this thing. And then Comey's testimony comes out today, his prepared statements, and guess what? There's nothing there. He actually confirms everything that President Trump has stated on the record about their relationship and everything that went down. But the fact that he was not under investigation for Russia collusion, period.
Oh man! So, the tweet that you had sent out about the Democrats, or that you had retweeted by our friend Vessel News, stating that Democrats are on suicide watch applies. It's applicable. My goodness! So,
I mean, they have gone so far out on this limb. And I think there's a list that somebody was passing around of over 250 people tied to Trump that have been accused of being Russian agents in this. It's, we used to have the vast right wing conspiracy, and now I guess the vast Russia wing conspiracy, right? And you've got Democrats, even people, elected officials that are generally not too, I wouldn't necessarily consider them kook fringe, like they're not quite Maxine Waters, but they're all sort of going out there, going as far as she is, these Louise Mensch types. She's someone who's really sort of been a ringleader of so much of this, and thinking with these insane theories about Trump and about Russia and Putin and videotapes in Moscow doing this and that. And they honestly believe that Comey is going to somehow come out tomorrow and put the nail in the coffin. And first of all, I wanted to turn that on its head and say, James Comey is a man who, it's funny because sometimes the Democrats love him, sometimes the Democrats hate him. You remember that? After his statement in July last year, when he said that the Hillary investigation was closed, the Democrats loved him. They thought he was the greatest guy on the face of the planet. Chuck Schumer was out there every day, extolling the virtues of James Comey. And then in October, when he reopened the investigation, they immediately threw him under the bus and said, he's the worst thing in the world, and this guy should be run out of town. So when the president fired him, then suddenly it became, we must love Comey again. And the idea that James Comey has this credibility now when his statements, they've really just become confusing at this point, it seems like, where he's basically come out and said, there's been an investigation, there is an investigation, well, there is, well, there isn't. It's always back and forth.
Yeah. This is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in an election, and I've been following elections since FDR. No, I'm kidding on that, but quite a long time. Comey is the single, and this just came out, medical statistics. Comey is the single most biggest cause of whiplash from Democrats and progressives. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make light of it. Go ahead.
And with the Comey testimony coming out today in print, Zero Hedge, there's an article on Drudge that links back to Zero Hedge about CNN's anonymous sources got it wrong on this one. Then they go into detail about CNN and ABC reporting how Comey was expected to refute Trump, and how they reported that anonymous sources who were close with Comey and what they expected, and what these anonymous sources reported and what CNN reported from these anonymous sources completely contradicts what Comey's actually going to say tomorrow. So I wonder, my curiosity lies with how are they going to spin this to their advantage? Because we know that's exactly what they do. And when the truth of the matter is contrary to what they believe, then this is where we can expect the spin. What do you expect to see from these mainstream media outlets tomorrow?
The spin that I've seen so far is that they're focusing on the fact that President Trump, or at least according to the memo, this is not a recording, this is not the Nixon tapes, this is James Comey who wrote a memo at some point in time that we do not know of, a memo that we've not actually seen, right? That states President Trump said, well, I've been loyal to you, I hope you would be loyal to me. And where a lot of people say, well, that's just kind of how New Yorkers talk, I'll be, I want to work together with you. Whereas, and so they're trying to convert that into some sort of obstruction of justice Nixonian statement whereas he's more like saying kind of just like setting down the rules of their working relationship. Obviously, Comey had been director before. Trump decided to keep. A lot of people thought that Trump was going to fire Comey immediately. That's what everybody keeps forgetting. Everybody thought that Comey was going to be one of the first people fired, but Trump, it was almost, kind of a controversy when he said, I'm going to keep him on as FBI director, let him finish out the term rather than bringing in my own person. And people said, it's kind of magnanimous, keep on someone who had been in the Obama years, et cetera, et cetera. So for the Democrats to turn around, they've really got like one tiny little grasp of a straw on this. They're trying to say that, well, him asking for loyalty, must then mean that he's asking for him to stop the investigation, and then he's asking for this and this and this. And meanwhile, you already have the testimony from, CIA, NSA, all the directors, and the ODNI today saying there was no investigation. President Trump never interfered with our investigation. Comey testified last time that Trump or nobody interfered with any investigation or put pressure on it. So they're out on, such a bad spot right now, the Democrat Party. So what they're going to do is, and I've been told in confidence that the senators are only going to be limited to one question apiece with, maybe a couple of follow-ups. So you're going to have the Republicans give their statements, and the Democrats, what I think the Democrat senators are preparing to do is to use their statements to kind of expound on these conspiracy theories and see if they can or can't get Comey to comment on anything. And then, of course, CNN's going to turn it around and say, Comey refused to deny that Trump is corrupt, something like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can see it coming. We know it. We know it's there. And I did hear on the way to the studio today, I did hear Hannity talk about the loyalty issue that the media was already trying to spin that into something it's not, just as you explained. And, again, back to the memos that are so talked about in the news and have been related to Comey. As you said, it's all, hearsay and speculation because this is something he wrote.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on. And Jack, I do this myself. Being an investigator for 3 decades, when I have a conversation or a meeting, for whatever reason that may not be recorded at the time, I will dictate a memo to a file, or I will keep a memo like that. So I don't think that's too unusual for that to happen. But
did you see the prepared testimony and the extent of the memos and how he talked about body language, the way that they were worded?
Well, okay, in that case, no, I didn't see that. But the bottom line is, but Joe and Jack, would he not have been guilty of 18 USC the Crimes Code if he felt that there was an issue at the time contemporaneous to his conversation for not going to the DOJ on Donald Trump's issues? Wouldn't that be an issue, Jack?
Yeah, that's exactly it. If it was an obstruction of justice, he, as an official of the FBI, would, as you said, would then have been bound by law to report that. However, the other issue on this is that there couldn't have been obstruction of justice because it hadn't been passed over to the Justice Department yet. It was still within the confines of the FBI, the FBI being an animal of the executive branch. The FBI isn't in the Constitution. It's an executive branch, independent agency, and obstruction of justice only counts if you pass it over into the judicial system at any point.
So, Jack, what are your thoughts moving forward from here? This Russian narrative we've seen at least this week, and I think this is just due to the anticipation of Comey's testimony. It hasn't been as prevalent in the news as it has been in the weeks and months prior. Do you think this will die out, or do you think this will still continue to move forward without any evidence, without any facts backing up this narrative?
To be honest, part of me kind of hopes it does move forward, and I'll tell you why, because it's starting to make the Democrats look like fools, just look like a bunch of kook fringers. I don't know how you can run in 2018. I don't know how you can run for president in 2020 on a basis of Russia did it. Voters in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, they're not going to come out because Russia did something. They care about jobs. They care about taxes. They care about, where energy is going, they care about their health care, what's going on with Obamacare. So if this is going to be their main selling point, then I don't see them winning in 2018, period. They're already in a very bad hole with having to defend almost a third of their senators coming up in the Senate. There's no chance they have of taking back the Senate. And now even the House is looking pretty safe for Republicans.
Yeah, exactly. Jack, I got to ask you this. What's up with Obama? I mean, I don't even know where to start, but we know, in my view, and I'll just preface it by that question by this: Obama has really set up a shadow government. He set up a bank of attorneys, a bank of activists, under numerous NGO umbrellas, along with Hillary Clinton as well. I would say that her to a lesser extent, but what's going on with those two? And this, before I forget, I also want to double back and with respect to the Russian narrative, the Seth Rich homicide. I do believe the resolution of that, proper, honest resolution, that would blow the Russian narrative account out of the water. But so any order you want to take that?
Sure, and I'll just comment. My main comment on the Seth Rich investigation would be, why has D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser refused to release the body cam footage from that night from the police officers who responded? All three of them were running body cams. It's a common practice for the D.C. mayor. She's released body cam footage in many other cases, many even worse cases than this, where an officer involved shooting, something like that. Why not release the body cam footage of him simply being tended to for first aid purposes? I don't think it would be graphic. I can't see how that would have to do with the shooting if it really was just a mugging, right? So why not just release the footage?
Amen to that. And right, we've seen that before. It's SOP with that mayor. Yeah, exactly. Plus all of the other footage that could have been released and the FBI's involvement, which just smells to me. All right. And you've done some great work on all of this. By the way, folks, our guest is Jack Posobiec. I apologize for stuttering here. I was just looking at. I thought there was some breaking news, but apparently not. My apologies. Back to the question: Obama, Hillary. Your thoughts?
The resistance.
Yeah. So what they're doing is, and if you look at this, you've got to put the pieces together, right? So elements of the establishment bureaucracy are blocking Trump appointments. You saw how they were blocking them at the cabinet level, but what hasn't been talked about very much is the lower level appointments, the appointments to the different agencies, the appointments to the different departments, even ambassadors, right? We're seeing all of a sudden these ambassadors are now bashing Trump publicly, putting out statements that are at odds with Trump, and you're like, why would Trump's ambassador do that? Well, guess what? Because they're all still the people that Obama appointed, because they're blocking all of Trump's appointees to these jobs. There's 3,000 jobs that haven't been filled, which means they're still being filled by Obama appointees, basic Obama staffers, basically. That includes a lot of ambassadors. So what Obama's doing, essentially, is he's still running these guys. He's still running his people, either directing them or using them as ways to collect intelligence and information on what the Trump administration is doing, and putting pressure on anything they can do to stop the Trump agenda, gum up the works, find out what's going on, put wrenches in the way. They're doing everything they can to stop Sheriff David Clark from going into the Department of Homeland Security. I don't know how much you've looked into that one, because the specific area they want him to go into is the domestic and community engagement, because he is very, very big on going after groups like CARE, going after groups that have been taking money from places like the Muslim Brotherhood and other of these terrorist-linked organizations that are operating in the United States. So they are throwing everything they can at David Clark, and Barack Obama, I am convinced, is behind all of this. He's trying to essentially run his own government within the actual government.
Yeah, and with the hindering of the appointments, and we saw this with the Supreme Court nominations. The attempted blocking. Many people have been wondering what's going on in the Trump administration. How many of I still see people saying there are many job openings in the cabinet and whatnot, but it's very. We've never seen this level. I've never seen this level of undermining and some people even call it sedition, especially with the previous president Obama continuing to interject himself and almost continue to act like the president, traveling to foreign countries, giving speeches with other countries' leaders and whatnot. I know that's common, but the publicity that he's receiving and what Hillary Clinton's been doing, it is very disturbing, especially when we know these people are regrouping and looking for another way to continue to do this. We only have a few minutes left.
No, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And what you're seeing with the public appearances, and now what you're talking about, what we're talking about with these private blockings, these private hindrances on Trump, everything they're doing, all this Comey stuff, the Russia stuff, all of it is designed to block Trump's agenda from being put into place. All of it is designed to do anything they can to block that from coming into place. And we're seeing that happen. Where are the tax cuts, right? Where is the wall? Where is the replacement for Obamacare? Well, these big policy issues, the terror ban, because they know, because they already saw what happened with the economy just after Trump got elected and started changing business regulations because he could do that by executive order. They know that if the Trump agenda starts to go into place, the common people are going to start asking questions about how come no Democrats or Republicans prior to this could have gotten this done. And that would blow the lid on everything.
Yeah, and that's very interesting. So you're saying it's not the Congress and the Senate aren't waiting to pump out legislation because they're waiting to see, if Trump gets impeached, if he's, his presidency's disgraced. You're saying that they don't want to rush to get things done because they don't want to have to continue to be accountable to that level of production, and you don't think that
exactly. They. I mean, you look at these people, and they will rush to it when it comes to renaming a post office or naming a bridge or something like that. But when President Trump is advocating for actual change, actual upheaval of the status quo in D.C., suddenly you can't find anybody. Suddenly they're not answering your phone calls. Suddenly there's all of these weird conspiracy theories that pop up out of nowhere that put a cloud over things, which actually is referenced in Comey's testimony. And Trump saying, "Look, I'm just trying to get done what I said what I was going to do," and all of this stuff is blocking my ability to do that. I read that line and I said, "Oh my goodness, that he's put his finger right on it. That's their goal. That is what they intend to do. They don't want Trump to be able to get any of his stuff done because they saw especially how effective he was. You remember those first couple of weeks when it was like every day there was a big announcement, there was a big new thing coming. It was this, and suddenly everyone was like, we're winning. But now it's just that gridlock, that morass. And believe me, if there's something that Washington, D.C. knows how to do very, very well, it's gridlock and gum up the works. And so they're just doing that. They're slow rolling every single Trump policy they can.
Jack, we only have a few minutes left. I just want to say thank you so much for your time. How can people follow you? What's the best way? And how can people support you, your work, your investigative research?
Yeah, so I live on Twitter. I've got a Facebook and YouTube, but I live on Twitter. So that's Jack Posobiec, JackPosobiec. As far as supporting, I actually have a book that's coming out very, very soon. It's going to drop in about 2 to 3 weeks here. It's called Citizens Trump, and it's about my work on the grassroots campaign for President Trump. My work with Roger Stone, Mike Cernovich, a lot of people. And the difference about my book isn't about Trump. My book is about the movement, and that'll be available on Amazon.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be the first, if not, I'll try to be the first one to get my hands on that book. I can't wait. You're a gifted writer. You're a talented researcher. And I just want to say thank you so much for your gift of time tonight. We are going to tell everyone about this interview, spread it far and wide, and we appreciate everything you do, my friend.
Well, I thank you very much for the opportunity to come on. I'm happy to come back anytime.
All right, sir.
And the musical score for this hour, at this moment, is provided by Blue Oyster Cult, or as the late Randy Davis used to say, the cult of the Blue Oyster. Yes, the Vigil from the album Mirrors. That's a 1979 deal. That's what we do on Saturday night up here. We party like it's 1979. Oh my gosh, that was a long time ago. 38 years ago, seriously? Oh man. Well, we're going to speak with Liz Crokin. We had a great time on Caravan to Midnight. I mean, given the subject matter, which was, it's pretty serious stuff. I told you a little bit about her earlier, but, I would rather Liz told you this. You can read it at townhall.com, where she, she does posting of her articles and so forth. And it's all kinds of stuff. She is a great advocate for women who are abused, particularly in the sexual department. She really is. I mean, it's printed right here. In the fall of 2012, she found herself hospitalized with HSV, meningitis, and the potentially fatal meningoencephalitis. Her devastating illness was the result of a sexual assault. And this experience inspired Liz to write her political romantic thriller, Malice. In 2015, Malice won an award at the Hollywood Book Festival. Liz does charity work to help other sex crime survivors and gives speeches based on this life-changing event. She continues to freelance write, work as an on-air talent, and is currently writing the sequel to Malice and the screenplay version. But ever so much more. We spoke with her on Caravan to Midnight about George Webb and about his work and Seth Rich, because we do not want the Seth Rich case to just quietly go away. Oh, there are a lot of people out there that want it to go away, but we must keep the pressure on to bring to justice, to throw the light all over the people, not only who did Seth in, but the ones who ordered the hit, which clearly it was. My opinion, I'm going to say it's my opinion, it was a hit and nothing but. And I'd like to find out what was going on in the minds of the hospital personnel who, I would say, treated him, except it appears, according to reports, that they did not treat him. So let's get through a little break here, and then when we come back, we'll be with Liz Crokin. This is Ark Midnight.
It's not a programming glitch, nor some science you don't understand. It's Ark Midnight with John B. Wells.
And we apologize in advance if we offend anyone with facts or common sense. Liz Crokin writes on the Daily Caller, Democrats brag that they're the party for women's rights and the children, and they especially love to pat themselves on their backs for being so-called champions for sex crime victims. That's a lie. In reality, their stance on certain policy issues such as illegal immigration, refugees, sanctuary cities, and transgender bathroom rights are enabling sexual predators by creating environments where rapists can more easily prey on women and children. Furthermore, fringe elements of the alt-left are now directly tied to pedophile groups such as NAMBLA. The leftist media, along with Sharia law-embracing liberals and some members of the LGBT movement, are not only attempting to normalize rape and pedophilia, they are pushing to legalize the rape, torture, and genital mutilation of children. President Donald Trump's policies, on the other hand, are and will continue to put a stop to these horrendous sex crimes against women and children. But it'd be much easier if the left would stop fighting him on these issues. Liz Crokin, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Thank you very much. How was the U2 concert? I'm promoting a U2 concert for every rock station in the country that I have a contract with to do so.
It was great. I'm a big U2 fan. I was there in Chicago at Soldier Field last Saturday night, and he did get a little political, which I was hoping he wouldn't. But I will say that he kept it pretty positive. He talked about how all parties and regardless of what your political viewpoints are, everybody should be able to work together. So I appreciate that. But then he kind of started getting into the Syrian war, and I was like, oh God. He was starting to push the Syrian war propaganda, and that's where he kind of lost me. But he should have just stuck to the music. But I still had fun. I made the most of it.
I haven't quite figured out. I can't imagine that it's their own idea, these various actors, actresses, and musicians to attempt to save the world by fomenting all of this left-wing nonsense, because it's almost as though they're reading from the same script. So I'm thinking they have handlers.
It never is their own idea. I've worked in Hollywood, unfortunately, almost since I was 21. I'm almost 38. And if you really research all of these celebrities, whether they be rock stars or actresses or singers, rappers, you name it, they all have the same talking points, and that's not an accident. You know, you look at before the election, the people that were pushing for Hillary to win, the Katy Perrys, the Lady Gagas, the Jay-Z, the Beyonce, they all have the same talking points, they all have the same agenda, and they're all really dark people. And when I say dark, I mean these people worship Satan. Okay? They do it in their music videos. They talk about it in their music lyrics. They talk about murdering people. They talk about Lucifer. They don't hide it. They hide it in plain sight. There's a common theme with all these people, and they're into the same things. All the people that were supporting Hillary Clinton publicly, and I'm talking about the entertainers. Not all of them. I shouldn't say all of them, but there are some key people in Hollywood, like Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Jay-Z, Beyonce. I'm sure you remember, you know, they all did concerts or free shows for Hillary Clinton, you know, that last week before Election Day. Well, they all go to spirit cooking dinners. And where do we learn about these spirit cooking dinners? From John Podesta's emails. And who runs these spirit cooking dinners? Marina Abramovic. Who is she? She's a Satanist. She conducts satanic rituals. This isn't a coincidence. This isn't art. This is real. This is what these people do. And so you're right. They all do kind of push the same agenda because they're all part of the same club. And once you start working in Hollywood and you interact with these people, and you get to know what Hollywood really is about and how it works, you understand what's really going on. And I will say, though, I do have sympathy for some of these people because I don't think it's their, or actually I shouldn't even say I don't think, I know it's not their choice to be pushing a certain agenda. And I look at a lot of these people in Hollywood that are pushing certain political agendas as victims because I know they are victims, and a lot of them have been the victims of really horrendous sexual assaults, and that's not even a secret. If you look at Lady Gaga, if you look at Kesha, they've both come out and publicly spoken about how they were both raped. And guess what? They were both raped by people in the music industry who hired them. Okay? That's how they get these people to push their sinister agenda. They manipulate them by giving them a contract, and then they brainwash them through sexual abuse. This is a fact. This is what I do for a living. No. So it's no coincidence that you see the same themes with these same characters. Now, Bono, I don't know. I don't know enough. I've met him a few times briefly. I don't know much about him. So I don't know. But there's other people in the business that, to me, it's very obvious and it's very clear to me that they're victims. And they're not pushing a certain political agenda by will. They're doing it by force.
Yeah. You know, I happened to look at this Marina Abramovic's little article that she got in ArtNet. Mm-hmm. This is what it says.
What is that?
Right-wing media mistakes Marina Abramovic dinner party for satanic ritual. Then it goes on to those who pledged $10,000 in support of the Marina Abramovic Institute were invited to Spirit Cooking with Marina Abramovic, an event whose description advertised a dinner night with Marina, during which she will teach you and other backers at this level how to cook a series of traditional soups, which you will all enjoy together. The night will end with the making of a golden ball, a recipe given to Marina in a Tibetan monastery. Spirit Cooking, Abramovic told Art News on Friday, was just a funny name for a normal dinner with about 10 guests, including Tony Podesta. His Clinton-affiliated brother, however, did not make an appearance, and neither did blood, semen, nor breast milk as suggested by alt-right conspiracy theorists. So how do we respond to this? Because I'm not sure how many people read ArtNet.
Well, that's a lie. I mean, her own YouTube videos and if you refer to other stories where she's been quoted, she talks about how if she's in a certain environment, then what she's doing is an actual ritual. It's an occult ritual. And she also talks about if she's in another kind of environment, it's more art. Okay? I say it's all BS. Mm-hmm. first, like, okay, let's just scale back here for a second.
Yeah.
The woman, her definition of art involves blood, semen, breast milk, dead bodies, dead, tortured infants. I'm sorry. Are you from planet Earth? Because where I come from, that's not art to me. That's disgusting. What the heck is wrong with you? I don't see how any rational person could go to an art gallery and say, "Oh, here's a painting of a tortured baby that's being molested. That's so beautiful. What great art. Let me buy that for $5,000 and take that home."
Yeah.
Are you out of your mind? That's what she calls art. I'm sorry, that is not art. And if you are an artist and you're promoting that as art, then the joke's on you because you're a Satanist. Anyone that promotes those kinds of themes, there's something very deeply disturbing wrong with you. And look, she's not just someone who paints these, creepy pictures and hangs them on a wall. She conducts rituals. That's why she has spirit cooking dinners. It's not like she's just showing her art in her home. She does these bizarre, I guess they call them art exhibitions, where she literally takes blood and semen and breast milk. This is all real. And by the way, this information is from her own words, her own mouth. She has her own YouTube channel and her own videos where she talks about this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She literally does these art exhibitions, but I know better, so I know they're rituals, where she's spreading, throwing blood everywhere and drinking semen and breast milk. And look, I've been in Hollywood for years and I've been to a lot of really wild parties, okay? I've been a bunch of Playboy parties, Maxim parties, you name it. And I've seen a lot of crazy things. But I've never been to a party where it was cool to spray blood on people and drink semen and breast milk and pretend you're eating from a dead body.
Yeah, that seems a little over the top, and I think it's interesting that of all outfits, who should put this? Of course, this is 2015. This is December 11th, 2015. Just in time for Christmas, right?
Yeah.
5 things you didn't know about Satanists, and it's stuff like most Satanists aren't devil worshippers. Okay. They're okay with celebrating Christmas. They just feel like it's been hijacked. Every voice has to be heard, right? You won't find a satanic church in your community. There was a satanic panic in the 80s and 90s. But in the end, symbolism and art are important. And it's just so stupid. This summer, Oklahoma's state Supreme Court ruled that the 10 Commandments statue had to be removed, and the Satanic Temple took its statue in Detroit.
Yeah.
It took it to Detroit. Now the temple is petitioning to have Baphomet on display next to a planned 10 Commandments monument in Little Rock, Arkansas. So, to me, this mentality is right in there with the FE people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, this is what they're trying to do. The people that are controlling the world, the majority of them are Satanists. Mm-hmm. Okay? And what they're trying to do is they're trying to normalize their evil sins so they can get away with it. So, as you read from that column I wrote about how the left is trying to normalize pedophilia and rape, which they are. And if you read my article or just do some basic research, it's very clear that they're trying to normalize that, okay? Mm-hmm. So what we have going on here is we have the people at the top that control the banking system, the mainstream media, Hollywood. They are really sick, twisted, evil, satanic pedophiles. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay? And they know that they can't keep doing what they're doing behind closed doors the way they have in the past. And that's because of technology, social media. Like, they can't get away. Like, people are starting to wake up. They're starting to catch on, like, wow, this is so weird. Like, look at all the people that are in the most powerful positions in the world that are getting busted raping little kids. Maybe there's something to it. Look at Jimmy Savile. Like, look at Dennis Hastert. Look at Mayor de Blasio's, like, top aide, like, 2 weeks ago? People are starting to think people like myself aren't that crazy anymore, because everything that's been kept in darkness, as the Bible says, is being brought into light. And these elite psychopaths know that. They know that. So for them, because of social media, because everyone has an iPhone, because people can take pictures and video, and because all of this stuff is starting to come to light, and it's harder for them to get away with these sick, horrific things that they do behind closed doors.
Yeah.
They understand that to continue to do these things, they're going to just have to normalize it and make it seem acceptable to rape kids, acceptable to drink blood, acceptable to eat a baby. And someone that is completely foreign to this stuff, if they jumped in and listened to me right now, they'd think, okay, this is insane. But if you just do a little bit of research, and if you just look at what's going on right now, you would see real quickly that I'm right. Okay? Let's just look at what happened in the past week. We have a host from CNN, okay, who had his own show, who, in one of his shows, he ate a human brain. All right? He glorified cannibalism. Like, so cool, man. Like, let's eat a human brain. Let's eat a dead body. Like, no big deal. And then what did he do? He went on to call President Trump a piece of you-know-what. Okay?
Yeah.
And he basically got fired, but he came out with a statement. I don't know if it was, I think it was today or yesterday, saying that, it was a mutual, like, blah, blah, blah. You're right. You were fired, jerk. Like, you ate a human brain on TV. You're a Satanist. And you're actually a really hateful person, because he said that horrible thing about President Trump, and he tried to glorify cannibalism on his show, which he did. People went through his entire Twitter history, and what did they find? I mean, the stuff this man was saying on his Twitter feed was horrendous. Like, one of his tweets said, "I hope a congressman gets raped."
Wow.
Okay, you know that I'm an advocate for sex crime victims, and you know I am a big advocate for sex crime victims because I am a sex crime victim myself. To watch someone that has their own show on CNN that's supposed to be legit news encourage rape, cannibalism, and then call our president, make no mistake, this is their agenda.
Yeah, understood.
They're trying to normalize this stuff. Look no further than what this Reza, whatever his last name is, I don't even want to say his full name because he makes my skin crawl, but look no further than his Twitter page. This man was put on a pedestal on CNN.
All right. Hang on just 1 second. Let's get through this break, and we'll be right back with Liz Crokin. I am John B. Wells, and this is Ark Midnight. Say, you want to go to Montana? Can you get there? Well, let me tell you something. Basic registration for the Red Pill Expo is $297 for a single or head of household ticket. A companion ticket for your spouse is available for $175. Students between 18 and 22 may attend for $97 each. So that's $297 for a single or head of household ticket. Companion ticket for your spouse, $175. Wait. Next hour, somewhere in the last 20 minutes of the program, the run up to midnight, just because it's a good number. It's a nice number. The seventh caller, to 888-787-5543. 888-787-5543 is going to get a VIP setup. And that's 2 tickets. 2 tickets. Are you hearing me? Basic registration $297 for a single, additional ticket for $175. That's what we're going to do. We're going to give away a pair of VIP tickets in just about 1 hour. Okay? And you have to be the 7th caller. I will remind you later on, but that's what we're going to do. And that's what I mean by I'm out to get you. And I do. Oh, yeah. No. What's really good is that you're going, wow, that's 370 something. No. The value of the VIP pair is $475. Now, you got to get to Bozeman, Montana on your own. But you got 11 days and a bunch of hours to set it up, and you can do this. So there you go. In about 1 hour, be listening close, because I'm going to take the 7th caller at 888-787-5543. Write it on the wall and be there. This is John B. on Bridge of the Ark Midnight. Stand by. We'll be back with Liz Crokin in just a moment.
An arc of rational thought traveling through the void of vacuous content and opinion. Ark Midnight with John B. Wells. Once again, here is John B.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Divine Miss B comes up from navigation, goes, dude, Commander Dude, you just made somebody a really good deal out there. When we do this thing in about an hour, we're going to need your email address as well, so have that ready. And if you don't have an email address, you better get one. Okay? So, anyway, let us proceed. So, Liz, President Trump is, we're not hearing very much, but supposedly the new administration's Department of Justice is tightening the snare a little bit on these people. Is this true? I mean, you've got a...
Yes, it's 100...
Okay.
There's one thing that you just said that's wrong.
Okay.
And excuse me for having to call you out.
Listen, if it's only one thing, then we're good, okay?
It's not your fault, though. So what you said is, you said that, Trump is going after pedophiles, and he's going after the sex trafficking. But you said we're not hearing about this. Well, that's kind of true, but actually it's not true. Trump talks about it a lot. It's just that the press refuses to cover it.
Well, that's what I mean. Okay? It's not being repeated over Ministry of Smoke and Mirrors. I should have been clear about that.
So what we have here is we have a president that actually genuinely cares about little children. A president that's genuinely against sex trafficking and the rape and torture of infants and toddlers. Okay? And we have a president that's going after these monsters. And let me tell you something. He talks about it constantly. He's tweeted about it. He had a he had a public listening session about it in the White House. He gave a press conference about it where he talked about sex trafficking. He talked about what a big problem it is. He talked about how he's going after these pedophiles. He talked about how he's breaking up sex trafficking. We have Kellyanne talking about it. We have Ivanka Trump talking about it. We have them all tweeting about it. And now we have Attorney General Jeff Sessions also not only talking about it, but we had him last week presenting in front of 1,500 law enforcement officers telling them how to combat sex trafficking and promising that they are going after these pedophiles and they're going after them hard. Who's covering it? No one. No one. I'm the only person that covers this stuff, okay? And when I was still working with Town Hall and some other places that were kind of still mainstream media and was trying to cover the sex trafficking, I got censored, which is why I'm now going independent. Nobody is covering the sex trafficking. So we have the President of the United States. He has made an unprecedented number of arrests against pedophiles. So today, I don't know the exact number, but it's probably, I did a story in February, and in 1 month, under his administration, they had gone after and arrested at least, actually well over 1,500 pedophiles. Okay, and that was all because of Trump. because under the prior president, which was President Obama, these people's hands were tied. The law enforcement officers that wanted to go after the pedophiles, they didn't because they were told to stand down. Okay? They were part of the problem. Trump gets in office. This is a priority for him. And he's made that clear, but no one knows it because no one covers it, except for me and obviously independent journalists, but no one in the mainstream media. And actually, not only does the mainstream media, they don't cover it, they cover up for it, okay? So he talks about this, and, you know, within his first month, he arrested well over 1,500 people. I mean, just in California alone, there was a pedophile ring bust that was 500 people. Think about that.
Only 500.
500 people in one ring.
Yeah.
Okay? Did you hear CNN, MSNBC, anybody talk about it?
No, I didn't. I didn't even hear Fox talk about it.
No. Fox is part of the problem. Thank you for bringing that up. I used to work for Bill O'Reilly.
I know it.
Interned for Bill O'Reilly in, what year was it? 1999. Okay? So I interned for him in 1999. I was a huge fan, and the reason I was such a huge fan is because I felt that he was the only journalist in cable news that was actually breaking news and really doing hardcore investigative journalism and going after really big scandals. And he exposed the Clintons constantly. But one of the things I loved about him the most is that he went after the pedophiles constantly. If you go back to Bill O'Reilly, the O'Reilly Factor in the 90s, almost every single night he was going after pedophiles. He went after NAMBLA. He went after pedophile judges. He went after constantly.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I used to sit in the studio with him. This man, we get so angry about it. I would sit in the studio. I would actually volunteer to stay late and sit in the studio behind the camera because I wanted to learn. He was my mentor. I admired him. I took the internship because I actually wanted to learn to report news the way that he did. I wanted to learn from him. So I stayed late, okay? I was thirsty to learn from a real cutthroat journalist. Let me tell you, all the other interns were, they'd go home, they were losers, they didn't care, their daddy got them the job, and that's why they were there. So I would stay, and I'd sit behind the camera, and let me tell you, during some of these segments when he went after these pedophiles, he would get so angry, and I mean, he'd jump out of his chair. It made me really nervous. And there were some nights where I was afraid to even say goodbye to him because he got so upset about the content he was covering. But that's why I loved him. That's why he was such a great journalist, because he was really taking down horrible people. And he made taking down the pedophiles a priority. Well, fast forward to Bill O'Reilly right before he got, canned or blacklisted or whatever the heck happened to me, which I'm sure we're going to find out. Actually, I know we'll find out more about what went down with that, because Bill just announced that he's going to be suing like everyone and their mother for what happened with Fox News Channel. But my point is that Bill stopped covering pedophiles. Okay?
Yeah.
And not only did he stop covering pedophiles and taking them down, he mocked the whole Pizzagate movement. That Bill O'Reilly is not the Bill O'Reilly I interned for in 1999. And the Bill O'Reilly that mocked the whole Pizzagate movement is not the Bill O'Reilly that I idolized, who was my mentor, and who I thought was brilliant, and who I thought was courageous and a hero. Because the Bill O'Reilly that just recently departed Fox News Channel stopped going after these pedophile monsters. Why?
Well, I'm wondering why Roger Ailes got, he's out of there after allegations of some sort of untoward sexually based advances towards some people. And then the same thing happens to O'Reilly. So what did happen? Do we think that they just, if you want to get rid of somebody, that's the card to play. They did something naughty with their bits, their little nasty bits. That's the one that takes them down every time.
Well, exactly. And you're right. Look, there's a lot going on there, but what I want your audience to look into is look at shows from the late 1990s, like 1998, 1999. Watch the O'Reilly Factor from back then. I'm sure they're on YouTube, okay? And then watch shows from the past year. He never goes after pedophiles anymore, okay? So then, okay, he used to go after pedophiles constantly, and there's a lot of other things that he went after that he just toned things down a lot, and he was really soft on Obama too. You know, if you watch the way he went after the Clintons, oh my God, like he just, you know, and rightfully so. I mean, every scandal they were involved in, he went after them. Fast forward to, you know, Bill O'Reilly in the past few years, like he got so soft. So it's like, well, what changed? Well, I think if you dig a little deeper and you look at the ownership of Fox News Channel, the corporation, and the people at the top, then I think you'll understand why the content's different from the late 90s to now. So, look, you know, people in the mainstream media, there's a lot of people in the mainstream media that I do believe are good people, but they're working for really evil people that are covering up the most horrendous things that are going on in this country. All right? They're covering up sex trafficking. They're covering up the murder of a young DNC worker, you know, about Seth Rich. And, you know, I think the people in the media that know that they're working for corporations that are covering up these horrendous crimes really need to look themselves in the mirror. They really need to check themselves and think, is this paycheck really worth it to cover up for people that are raping toddlers and babies? And is it really worth it to pushing out lies about a really young, nice, patriotic man who was trying to do a good deed for this country and was clearly murdered? Not because he was robbed, but because he found out some really crazy information that could possibly alter the results of a presidential election. Do I really want to be a part of this evil? Is my paycheck really worth my soul?
Yeah.
And, like, you know, it's the people that are committing the crimes, look, they're soulless people. They're demonic. They're sociopaths. Like, this sounds weird, but I don't have so much a problem with them as I do with the people that are good people, quote unquote good people, that have souls, that have a conscience, and they know this is going on, but they're choosing to turn a blind eye. Those are the people I have a problem with, because, you know, if you're a sociopath, forget it. Like, you're hopeless. You're never going to change. There's some people are just evil, and nothing will change them. But it's the people that do have a conscience and that do have souls, that know that this is going on. You know, I mean, come on, like, look at all these articles I've published, and then right after I publish a story about sex trafficking or Seth Rich, and there's no inaccuracies in any of these stories I'm publishing, immediately after I'm let go mysteriously, and no one can give me a reason why. And it's like, wow, like, are you really okay with working for a company that's gonna dismiss a really good journalist that's, like, trying to save children? What the hell is wrong with you? Do you really want to be a part of it? Like, honestly, I'd rather starve myself to death. I'd rather work at McDonald's than take a big paycheck from a company that is covering up these atrocities that are going on in this country. And I'm talking about sex trafficking. I'm talking about pedogate. I'm talking about the murder of Seth Rich. Nobody talks about it. And then we have someone like Bill O'Reilly that used to take down pedophiles, and now all of a sudden his head's gotten so big and he's so corrupted that he goes so far to say that, you know, I can't remember the exact quote, but he basically mocked the whole Pizzagate movement. And it's like, okay, I can look at James Alefonsis' Instagram page with Comment Ping Pong, and within 5 minutes, I can see that he's sexualizing infants, toddlers, and children. And he's calling infants hotards and saying daddy likes butt. And there's pictures of kids that look like they have black eyes and they're duct taped to a table. And we're supposed to just ignore that and think that's normal? What? Like, And even if they're not trafficking children at Comet Ping Pong, okay? Even if they're not, let's say that, like, that is a conspiracy theory. Let's say it's wrong. Okay. It's still horrifying that the owner of a quote-unquote kid-friendly pizza parlor has these images on his Instagram page for a business where kids are sexualized like that, and he's talking about children, and he's using pedophile terms. He's using words that are identified by the FBI as pedophile code words. There's a picture of him holding an infant with anal beads around their head, and he wrote hashtag chicken lovers. Chicken lovers means a gay man that likes to have sex with a little kid. And Bill O'Reilly's going to say that someone like me or any Joe Schmo that reads that and thinks that's disgusting is crazy or a conspiracy theorist? No, we're not. That's disgusting. That's sick. Everybody should be disturbed by that. And that should be looked into. Like, what? Like, it's just, and it pisses me off because you look at these liberals that are out there and they're every day there's a protest every day. Trump's taxes, blah, blah, blah. There are children being raped and tortured by our politicians and sold as sex slaves. And you're freaking out there marching about Trump's taxes and Rachel Maddow did a whole hour show revealing that he pays more taxes than all presidents who are alive combined.
Yeah, and the only thing, and all these people can talk about is, well, we still want to find out about Russia's possible interfering with our election. Oh, that's a real big deal. Hillary, the ultimate scumbag, or certainly one of them, didn't get to be president. And how many times has she tried? Even the Democrats are saying, would you just go away? You know, but oh no, we've got to hear about the Russia Wikileaks and the Russia this. It's like, I'm exasperated to the same point that I'm pretty sure you are, Liz, because after a while you have to ask the question, how much do you need before you begin to get the picture? I mean, the whole canvas is covered with stuff here. This isn't a vague outline. Is it a pony, or is it a cloud, or is it a clown, or what is it? No, this government is absolutely rife with corruption, and that is a phrase that has been used so often that I'm afraid people's ears are absolutely numb to it. We need a new word for new. You know what I mean?
I know, right? Well, so you brought up the Russia stuff, and I just put out a piece last night on the Hagman Report's website, and I talked about how Trump's DOJ and how Trump is not only are they going after pedophiles, but now they're starting to narrow in on the elite pedophiles, which is true, okay? And, when Trump first was sworn into office, the arrests were more lower level people, okay? They were just people that worked 9 to 5, didn't make a ton of money, like lower income to middle class. Now what we're seeing are upper class, income people who are getting arrested. So in the past, 2 months, we're seeing politicians, we're seeing law enforcement, we're seeing members of the FBI. Like I said, Mayor de Blasio's top aide was arrested, and I need to say this because it's important for people to understand the severity of the situation. But Mayor de Blasio's staffer, who was arrested for having child pornography, I need to be very clear about this. This was not pornography involving a teen who looks 21. This is pornography of a 6-month-old baby being freaking raped.
Oh my God, that is just
it's sick. And look, I'm sorry to say it, but I need to say it because people need to understand how evil these people are. Because when people read these headlines about these pedophiles, they think, oh, that could have been anyone. It must have been a 15-year-old that looks like 21. No. These people are raping infants. They're babies. They're sick. And that's what people need to understand.
This is a fact.
It's a fact, and actually, it actually was reported in the mainstream media. But where do they report that aspect of the story? The very last graph.
Oh yeah, of course. Right. Liz, we're gonna have to take our top of the hour break. I'd sure like for you to hang out with us for the rest of the show. Okay? Absolutely. All right. Liz Crokin is our guest. I am John B. Wells, and this is Ark Midnight. Drink something stiff and settle back. There's more to come. You know, the way I see it, you know how the at least as portrayed by the so-called left of things, America is this violent, horrible, racist country that just treats people so badly. It's a white supremacy thing. It's a gun-backed AR-15 in every household, and forget about the chicken in every pot. And yet we just got finished with a president who in 8 years did more damage to this country than all the other presidents combined, ran up more debt, imported more potential jihadis, and apologized for America being what it is. Even now, you have these people who continue to play the race card. They're the racists, but they're pointing the fingers. Pedophilia, running rampant, violence, pornography addictions, commercials about opiate-induced constipation, veterans being neglected, dying right there in the waiting rooms, waiting for treatment. And people like Reality Winner decide that being white is terrorism and everybody should get free stuff, right? You remember High Plains Drifter with Clint Eastwood? Remember the fat guy there? He says, he's good people, he's God-fearing people. And Clint said, you people are suffering from a severe shortage of guts. And I'll add to that, it's time everybody stood on their hind legs and began to behave like fully evolved, fully actualized human beings, not a bunch of savages who act like a bunch of parrots repeating stuff that sounds good but will not work. All right, we're going to stop and do this real quick and then come back with Liz Crokin. Stand by.
The question is, do you really want to know? If you do, join the Caravan to Midnight at caravantomidnight.com. Now, more Ark Midnight with John B. Wells.
You know, coming in here on Saturday night is a little bit like going on vacation. You know how it is when you work the whole year and you go, I'm going on vacation. You're going to take a 3-week vacation. Let's say you really get lucky and you're going to take 3 weeks. So the first week on vacation, you spend like powering down from the what would it be, 49 weeks of work. Then you enjoy yourself for about a week, and then the last week you spend stressing over everything that you've got waiting for you when you get back from vacation. And it's a little bit like that with this program, because it's like, the anticipation of getting it on, Ark Midnight, all right, Saturday night. So it takes a little bit to like settle into it. And then you get into it. And then you go, wow, look, it's going by so fast. This is ridiculous. I got to tell you this because I want you to know it. I really do. It's not just chatter. It's just happens to be the truth. Caravan to Midnight, I'm privileged to host this show Tuesday through Friday. It is entirely member supported, and I do mean entirely. Now, every once in a while, somebody like Big Jim will he'll go into his angel mode, and he'll go, here, get this where it's going. And we'll go, okay, we can certainly do that because something just blew up and we need to get another one. Okay, good. That usually has to do with equipment. And then people donate subscriptions for others. They send an email to the appropriate address, and we help them out. I mean, we help people out, and when I say we, what I mean is the Caravan family, and we talk about things that people are really beginning to talk about more. The expression in Texas, nobody wants to be first, but everybody wants to be next. And that's great. I don't care who's next or who comes on as long as their information is accurate and they help turn these individual fingers into a really, really powerful fist so we can smack some of this stuff down. Now, for example, you may not care about finance. You may think, I don't play the market. I don't care. Well, it's like war. It's like war in politics. You may not be interested in either of those things, but those two things are very interested in you. And economics, you may not be interested in that either. But economics is very interested in you because it largely has to do with you, your job, your productivity, your assets, your liabilities, your write-offs. So I got one here for you. It's from HalTurnerShow.com, and here's what it states. United Arab Emirates to withdraw all money from Qatar banks. Massive banking crisis to follow immediately. Now, this just popped up on the scope. And by the way, remember that heavyset guy that said, how do you pronounce that name? It's Q-U-A-T-A-R-R. What is that? Well, somebody said, well, it's Qatar. He goes, oh, okay, Qatar. So all these parrots out there call it Qatar. It's not. It's Qatar. It's Qatar. Where are you from? I am from Qatar. Oh, Qatar. No, moron. No. Qatar, not Qatar. Not Qatar. Okay? Stop it. And stop with it's very concerning. Stop it. I'm going to read the story now. The United Arab Emirates has declared they will withdraw all money from Qatar banks immediately over Qatar's alleged support of terrorism. This will almost immediately crash up to 6 of the largest banks in Qatar, possibly setting off a chain reaction around the world. This is a move of catastrophic proportions which will immediately affect and possibly destroy the following banks. The Commercial Bank of Qatar, Ali Bank Qatar, International Bank of Qatar, Qatar Development Bank, Qatar Islamic Bank, Qatar National Bank. Worse, other banks around the world who have lent money to those banks may now be hit if those banks collapse, thus beginning a downward spiral or world banking, there's an or in there for some reason, unseen in any of our lifetimes. An executive from J.P. Morgan Chase, with whom I spoke to in New York City this morning, said, stuff, and it's not stuff, it's the other stuff, just got real. And so it is written here, well, folks, this is it. This is the Black Swan event that no one saw coming, a direct, intentional, sovereign financial attack upon the banking system. So we'll just see, because when Monday morning rolls around, everyone who has money in Qatar banks will be at the front doors of those banks to pull their money out. A bank run of historic proportion will take place because everyone knows the banks cannot withstand this type of sudden, massive withdrawal. Okay. That just happened a minute ago. Just came to my attention a minute ago, which is why I say again, if you want a good deal, you join Caravan to Midnight, $60 for the year. Joseph Meyer's newsletter, Straight Money Analysis, is $259 per year because he spends all day, every day writing it because he studies it. He was in Wall Street and that apparatus. As an expert witness, been in court many times, not to defend himself because other people needed him to be there. That's what I'm talking about. And you can get 3 of his newsletters. He puts out 4 a year. You can get 3 of them and a year to Caravan to Midnight for $80. I suggest you take advantage of it because the offer won't last forever, and it's a good deal, so take it. All right, now, Liz, where were we? Oh, yeah. Let's get into something just a little bit different. I was going on and on about all the damage that this... my dear, I just think that this may not be the most appropriate term, but then again, maybe it is. I think this country has been punked on a spectacular level. We had this Obama character in there for 8 years, went around the world apologizing, ran up more debt than all the other presidents the country's ever had combined, and then this email gets leaked out about how, Michelle writes this touching thing. I believe it was Podesta. In fact, it was Podesta about, when Barack took Michelle for ice cream because he wanted to impress her. And now that we have marriage equality, she wanted him to sign on to something. And I'm thinking, yeah, and they lit the White House up in great big gay rainbow colors, and I'm just not sure that we didn't have a pair of gay people in there as president and first lady, any more than I am sure that all of the people who are in Congress would never consider such a thing as molesting children.
Well, let me tell you something.
Okay, hit me.
I am talking to you from Chicago.
Okay. Yeah.
Born and raised, born in Chicago. My parents have been here forever. Grew up in. My parents still own the house that I lived in when I was a baby. All right.
Yeah.
Went to school here. Worked for my journalism career here. I started working at the Chicago Tribune in 2001, 2002. I mean, I've been around the block. All right. Yeah, I know a lot of people in Chicago, and I know a lot of people that know Obama, and I know a lot of people that have known the former president and the first lady, and have worked with them. And let me tell you, it's no secret that Obama loved Boys Town. Now, anyone that's been to Chicago knows that Boys Town is where all the gay bars are. That's not a secret, okay? Everyone in Chicago knows this. It's like common knowledge here. And it's also not a secret that when they worked at a law firm together in Chicago. Yeah. And we have friends and neighbors. We know people that worked at the same law firm as them when they were there. They were not well-liked people. They were awful people. And I'm not saying this for partisan reasons, okay? But being from Chicago, being born and raised from Chicago, and someone that's in the know, that operates in these social circles, and someone that's been in news forever, this stuff is common knowledge. People know that Barack loved going to the gay bars, and it's not a secret. So it just kind of boggles my mind that people think it's far-fetched or it's the conspiracy theory or ridiculous that his whole presidency might be a hoax.
Well, the thing about it is,
really might be gay.
I'll go you one further. I've never seen shoulders on any woman or knees on any woman like that. And
you mean Michael?
Yes, I mean Michael, and I have never seen contours appear, shall we say, below the waistline, as have appeared many times when the first lady or lad, as it might be, was strutting their stuff on many of these television programs. Everybody was so enamored. It was just, I mean, what have we turned into?
Look, this is what I'm going to say about this. I've worked in journalism for 2 decades now, okay? And I started my career at the Chicago Tribune, at the City Newswire, and that's where Mike Royko and a lot of really amazing, great journalists got their start.
You bet.
And my first duty was the police beat. I covered game-related shootings and murders, like fires and that kind of stuff. And then I started doing entertainment, and then I got hired by the tabloids. I worked for Us Weekly, Star Magazine, National Enquirer, because I was really good at investigative journalism and they paid the most money. Now, let me tell you something. I'd say 5 to 10 years ago, I found out about Bruce Jenner, that he identified as a woman, that he was trans, and that at night and whenever, no one was around, what did he do? He threw on a dress, put on some lipstick, high heels, walked around the house. And let me tell you something. If I went on your show 5 or 10 years ago and said this, people would call me a whack job. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, what has happened since then? He's no longer Bruce. He's Caitlyn Jenner. He's a woman. He got the freaking surgery, okay?
Yeah.
The guy's a woman. I worked for the tabloids for years. This kind of stuff happens all the time. All the time. So, when I hear these stories about Barack being gay and Michelle being a tranny possibly, to me it's like, oh yeah, of course, like, yeah, I would expect that. because this is what I do for a living. This kind of stuff happens all the time, and especially when you have people in really powerful positions, like the Clintons, like the Obamas. They do not get married for love. They get married for business reasons, and this happens in Hollywood. I mean, look at Tom Cruise. You know, every marriage he had was a business agreement. They signed contracts, for Christ's sake. Contracts. So this is normal. And, you know, I knew about Bruce Jenner years and years and years ago, and people thought, and I would tell people, like, oh, yeah, he's the chick. He wants to cut off his dick. And people thought I was nuts. Well, now I'm not so nuts, am I? This stuff is real. This kind of stuff happens all the time. All the time. You know? But I want to get back, before I forget, you mentioned about how Barack Obama's VA really turned their back on our vets. And, you know, my dad served in the Coast Guard, and that really touched me because I actually had dinner tonight with one of my best friends since second grade. Her name's, well, actually, I'm not going to say her name because I don't want to embarrass her. Her dad fought in Vietnam. He was a Marine, and he fought in a unit, which was the 1st Battalion, 9th Marines, and the unit was nicknamed the Walking Dead. And the reason why the unit was nicknamed the Walking Dead is because almost every single person in that unit died. They did search and destroy missions. They did the most horrific missions imaginable. And my friend's father lived, but almost every single one of his fellow Marines died. And he saw them die before his very eyes, you know, in combat. So as you can imagine, he has really bad PTSD, and he has struggled with that his entire life, okay? So, long story short, I had dinner with my friend tonight, and he's been trying to get help from the VA for a few years now. And he's run into problem after problem, and long wait lines and long wait lists, and, you know, all the things that we hear in the media, all the horrors we hear about our vets not being able to get the care that they need and they deserve, they're true, and he's dealt with that firsthand. Well, when I met my friend for dinner tonight, and I need to add this, she's not political, okay? She's not a very political person. But the first thing, I hadn't seen her in months, I mean, at least 6 months. The first thing that she said when she sat down was, Liz, thank God for President Trump. And I'm like, oh, yeah, he's great, but like, what are you talking about? And she's like, you have no idea. My dad went back to the VA, and he has struggled getting his disability approved. He's struggled getting help with his PTSD and all this stuff. And now that Trump's in office, they are processing the paperwork in 24 hours. Whereas in the past, under Obama, it would take months. And she's like, I'm so grateful President Trump is our president, because now my dad, she started crying. She said, now my dad is finally getting the help and the care that he needs and he deserves. And he doesn't have to wait for months and months and months. They're processing the paperwork in 24 hours now. She's like, Liz, it used to take 6 months. People would die waiting for their paperwork to be processed. She was tearing up telling me this.
Good Lord.
So, you know, people can say what they want to say about President Trump. He is doing good things. And I don't see how anyone could deny that he is helping children. He's helping our veterans, like the people that need our help the most. Number 1, children. Number 2, vets. And he's doing that. But if you listen to mainstream media, you'd never know. Because all they freaking talk about is Russia.
Mm-hmm. You know, I wish we had 2 more hours to go, but we don't. Because I could talk to you for a long time about these things. Now, let's just add to the mix this latest. You talk about, you know, the next thing that popped into my mind after you said, you got a president here that's doing some good things. Well, they're not really being reported on, are they? And then I thought, yeah, well, what's that expression? No good deed goes unpunished.
Oh, exactly.
It's It's amazing, but I'm hearing the music come up. But look, we got to talk about Comey a little bit. The Lockheed Martin guy who effectively, along with the Department of Justice under Loretta Lynch, it's almost as though FBI and FBI and DOJ become probably a little CIA too, but we'll leave them out of it for now. Become tools of the leftover administration and wind up squarely in the pocket of the Clintons, or specifically Hillary Clinton. I want to get your take on this when we come back, and we will come back as soon as we can with Liz Crokin on the terrestrial radio adjunct to Caravan to Midnight, Ark Midnight. Stand by. Do you know who that is? Talk about partying like it's 1979. It's more like partying like it's 1969. That's Mark Farner and Grand Funk Railroad. Yeah. Playing a messenger guitar. A messenger. It does have an unusual sound, doesn't it? All right, here's the thing. I slightly misled you, but it actually is working out better for you. The VIP registration price for a single ticket is $475. Add a companion ticket for $295. Are you getting this? Seventh caller right now. Seventh caller to 888-787-5543 gets it. You got to get to Bozeman yourself, okay? But you get through the door with the VIP pair of tickets at $275, $675, $770 worth. You think I'm kidding you? Start ringing right now. 888-787-5543. Don't just sit there waiting, because you're going, oh, some calls are going to go by. So everybody's going to sit there waiting for those calls to roll through, and then they're going to nail it. So start lighting them up, kiddo. All right. Oh, yeah. Pretty prophetic lyrics. All right. Here we are. I cannot believe it's actually the final segment of the program. This is amazing. Oh, and here come the lines. They're lighting up. Liz, I know you're listening. Just hang with us here. We got to do this thing. We got to do it. Keep ringing. Keep ringing. People are running into each other, getting busy signals. We're coming up on it. It's going to happen any moment now, while the messenger guitar wails in the background. Wow, this is wild. Here, give me a fire extinguisher. The screen's catching fire. All right. We'll be right back. Stand by.
To talk with John B. Wells, ring the Ark bell. 888-787-5543. That's 888-787-5543. This is Ark Midnight with John B. Wells. Now, here is John B.
All right. Liz Crokin, thank you for sitting with us while we did that little thing. I really hope you're not feeling like, wow, between the Grand Funk Railroad rock and roll and your abandoned repartee, I'd have rather had a root canal. I hope it wasn't like that for you. I
love your rock and roll. Makes me want to go jam out and drink a Blue Moon.
You know, that band had a remarkable run of things. They really did, and then just kind of went away. But
yeah.
Mark's still around, I think, and he used to come on with he used to come on Coast a lot. Every once in a while you'd hear him and can't call his name to save my life right now. Sundown, you better take care. All right, brain freeze. Must have been all the ice cream. Say, here's the thing. Maybe there's something from the hippie era. I was a little bit young to fully participate in the hippie era. But the music got to everybody, and just like in that last song there, I mean, there's this feeling of impending doom over everybody, and it seems like suddenly they're not depressed like we were when we were kids back then. Vietnam's waiting, nuclear attack is waiting, something bad is waiting. The whole Kennedy thing was still hanging around. People didn't really want to talk about it that much, but they knew something was messed up on a spectacular level. It's almost as though people have gone the other way, and they've reach the point where they're becoming more aggressive, even in defending things that are indefensible.
Yeah.
I never thought I would live to see the day when young people, when they're sitting around talking politics in the coffee shops around the universities, really want less freedom, fewer rights, and all of that. And I was listening to Foreigner sing those songs, and I was singing that song, and I just thought, the stuff that we thought was so timely back then is even more timely now, because it's far worse now on so many levels than it was back then, and we thought it was terrible back then.
I know, right?
So we get to Mr. Comey. I've gone back and forth on this. Some people would even say typical wishy-washy, but it's like, I want to see the good in people. I want to have a little bit of humanity, but I got to tell you, I'm running out of patience with this man.
I feel the same way.
The private server is a problem. Well, no, it's not. Oh, the private server really is a problem. No, it's not. Right before the election, and then to find out, well, I actually orchestrated the leaking. What?
Right.
What do you do with a guy like this? What do you make of this?
Well, okay. So here's my position on Comey. Last year, when he basically excused Hillary Clinton, this was my take on the whole situation then, and I still feel the same way. As someone who has covered the deep state, as someone who has exposed corruption, as someone that has covered sex trafficking and has experienced horrific blowback for doing so, including having my dog get poisoned.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand how these people operate. They're thugs.
Yeah.
They are murderous, child-raping thugs. That's a fact. And they will do anything to destroy anyone or anything that gets in their way. And I look at someone like Comey, and he was in a no-win situation. He basically could have suggested an indictment for Hillary Clinton, and most likely would have been killed for it. Of course, in a plane crash, or he would have shot himself in the back of the head twice, or
the rule of suicide, right?
Right, or one of his kids, or one of his family members. So he would have had to choose that, or choose to survive and do something that he really didn't want to do. And unfortunately, our government's become so corrupt, and so many people who are representing us, congressmen, senators, people all the way up to the top, have been brownstones, they've been blackmailed, and some of these people are good people, and they haven't even done anything wrong, but they've been drugged and set up to look like they've done something wrong. So if they don't do things that the people holding the cards above them want them to do, they will be cast as a pedophile, a murderer, drug addict, philanderer, you name it. And this has been going on for decades. So part of me has a little sympathy for Comey, because I do feel that he had no choice. He admitted that what Hillary Clinton did was illegal, wrong, but then he didn't suggest that they indict her, and it's like, that doesn't make any sense. So I felt that he revealed as much as he could without getting knocked off, like, to be blunt. Fast forward to now, and everything that's going on with him now, my takeaway is this. He's either a complete and total idiot, or he's working with Trump. And I say that because in his testimony, there are at least 3 laws that he potentially broke through his own admittance. So one would be perjury, one would be obstruction of justice, and one would possibly be one of the spying laws. I can't remember which one. The sedition laws, okay? But he broke several laws within his own testimony under oath, because if you compare what he said under oath before his testimony a few days ago, he contradicts himself. And now he might be investigated and he could be charged. Okay? So either he's really stupid, or he knows what he's doing, and he's working with President Trump, and he's worked out some kind of a deal where he's going to give the goods on other people, like cough, cough, Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, and that whole Clinton mafia crew, who we know for a fact are doing the most horrendous crimes you can imagine. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. And honestly, I don't know which it is, but I think with President Trump, you always have to entertain multiple theories because the man's a genius. He's brilliant, and he's always 10 steps ahead of people, and he never shows all of his cards. He never shows his hand. We always find out later. He'll, leave hints and drop hints here and there. And people, oh, he's crazy, or oh, he's lying, or oh, he says Obama wiretapped him, and what do we find? He's lying, he's wrong. And then, months later, we find the evidence. Oh, he was right again. President Trump's a very smart man. I don't care if you like him or not. You can't deny that. And if you do deny that, then you're an idiot. So I would never rule out anything with President Trump. And Comey, I don't know. Like I said, he's either really stupid or he's working with President Trump and he's helping Trump. Because, like I was talking about earlier in your show, President Trump and Attorney General Jeffrey Sessions, they're going after the elite pedophiles right now, okay? And someone like myself, and I know someone like you, and the public in general, we want to see people at the top who are leading these sex trafficking rings where children are being trafficked, tortured, and raped. We want to see these people, I want to see them dead, and preferably tortured and castrated first. We want to see these people in jail, okay? Now, do I want to see someone like Comey who may have lied under oath in jail? Assuming he is not involved in the sex trafficking. No. I don't care about that. There's children being raped and tortured. This should be everyone's first priority. So, if he has cut some deal, that could be why he is behaving the way he is and why he's saying the things he's said. And let me tell you something. If he is cutting a deal, he's not the only person that's doing it.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier in the show something that was very savvy. You said that the press seems to be turning on Hillary Clinton. They say she should go away, go back in the woods, stop talking. It's not just the press, the DNC. There are high-ranking members in the DNC who've actually trashed her. There was this one guy that went off on Twitter. I can't remember what he said, but he was like going off on her, and he ended up deleting his tweets. There's a reason why. Look, the media has protected the Clintons for 30 plus years. They've protected Bill Clinton's raping of women for 30 years. They've protected all the scandals they've been involved in for 30 years. 30 years. And all of a sudden, it was almost overnight, within the past week or so, maybe 2 weeks, they're all turning on her.
Yeah.
We even had CNN write something negative. That is not a mistake, John. That is not a mistake. It's not a coincidence. They know what's up. They know something's coming. Okay? Stuff is about to go down.
Yeah.
And I'd hate to be in Hillary Clinton's red shoes, and I'd hate to be in John Podesta's red shoes.
Mm-hmm. He's a vicious man when people approach him on the street to try and get a comment from him. If you notice his attack, wow, he flashes his teeth real quick. He'll bite you if you get too close to him.
Have you seen the videos of Andrew Breitbart approaching him? They're amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Andrew Breitbart knew back then, years ago, what we're now learning about John Podesta. So, but he's a horrible human being. He's a Satanist. He worships Lucifer. And he emails about all of his emails contain pedophile codes. So there you go.
No, brother.
I wouldn't expect someone with those attributes to be a friendly person to hang out with on the street.
No.
A horrible human being. And they have art in their house depicting children being tortured and raped and people being beheaded. Yeah, that's totally cool and normal.
And this is true.
Yes. John Podesta, Tony Podesta, they have art in their homes that depicts children being raped and tortured. Okay? And John Podesta, actually, and this was removed. I can't remember what publication it was the mainstream media. I believe it was like a Newsweek. It was a mainstream media magazine, did a whole feature on John Podesta, and they took a picture of him in his office, and there was one painting in the background, and the painting was a painting of two people eating a dead body. I mean, it was a painting depicting cannibalism. So John Podesta and Tony Podesta have art in their homes and their office space depicting cannibalism, the beheading of human beings, and the rape and torture of infants and toddlers. Now you tell me, is that normal? And is that the kind of person that we want running our country? And do you really believe that someone that enjoys art where children are raped and tortured is not the type of person that would participate in that kind of stuff?
I gotta tell you, this is, I'm looking at some of it right now. Oh my gosh, this can't be true. Oh my gosh.
And by the way, the artist, like their favorite artist that paints these paintings, she's an SRA victim. She's a satanic ritual abuse victim. So this person has experienced this kind of abuse, and she copes by painting about it. I work with SRA victims, and I'm very familiar with it. And when you're the victim of satanic ritualistic abuse, your personality splits. And most people, not always, but a lot of victims get multiple personality disorders. And the reason why they get multiple personality disorders is because the abuse is so horrific that that's the only way that you can cope with the abuse and continue to survive. And by the way, most children who are abused that way end up dying. The ones that live end up with MPD. And this artist copes with the abuse by painting about what she dealt with and how she was abused. And that's their favorite artist. I mean, what kind of sicko gets off on art of little kids being raped and tortured?
I gotta tell you, this is some of the creepiest stuff I have ever seen in my life. It's on a site called Steemit, STEEMIT.com/Pizzagate. And it's like Podesta's artist, stuff so bad journalists don't show it in articles.
No, they don't.
I mean, this is beyond nightmare stuff. This is just like disgusting beyond belief.
But Megyn Kelly and Bill O'Reilly say, oh, there's nothing there. It's a conspiracy theory. Really?
Yeah. Well, Megyn Kelly came on with so much flash that I was just waiting, and then I saw it. I mean, I liked her all right because she seemed aggressive and she seemed sharp and all that. And then as time went by, I started going, I don't think we're seeing the real person here, but we saw it on election night.
She sold out. I used to like her too. But if you notice, there's one photo of in Tony Podesta's home, and I think it's on that website that you're looking at right now, and it's him and his wife, who looks like Cruella de Vil. She has like a gray streak through her hair. She looks like an evil villain from a Disney movie. These people, you just can't make this up. They're so weird. But anyways, there's a photo of them in their home, and they have this sculpture hanging from the ceiling of like a dead body that's been decapitated. And it's the body's put in the same position that Jeffrey Dahmer put his victims in. Okay. Now, if you look, most people don't talk about this. If you look underneath, if you're looking at the picture I'm talking about, if you look underneath the staircase, it looks like underneath the staircase, there's cages. So if you're looking at the picture that I'm thinking of, there's a sculpture hanging above the staircase of a decapitated human being put in this creepy position that Jeffrey Dahmer used to put his victims in. And below it, under the stairs, it looks like they have cages. Human cages. I mean, I'm saying human cages because these cages are big enough to hold a human being.
I mean, this is yeah, I see what you're talking about. Wow.
And if you go into their emails, what is Tony Podesta and John Podesta, what do they talk about and what do they joke about in their emails? They joke about their torture chambers. Hey, last night was so great. By the way, I'm still in the torture chamber. And that's not a code word. They literally use the phrase torture chamber. Like, I'm not making this up. These are verified emails from WikiLeaks. They've never even denied it.
No, this is awful. It really is. This is unbelievable. Wow.
It is unbelievable.
This is from the you can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up.
You can't.
No.
You can't.
If somebody said, I'll give you a lot of money if you'll draw the creepiest thing, but you have to creep us out. I mean, I'm looking at this Abramovic and Illuminati-loving Jay-Z embracing. It's like this cake of a human body. There's one.
Oh yeah, it's like.
Golly, I mean, this is beyond those. We used to get Frankenstein and Dracula.
Yeah.
Magazines when we were kids. Look, Creature from the Black Lagoon, all this stuff. But now, how can we support you? What can we do other than just be aware of this? If we're all aware of it, but there's no action, there's no action. What to do?
Well, you can follow me on Twitter at Liz Crokin. I'm starting it because I've literally been censored and kind of fired from every mainstream media outlet I've ever worked for because they don't want to tell the truth. So I'm starting my new website. It'll be up and running hopefully this week. It'll be lizcrokin.com. Until then, I'm writing articles that post on the Hagman Report. And, I basically tweet all day about sex trafficking, Seth Rich, Pedogate, all this crazy stuff. And, I have a PayPal account, so if people want to donate to me, because, like I said, no one will hire me anymore to cover this stuff because no one wants to, which is fine. I should have gone independent a long time ago. But, I just really encourage people, like everyone can do something, and I just really encourage people to tweet about this stuff, just tell your friends about this stuff, like just red pill people, give them knowledge, because the president is going after these pedophiles and so is the Attorney General, but it's going to be a lot smoother and easy for him if the public gets behind him. Yeah. And the only way that's going to happen is people wake up. And the only way they're going to wake up is if they educate themselves. So talk about this, share stuff on social media, tweet stuff, tweet me, ask questions, do research, listen to your show, watch videos on YouTube, and do not listen to the mainstream media.
All right, Liz Crokin, thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. So
this is a concerted effort. This is a concerted effort. Politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
All right, well, you see where I'm coming from.
Okay, yeah.
When I talk, that's because I'm interested in this ongoing whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta?
whatever the hell they're doing. What's in your closet, John Podesta?
Big Podesta? Big Soros? Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win.
Welcome to Special Prosecutor with Larry Klayman. We have a lot of new information, groundbreaking news that has not been made public yet. I want to go over some of the cases that we filed this week and then talk about the current terrorist threat and how that seems to be multiplying as we speak. First of all, we filed a lawsuit this week, as I promised many times in the past, against former FBI Director James Comey, against the FBI, the NSA, that's the National Security Agency, CIA, and others over illegal mass surveillance. I did that on behalf of not just myself, but my client Dennis Montgomery, a whistleblower, an NSA contractor who left with 47 hard drives, over 600 million pages of information. He gave that to the FBI under claims of immunity. Comey promised to supervise the investigation himself, and it's quite clear that now, after 2 years of having that information in its possession, the FBI has covered up this investigation. And as we allege in this complaint, and you can find it at freedomwatchusa.org, freedomwatchusa.org, Comey buried this investigation because the FBI has been doing this illegal surveillance itself. And what Montgomery would tell the FBI, and he did tell the FBI under oath for over 3 hours, it's been videoed, is that not just President Trump when he was a businessman, but the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, other justices, over 156 judges, yours truly, and other prominent Americans have been surveilled. Now, that's on top of everything we've learned in the last few weeks about what the FBI has been doing illegally. And that was broken by Circa News. In fact, you'll find on our website at freedomwatchusa.org an article by Circa News that came out on the day that we filed suit. Now, I also filed suit because since we've been pushing to get a congressional investigation, and Mr. Montgomery has offered to come forward with the information that he has to the House Judiciary Committee, the House Intelligence Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the House Intel Committee, the FBI, through James Comey, is alleged to have been surveying us, wiretapping our phones. I've had to get 3 cell phones just in the last few months. And Mr. Montgomery has had his computer attempted to be hacked on a number of occasions. Now, this is nothing new. And you'll have to read the complaint to really see what it is we're saying. So go to that website at freedomwatchusa.org. We also need your contributions because we're taking on very powerful interests here. And it's ironic that as Comey comes forward this week and has testified that President Trump has obstructed justice in effect, that he himself obstructed justice at the FBI by burying the investigation of Dennis Montgomery, who he's harmed a great deal. You know, Montgomery has a brain aneurysm, and he's been mistreated. And this is also in the complaint, which asks for large damages. So this is something new this week. This is something you're only hearing on Special Prosecutor with Larry Klayman. Now, we also brought, as I forecast on several occasions, a lawsuit against the University of California at Berkeley, against George Soros, that evil, self-hating Jew during World War II who collaborated with Nazis. You know, I'm of Jewish origin myself, so I don't mean that in any way that's anti-Semitic. But this guy's really bad. He's actually a real evil force against the Jewish people. And Janet Napolitano, who's the president of the University of California system, and others, for a violent protest that occurred after a reporter from Breitbart News sought to speak a few months ago at the University of California at Berkeley. Now, it's very important that you look at that complaint, again, at freedomwatchusa.org, because this complaint will tell you exactly what's going on in the country today. In fact, just last weekend, there was a violent protest. Pro-Trump people were just simply peacefully gathering in Portland, Oregon, and they were attacked by leftist, anarchists, communists, and others in that city. And it wasn't pretty. And this is what's happening throughout the country. There's a real threat of a revolution in this country these days, and we're seeking to quash that through these legal actions. You know, we believe in peaceful, nonviolent revolution, but the left in this country, supported by the likes of CNN, MSNBC, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Huffington Post, and all these leftist rags, are whipping up this violence and inciting violence. Black Lives Matter, of course, is part of that too, and the people around them, like Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam. And somebody has to put their foot down, and this very valiant woman by the name of Kiara Robles, who was beaten up during the time that she was just simply there to go to a speech of the reporter of Breitbart. And you can see the video of that. It's not even in contest. She came forward and brought a lawsuit, and we're representing her at Freedom Watch. It's a super important lawsuit. And it kind of fits in with everything that's going on, not just with regard to Comey and the FBI and the intelligence agencies. It fits into the fact that our country is exploding, that attempts are being made to destroy President Trump and his presidency. The left is doing everything it can to take this country over and using whatever means at its disposal. And Freedom Watch is your line of defense. We are your private Justice Department. And that's why we have the show, because I need to sound the clarion call that we need to rise up against these forces of evil, much like someone should have risen up against the Bolsheviks in 1917 when they waged a revolution in Russia and turned it into the evil empire that Ronald Reagan talked about, which came crashing down only in the 1980s during the Reagan administration. Of course, it's back with President Vladimir Putin. But that's something that we need to look at and we need to focus on. And then during this week's episode, we're also going to talk a little bit more about the Bundy case, because this prosecution of Cliven Bundy, and I'm representing Cliven in a number of capacities. I'm seeking to get into the criminal case in Las Vegas, Nevada. The judge who was recommended by the corrupt mafia-connected Senator Harry Reid and then appointed by Barack Obama is committing a lot of acts of prejudice against the defendants in that case. You know, Cliven at the outset of this case was committed to solitary confinement. So were his sons along the way here. He was denied right of counsel, which was me coming into the case, and I'm still fighting to get in because Cliven's coming up for criminal prosecution. There was evidence that was let in that should never have been let in. There was evidence that was excluded, which should have been included. This Judge Navarro absolutely hates Cliven's guts, and she's doing the bidding, we believe, of Harry Reid, who recommended her for appointment. You can see all of this at ClivenBundyDefenseFund.org. You can see the background, but we also need your contributions to defend Cliven, because basically they've taken away his land. Even Obama, on his way out of office in 2016, claimed all of Cliven's land for a national monument, preventing him from grazing in the future. The women in the family are tending to the ranch. Many ranchers in this area have been driven out of business. But Cliven's fighting, and he's fighting not just for himself, but he's fighting for you. And therefore, I brought on this week Congressman Bob Barr, who's a friend of mine, who was formerly U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. He was a congressman. I worked with Bob in introducing articles of impeachment against Bill Clinton back in the 1990s. Bob is the only person in Congress who I could ever trust while he was there. Now he's back in private practice. But I want you to hear what he has to say about the constitutional horrors that have been perpetrated upon the Bundy family, ranchers in that area in Nevada and elsewhere throughout the West, and everybody who's involved, because it's also the American citizens. You know, Cliven didn't just, fight against the federal government. He exercised Second Amendment rights of defense, right to bear arms. When people saw that his sister was assaulted and thrown to the ground by Bureau of Land Management agents, when they saw that his two sons were tased, that his dog was viciously kicked and harmed, that his cattle, particularly the bulls, which help you raise a herd, which you need to earn a living, many of them were killed and buried in a secret mass grave. When they saw that, they came to Cliven's ranch in Bunkerville, Nevada, peacefully, but they were armed because they thought that the Bureau of Land Management, which was then being run by a hand-picked person by Harry Reid, who had been his chief of staff, could harm them and could harm the Bundys. Now, none of these protesters, peaceful protesters, ever harmed a hair on the head of any government agent, but yet it was the Bundy family that was viciously assaulted, beaten up, and their livelihood effectively destroyed. And that's why they need your help to contribute to their legal defense fund, because it's very expensive. This trial is likely to last 3, maybe even 4 months, and Cliven needs to be acquitted, not just for you. He faces the potential of life imprisonment, but also for all the American people, because we can't have this heavy-handedness in the federal government. And this government is still being controlled, the deep state of Barack Obama. These Justice Department prosecutors are Obama people, and they won't lay off. And we need to rise up and exercise our Second Amendment and First Amendment rights. I want you to listen to what Bob Barr has to say, and we're going to bring him back on later shows. And then we're going to talk about terrorism today, because the president has before the Supreme Court now a case involving the so-called travel ban. It's not, it's just a moratorium on immigration from certain Muslim countries. It needs to be enforced. The Supreme Court is being asked to take off a stay that was put on by liberal hack justices in lower courts in Hawaii, in Oregon, and elsewhere. And the judge that's on that case, one of the Supreme Court justices, is Justice Ginsburg. And we're going to talk about that because she has a conflict of interest. She can't continue on this case. So we're going to be back shortly with this show. This is a very important show. It's something that you need to listen to carefully. And go to our website at freedomwatchusa.org. Donate to our cause. See what we have to say. Be informed. We are your private Justice Department. There is no other line of defense other than Freedom Watch. I'm the only lawyer who ever got a judgment that a sitting president committed a crime. I'm the only lawyer who can do this job. God bless you. We're going to be right back with our show, and we wish all of you the best on this weekend.
Special Prosecutor Larry Klayman.
Dangerous.
Come here, use the court and the law.
Lethal.
This is bad.
Special Prosecutor
Very bad.
Larry Klayman.
If you'd like to support Freedom Watch and this radio show, go to freedomwatchusa.org.
Welcome back to the Special Prosecutor with Larry Klayman. I have on the line a very good friend of mine, probably the only person I ever trusted in Congress, and that goes to today. He was the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, later Congressman from Georgia. Bob Barr is the one who introduced articles of impeachment against Bill Clinton, which ultimately resulted in his impeachment. And I worked with Bob while I was running Judicial Watch back in the late 1990s. I brought Bob on today so he can comment about Cliven Bundy's and his prosecution, because it's a very important case. We talked about that last week. And I wanted to get Bob's take on this, why it's so important, not just for Cliven and his family, but for all of the American people. Bob, welcome to Special Prosecutor with Larry Klayman.
Thank you, Larry. It's always good to be with you, not only because you're a very, very good friend, but more importantly than that, it means that you're involved with a case or an issue with very important constitutional ramifications. And the Cliven Bundy case that's pending out in federal court in Nevada certainly is a case that raises fundamentally important constitutional issues, as you say, not just for the Bundy family, not just for ranchers, not just for the people of Nevada, but the people of America. The ramifications of the Bundy case go far beyond the geographic borders of Nevada and raise very important issues that all of us need to pay attention to, that raise questions about just how much actual control the federal government can arbitrarily assert against an individual.
Well, tell us what happened here, because you've been well briefed on the facts, and we know that, of course, Harry Reid's hand-picked chief of staff was inserted in the Bureau of Land Management. They claim that Cliven owes money for grazing fees. Cliven claims that the grazing fees, if any were owed, it was to the state of Nevada, not to the federal government. But despite that, a raid was perpetrated on the Bundy Ranch, which they've ranched for over 150 years. It was violent. The lives of the Bundy family were threatened by these federal agents of the Bureau of Land Management and other mercenaries that were hired. Cliven's sister was tased, Margaret. She was kicked and violently thrown to the ground. His sons were tased. His dog violently kicked and harmed, and some of his cattle, particularly the bulls, which you need to raise a herd, were killed and buried in a secret mass grave. So my take on it is that even if you owe the federal government money, it doesn't give them the right to come in and use excessive force, threaten your lives, beat the heck out of you, and in fact terrorize your family. And that's, to me, fundamentally what's involved. But from the legal standpoint of it, with regard to jurisdiction, with regard to other issues, Bob, I'd like the listeners to get your take on it.
The federal government, Larry, of course, would like the public to think that this is a simple, open and shut case involving armed citizens who conspired to and actually threatened federal agents. And if, of course, you just look at it in that light, based on the government's oversimplification of the issues, one could easily come to the conclusion that the federal government is right here. Nothing could be further from the truth. There are very fundamental issues here involving land rights, involving states' rights. Can the federal government simply come in and arbitrarily say, hey, we're going to take over ownership of 90% of the land in the state of Nevada, and therefore we can assert control over what people do and who needs to pay us, that is Uncle Sam, for what the government considers the privilege of coming on onto or grazing one's cattle on that land. The Bundys and other law-abiding Americans stood up to that fundamentally misassertion of federal authority by the federal government. The fact of the matter is also, as you've indicated, even if one assumed that the federal government is in the right here, which I do not, but even if one assumes that, there are very important issues about how the government went about asserting its control. If the government wins this case, not only will it establish a very unfortunate precedent for government assertion of arbitrary control over land in the state of Nevada or any other state for that matter, but it will also stand for the proposition that the federal government, if it believes that it's in the right, can use all sorts of violent tactics to assert its authority.
We're run out of time here. I'm going to bring you back on a subsequent episode, but it's important for people to go to ClivenBundyDefenseFund.org, ClivenBundyDefenseFund.org, see what happened, donate to our cause. Cliven's going into trial shortly. He needs your support. God bless you.
And now, 4 words that make corrupt politicians make wee-wee in their little pants.
Transparency and the rule of law will be the touchstones of this presidency.
But we have to pass the bill so that you can find out what is in it.
Special Prosecutor Larry Klayman.
To support Freedom Watch and this radio show, go to freedomwatchusa.org.
I want to talk now about judges, the selection of judges, why it's so important. And I want to do that to start with the context of what's going on at the Supreme Court right now. We know that various lower court judges, liberal judges, leftist judges in the Ninth Circuit and elsewhere have enjoined, that is, ordered to stop, to not go into effect, President Trump's temporary moratorium on immigration from 6 predominantly Muslim countries. And in light of what's going on in Europe these days, in England, where we had a terrorist attack earlier this week, in France, where we had another one more likely to come, because literally continental Europe has been infested with Muslim terrorists over the years. They've opened their doors. They have allowed for this immigration. They've destroyed their continent. You know, and I'm a Europhile. I'm an international lawyer. I went to school in France as a young man when I was at Duke University. I later studied at the Institute of European Studies in Brussels, Belgium. I worked for the European Union, then the European Community as an intern. And I still have international clients. But I'm really saddened by what's happened in Europe. They really have destroyed themselves. They've destroyed themselves from within. And this summer, I doubt there's going to be much of any tourism. It's going to just get worse and worse and worse. You can't sit in a cafe without thinking that it's going to be blown up by an ISIS terrorist or a sympathizer of ISIS or any other terrorist group such as Al-Qaeda. And that's the reason for President Trump's so-called travel ban. It's not really a ban, it's just a moratorium. And these lower courts have stopped the implementation of it. So therefore, the Justice Department, under Attorney General Jeff Sessions, hopefully he's got better people now representing him at the lower level. He had these Obama loyalists before, basically, who I think intentionally sabotaged these legal arguments. I listened to them. I mean, one of the lawyers sounded like the lawyer in My Cousin Vinny, the one that stutters, you know, the public defender. I mean, it was just simply embarrassing. But now, presumably, he's got good people in there, and he's asking the Supreme Court to take off this stay. Now, who's on the Supreme Court? Among the various judges, including the new judge, Neil Gorsuch, is Justice Ruth Ginsburg. First of all, she's an ultra-leftist, but that's not a basis to disqualify her. But what are several pejorative, frankly insulting and prejudicial statements she made about President Trump when he was running for the presidency and thereafter. She even told him to go live in New Zealand. And she can't sit on this case. But here's what's really interesting and really troubling, is that about a few years ago, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, who, of course, is the one who brought us Obamacare with his still inexplicable decision, a so-called conservative, when issues arose at that court about conflicts of interest of judges It was Justice Sotomayor and Justice Thomas dealing with, in fact, the Obamacare case. And when both the left and the right asked them to recuse themselves, I don't believe that there was a reason for Justice Thomas to recuse, but there was for Sotomayor, because she was, in fact, Solicitor General of the Obama Justice Department and helped formulate Obamacare. So she had a direct conflict of interest. She was, in fact, presiding on the same matter that she had advocated for as Solicitor General of the United States in the Justice Department. She refused to get off the case. I then filed an ethics complaint at the Supreme Court, and that was not acted upon. They just sat on it. The ethics complaint was just simply to have her recuse herself. But a few months later, or a few weeks later, rather, Chief Justice Roberts came forward with his annual report. The Supreme Court does an annual report each year. And he said that federal judges, in fact, we think it might even be unconstitutional as applied to the Supreme Court. And he exempted the Supreme Court from all of this. Now, Justice Ginsburg has to get off the case in terms of considering whether the Supreme Court should lift the stay, but there's no requirement that she do so. There's no enforcement mechanism, and that's the problem here. Now, we at Freedom Watch, and you can go to our website at freedomwatchusa.org, are going to be submitting yet another ethics complaint if she doesn't get off forthwith. And we're going to also be filing amicus curiae, friend of the court briefs, to make that point. But this is a situation where the Supreme Court justices themselves believe and act as if they're above the law. Now, obviously, it would be an advantage to have Justice Ginsburg not to rule on this case, because it would then go to 8 judges, and 5 of those judges would be conservative judges, and notwithstanding the fact that some of them can't be counted upon, such as the Chief Justice himself, who tries to curry favor with the left from time to time, this is the way it should be. This is the state of affairs at the Supreme Court. And, there are some good justices up there. I love Justice Thomas. I think he's a good man. And Justice Alito, and I hope that Gorsuch pans out as well. But they really have this imperial attitude where they believe that they can't be touched. And you can't have that in a republic. You can't have that in a democracy. But it's not just them. Let's look at lower court judges at the district court level. Let's look at judges at the appellate level, the circuit level. They are appointed for life. And I believe that we need a new system. And I proposed that years ago. And of course, we are also proposing a new Constitutional Continental Convention that Judicial Watch is going to sponsor next year in Philadelphia, because, the founding fathers, they were enlightened by God, but they weren't God. And they made certain mistakes. It's normal. Human beings make mistakes. And one of those mistakes was the way federal judges are appointed, both at the lower court level, at the circuit court appellate level, and frankly, even at the Supreme Court level. They're appointed on the basis of patronage. The president nominates them, and the Senate confirms them, and it's a political process. We don't always get the best and the brightest. What, frankly, we get are politicians in robes. Judges who, based on their own personal beliefs, frequently rule in favor of the position that they favor. And that's not just true with regard to leftist judges. It's also true with regard to conservative judges and libertarian judges and other judges. But leftist judges are the worst example, because, frankly, they believe in a living constitution, a constitution that evolves as they see fit. And generally, conservative judges believe that the Constitution should be read as written. If you don't like it, then amend it. And that's, in fact, what we're proposing. So what I'm suggesting that we do, because particularly since we have 70 to 80% of lower court judges and appellate judges now Clinton and Obama appointees, and they're running wild. It's like girls run wild, except that they're in their clothes and in their robes. God knows what's underneath their robes, but they're in their robes. But the reality is that they are perverting the Constitution. They're harming us, and it is destroying the country, particularly in a situation where the executive branch has been paralyzed by the attacks against President Trump. The legislative branch is off politicking and getting on either Fox News, CNN, or MSNBC. That's their primary concern, rather than doing the people's work. So I came up with a 5-part proposal and the way judges should be selected. Number 1, they should be recommended by merits panels that evaluate their qualifications without regard to politics. Number 2, they should have to take a course on how to be a judge. tax lawyers go for what's called an LLM, a master's degree, even after lawyers get their Juris Doctor, that's their doctorate degree, to become real specialists in tax law. Well, it's important for judges not just to be judges, but to understand how to be judges. Because we take people out of private practice, we take them out of government, we take them, from corporations and unions, and all of a sudden they're judges. It's kind of like the movie Dr. Strangelove, where Dr. Strangelove, played by Peter Sellers, who was kidnapped and drafted into the American government for national security purposes to develop a defense to the Russian doomsday machine and other things. Every time he saw the president, he raised his hand in a Heil Hitler because he had worked for Hitler. He forgot that he was working for the American government. Well, there was some humor in that in Dr. Strangelove. There was an irony, of course, but there's no humor of it in judges. So when judges take the bench, they frequently don't understand that they're no longer in private practice or with corporations, that they're no longer a defense lawyer or a prosecutor, and they wear not just their legal background on their sleeve, but their politics. So I suggest that judges, before they can even be considered, future judges, go to a judge school run by a university or universities, and they learn how to mete out justice and the appearance of justice, because that's what's really important. It's the appearance of justice, because when people see that judges are representing their own proper interests rather than their own, you lose faith in the legal system. And if that happens, the whole system collapses. That's what happened in the days leading up to the revolution in 1776, when King George III reclaimed our criminal justice system back to the court of King James and took it away from the colonialists. That was the primary purpose upon which the revolution was waged, notwithstanding what we talked about earlier in the show with regard to busting into people's houses, beating and raping up their women and families, such as occurred to some extent with Clive and Bundy in recent history. So there's that. And we also think that judges, and this is what I've proposed, should be psychologically tested before they become judges, because many judges take the bench. Maybe they're unhappy with their wife or husband the morning before. They pontificate from the bench. They wear their prejudices on their sleeve. And frankly, I've encountered many over the years, including one in Los Angeles, William D. Keller, who was both an alcoholic and unstable. And that's what actually caused me to start Judicial Watch back in 1994, my experience with this judge. There are more than you think on the bench who, frankly, are not capable of being judges. And last but not least, we need a system, because ordinary people can't always afford to take appeals when judges make intentional or reckless decisions. And we need a system whereby, perhaps through arbitration panels, they can get relief if a judge throws their case out, scratching the back of a vested interest. I've seen it on many occasions. I usually represent the underdog, and they simply can't afford to take an appeal. So the government should get these judges insurance. There should be arbitration panels that can decide if a judge has made a grossly negligent or intentionally wrong decision on the basis of politics or his own personal predilection for indigent people who cannot afford to take appeals. It's very important. I remember when I was running Judicial Watch, and of course I'm the founder, and now I run Freedom Watch, and I'm the founder of that as well. And when I ran for the U.S. Senate in Florida, I would go around talking about judges, and I would get a tremendous response from people, because everybody's had a bad experience in our courts, whether it's in the family court system where judges can take children away from families where they think they're God, and frankly, most frequently favor female interests over male interests because there's a bias in that regard, and I'm not favoring one or the other. It should be neutral. Or whether it's in other aspects of our legal system where they're seeking justice against powerful interests. The American people understand that we need better judges, and the Founding Fathers put them in place to protect us from the tyranny of the other two branches of government. People think that I'm critical of judges, that I'm against judges. I'm not. They're our most important federal servants. And in fact, the judiciary, and this is where I part from some of my conservative brothers, in my view, is the most important branch of government, because they're a check. But they must obey the law. They can't make law, and they can't wear their own politics and their own prejudices on their sleeves. And I've encountered some really bad judges. You can go back and listen to the last episode of Special Prosecutor with Larry Klayman just to hear about one of them. But this is what we're doing at Freedom Watch. This is why we need your strong support, because we have a Judicial Selection Strike Force Coalition. You can read about that at judicialselectionstrikeforce.org and at freedomwatch.org. We're recommending good, neutral, honest, independent judges to President Trump. There are over 100 vacancies to fill. We can now get good judges because, frankly, the judges that were put in place by Clinton and Obama, and even to a large extent George W. Bush, a lot of them are just simply political hacks and incapable of being judges. We need the best and brightest on the bench. We need the best this country has to offer. And we need your help, and we need your strong financial support to vet these judges and to interview them and recommend them to President Trump. And we're going to be working not just with him, but with Congress to get these people nominated and confirmed. So this goes back to Justice Ginsburg. To have a justice like this on the Supreme Court tells you the flaws in the system, tells you what we're up against. And when you have a Supreme Court that thinks it's above the law, that does not have to adhere to ordinary standards of ethics, even for other judges, this nation is in double trouble, given what's been going on. Go to freedomwatchusa.org, see what we're doing. We'll be right back.
Before he was a trial lawyer, he sliced him and diced him.
People used to ask me, Larry, what caused you to start Judicial Watch and now Freedom Watch, given the powerful forces in this country that put you at risk?
In a meat packing plant.
I'm the son of meat packers in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I know how to slice and dice.
A very special prosecutor, Larry Klayman.
Be the one who makes our country great again. Go to freedomwatchusa.org and donate.
I want to conclude our show today with something that we started with. And that's this lawsuit that we brought against former FBI Director James Comey, against the FBI, against the National Security Agency and the other intelligence agencies, and even Barack Obama himself. We live in a police state. Judge Richard Leon recognized that. In fact, he called it almost Orwellian in the two favorable decisions that we were able to obtain at Freedom Watch going back to 2013 and 2014 against not just Obama and other government defendants, but the National Security Agency for mass surveillance. Judge Leon ruled that this was a violation of our Fourth Amendment. When we got those rulings, that triggered a new law called the USA Freedom Act, which required the telephone companies to keep our telephone communications in its possession until there was a valid warrant or a certification that probable cause existed that communications with terrorists or a crime was being committed. But of course, we now know that that hasn't been adhered to. And we, of course, live in this now police state where you can't even make a phone call. And I'm a lawyer. I have to talk to my clients on the phone. I have attorney-client privilege. I have to talk to Mr. Montgomery on the phone and others. I assume that people are listening at all times, which means I have to communicate in person. And even that is not secure because we learned from Wikileaks and information that came out that you can even turn on smart television and listen and watch what's going on in your own house, apartment, or office. I have a television in my office. I'm sure the NSA and all of the characters over there, the criminals, already know that. But this is the world we live in today. You know, go on our website. There is a cartoon. I have a section of our website at freedomwatchusa.org called Laugh or You Will Cry. It's not on the homepage anymore, but you can find it. And there's a meme of a cartoon with President Obama sitting at a lunch counter with a little 2-year-old baby. And the baby says to President Obama, he says, "My daddy tells me that you're listening in on all of our phone calls." And Obama responds, "He's not your dad." So it kind of tells you what we're dealing with here today. It's not funny, but it rings true. And we in this country were founded upon certain basic constitutional principles, and that is unreasonable searches and seizures, the same searches and seizures that King George III used to mete out against the colonialists, breaking into their houses, raping their women, beating up their families, stealing their property, violating any sense of decency. That's what gave rise to our revolution. It gave rise to the Declaration of Independence in 1776 in our native city of my native city of Philadelphia. This is the kind of thing that cannot continue. And as I said many times, if King George III had had the intelligence capabilities of our intelligence agencies and the FBI, our founding fathers never would have made it to Philadelphia. Their plans would have been revealed. They would have been arrested. They would have been incarcerated. They would have been executed before they got there. We wouldn't have a country today. And that's what we face. And you know what? We think that maybe because President Trump is now in charge of the executive branch of government, where these agencies reside, that things have stopped. But you know what? They haven't, because the people in control of these agencies are in the lower level. They are the Obama deep state. They are the Clinton deep state. They are the leftist deep state. Recently, Newt Gingrich came on Fox News and talked about how 97% of the lawyers in the Justice Department today, even though it's run by Attorney General Jeff Sessions, contributed and or voted for Hillary Clinton in the last election. The same's true in these intelligence agencies. That's why all these leaks result. And what did we see this week with the leak? No rhyme intended. The only person that was indicted was a lower level young girl in her early 20s who leaked a piece of intelligence information over alleged Russian surveillance. The higher-ups, the people like Comey, the people like James Clapper, who lied to Congress as Director of National Intelligence under oath, he committed perjury. John Brennan, that evil director of the CIA, someone who's reported to be a closet Muslim who has a prayer rug in his office and has tried to destroy President Trump, a clone of President Obama, and all the evil forces around him at the time. He hasn't been held accountable for any of these leaks. Nobody has at the higher level. They've only burned one lower level official. And this is the Trump Justice Department. They need to really get a pair of cojones and start going after the people at the top. And I know that Jeff Sessions, the Attorney General, is a man of integrity, and I look forward to him doing that on behalf of the American people. But that's why I brought this lawsuit, because we can't wait around for any Justice Department. We're your Justice Department. We brought the lawsuit against Comey and the others. Go to our website at freedomwatchusa.org, see what we've done, contribute generously to our cause, because you cannot depend on the federal government or even state governments to do our job. God bless you, God bless America, and God save America. We'll see you next week.
Good afternoon. I'm still reporting on Trump. A few hours ago, someone sent me a lengthy article by Captain Dave Bertrand, a retired cargo fleet pilot. Pilots are meticulous and patient investigators. This is the best summary of the life that has been led by former director of the FBI, James Comey, and President Trump's brilliant attack that took Comey down. Let me add this one extra bit of detail. In 1996, Comey's first known contact with the Clinton crime syndicate was when he was appointed as Deputy Special Counsel to the Senate Whitewater Committee. The committee took testimony and depositions from 250 people and wrote an 800-page final report that basically let the Clintons off the hook in what was then known as the Whitewater Land Development Scandal, a failed investment land deal in Arkansas in which the Clintons were major investors when Bill Clinton was the sitting governor of Arkansas. From here on is the work of Captain Dave Bertrand as edited down by me. Comey was a minor assistant U.S. attorney in the late 1990s. He only gained power and money by being the DOJ official who investigated and cleared Bill Clinton of any wrongdoing in Clinton's totally corrupt pardon for huge payoffs of criminal financier Mark Rich as Clinton was leaving the presidency. Immediately after doing the Clintons' dirty work as the DOJ official, Comey resigned from the DOJ and took a position as the head attorney counsel of the Lockheed Martin Company, a huge military contractor. While he was in that position, a major contributor, millions, to the Clinton Foundation and its fake charity spinoffs, in return for these payments to Clinton, Inc., Lockheed received huge contracts with Hillary's State Department. Comey was the chief legal officer of Lockheed throughout this period of contributions to Clinton, Inc. in return for State Department contracts. In late 2012, after overseeing Lockheed's successful relationship with the Hillary State Department and the resulting profits, Comey stepped down from Lockheed and received a $6 million payout for his services. In 2013, the largest bank in England, HSBC Holdings, was deep into a scandal. Investigations by federal authorities and law enforcement had revealed that for years, HSBC had been laundering billions of dollars for Mexican drug cartels, channeling money for Saudi banks who were financing terror, moving money for Iran in violation of sanctions, and other major criminal activity. HSBC's criminality was pervasive and deliberate by the bank and its officials. HSBC was a huge Clinton Foundation contributor, many millions, throughout the investigation, and Bill Clinton was being paid large personal fees for speaking at HSBC events while Hillary was Secretary of State. Eric Holder and the Obama Justice Department did what they were paid to do, let HSBC off the hook for a paltry $1.2 billion fine, paid for by its stockholders, of course, and not one director, officer, or management member at HSBC was fired or charged with any criminality. Exactly when everyone involved with HSBC Bank, including the Clintons and all of their donors, were being let off without penalty, and cover had to be provided to HSBC. Comey was appointed as a director and member of the board of HSBC in the middle of the fallout from the scandal. He was part of the effort to cover up the scandal and make HSBC respectable again. After about a year as HSBC director, despite his lack of any law enforcement experience, no DOJ leadership experience, and no qualifications for the job, Comey was appointed FBI director by Obama. The only qualification Comey had was that the Clintons and their cronies knew Comey was in bed with them, was compromised, and was willing to do their dirty work. Comey was appointed to the FBI right when Hillary was leaving the State Department and was vulnerable to the FBI because she had been using a private server, mishandling classified information, selling access to favors and contracts from the State Department to Clinton Foundation donors, including Comey's Lockheed Martin and much more. Remember that this was about the time the Inspector General of the State Department found over $2 billion missing from the State Department finances during Hillary's tenure. If there was an investigation into this heist, the public is not aware of it. The obvious conclusion is that Comey was appointed to the FBI, along with other reliable Clinton-Obama cronies, to run interference for the Clintons and the Obamas at the nation's federal law enforcement agency in conjunction with a corrupt Department of Justice. Comey was and is owned by the Clintons. He owed all of his power and wealth to being part of their machine and providing them with cover. In late 2015 and early 2016, information began to come out about the Clinton Foundation and its use by the Clintons as a multi-billion-dollar slush fund for corruption and political favors. Even Chelsea's wedding had been paid for by the charity. This was right as Hillary was beginning her campaign for president. It was revealed that the foundation had never completed required reports or submitted to an audit. Supposedly, the FBI under Comey began an investigation of the Clinton funds. A professional accounting firm was brought in by the Clintons to do a review, file some reports, make recommendations to the Clinton Foundation board, but in reality, it was all just to provide a veneer of legitimacy to the Clinton fund operations. Predictably, one of the partners in the accounting firm that was chosen and paid lots of money was the brother of James Comey, the FBI director. This brother owes James Comey $700,000 for a loan James gave him to buy a house, and presumably some of the money from the Clinton fund was used to make payments to James on the loan. The FBI has been investigating the Clinton fund for over 2 years now, and nothing has happened under Comey. No one in Congress or federal law enforcement was intending to actually pursue the Clintons, but Judicial Watch and other independent sources obtained information proving that Hillary had been running her own server, sending out classified information, etc. This information began to come out in the middle of her campaign to be coronated as president. A show investigation had to be performed to appear to look into it and clear her. Who to use? That reliable shill, James Comey. As head of the FBI, Comey and his lackeys in key positions, deliberately screwed up the investigation into Hillary's use of a private server and her plain violation of national security law on classified information. The investigation was deliberately mishandled in every way possible. Comey granted immunity to all of Hillary's lackeys, did not use subpoenas or warrants, lost evidence, allowed the destruction of evidence, failed to do any searches or seizures of evidence, did not use a grand jury, did not swear witnesses, did not record testimony, and allowed attorneys to represent multiple suspects, corrupting the testimony. Everything that could be done to ruin the FBI investigation and to cover for Hillary was done. A slam dunk case became a mess. Immunity was given every witness, even though they provided no help. Maybe more importantly, by focusing the FBI on the email scandal, attention was drawn away from the much bigger scandal of the Clinton Foundation that could bring down a huge number of corrupt politicians, lobbyists, and even governments. Originally, Comey's job was simply to totally botch the Hillary investigation and ruin the case against her and her minions within the FBI regarding the emails. At the same time, Comey also started work on a parallel assignment to illegally wiretap and surveil Donald Trump and every other person involved in the Republican campaign. He was tasked with digging up any dirt or fact that could be used to hurt the Trump campaign later. This included using a fake dossier paid for by the Clinton campaign that allowed Comey justification to obtain authorization for the surveillance and to try to associate Trump's campaign with the Russians. Under Comey's direction, the Trump Republican campaign was monitored and surveilled, and all information was provided to the Obama White House and the Clinton camp all during the campaign. Loretta Lynch was supposed to complete the cover-up for Hillary as Attorney General by issuing a finding that the deliberately botched FBI investigation did not justify prosecution of Hillary. But someone screwed up, and Bill Clinton was caught meeting with Loretta Lynch in Arizona shortly before she was supposed to make her decision on Hillary, interference with the federal investigation, and Lynch could no longer credibly squash the Hillary scandal. The solution? Give the job to James. The Clintons owned him, and he would have to do whatever is necessary to provide cover. Comey goes on national TV and violates every rule of the FBI, the Justice Department, and American law enforcement by revealing some of the FBI's evidence of what Hillary did, enough to make it look like the FBI and Comey did some investigation, then declaring that there was no intent and clearing Hillary. He did what he was ordered to do. The Justice Department and Obama backed Comey's cover-up, and it looked like Hillary had survived the scandal. Then, right before the election, the NYPD obtained pervert Anthony Weiner's laptop and found classified emails from Hillary on that laptop. The NYPD began leaking details to new media outlets, and the story was about to explode. Comey once again stepped in to cover Hillary. He short-circuited the NYPD leaks by publicly acknowledging the laptop and the emails, but then claimed just days later that hundreds of thousands of emails had all been reviewed and nothing new was on the laptop. Once again, he had done his job, providing cover and FBI protection for Hillary on the newest scandal when it broke. If Hillary had won, Comey would have kept right on providing cover for the corruption of the Clinton machine. He would have kept the FBI paralyzed, prevented the Clinton fund from being investigated, and continued to do his job as the Clintons' personal scandal eraser at the FBI. But Trump won. The swamp and its bottom-dwelling denizens realized they were at risk from this political outsider who is not connected to the uniparty machines. Before Trump takes office, a fail-safe plan is implemented to ruin Trump's administration and try to force him out of the presidency. The key players committed to the plan are Democrat politicians, the Rhino establishment, the media, the Obama-Clinton operatives embedded throughout the intelligence agencies, and the entire bureaucracy, and most importantly, the Obama DOJ and James Comey. The schedule is to smear Trump with Russian connections through a fake FBI investigation and trap him into a charge of criminal interference with the FBI. The surveillance of the Trump campaign is continued after he was elected. All participants are unmasked illegally, and the transcripts are leaked throughout the government and to the media. When General Flynn appropriately calls Russian officials on behalf of Trump, they brush off the old fake dossier and all of the surveillance of the campaign, and Comey creates a Russian conspiracy investigation. With help by Rhino swamp kingpin and warmonger sellout McCain, the fake Russian dossier is leaked to the press. There's no actual evidence of any collusion or connection between Trump or his campaign with Russia, but that does not prevent Comey from initiating an investigation at the FBI. This provides Comey with protection from Trump firing him immediately. Comey or his minions constantly leak news of the Russia investigation to the media, and the media does its scripted part by screaming constantly about Russia, Russia, Russia. The Democrats fill their role and constantly scream about Russia. McCain and the Rhino establishment do their part by promising to investigate how the Russians influenced the campaign. Immediately after Trump is sworn in, the DOJ, Hillary, Obama operatives, and Comey start the direct attack. This is before Sessions has been appointed to the Department of Justice, and the DOJ is still controlled by Obama operatives. DOJ Obama appointee Sally Yates approaches the White House with news that General Flynn had been in contact with Russia and alleges that he might be compromised. She reveals that there is an FBI investigation into the Russian ties, which they are constantly leaking to the media themselves. The White House counsel, who Yates talks to, not Trump, asks for some more information. The day before the promised additional information is to be provided by Yates to the White House, Comey sets up a dinner with Trump. If he can get Trump to ask about Flynn or try to intervene regarding Flynn or Russia, then Trump can be charged with interfering with an FBI investigation. My opinion is that Comey surveilled and taped this meeting in his attempt to set up Trump. This is a two-pronged attack. It protects Comey and DOJ Democrat holdovers from being terminated by the new administration because they are involved in an ongoing investigation that they control the timetable on, albeit one with absolutely no evidence. If Trump fires Comey, then he is interfering with the investigation, which is itself a federal crime that the FBI could then investigate. Alternatively, if they can get Trump to question Comey about Flynn or try to get him to back off Flynn or the Russia investigation, then they again have him interfering. Trump knows it's a setup by Comey and that he is probably being recorded, tips from FBI or DOJ who are not part of the corruption. Maybe because his phone calls in the White House as president have already been bugged and released to the media. FBI is in the best position to do this. Maybe because he was used to the mafia in New York trying to shake him down every time he built a hotel. Comey tells Trump that Trump is not under investigation regarding Russia, but that others involved with the campaign are being investigated. Trump does not take the bait and attempt to intervene about Flynn or the Russia scam. Later, Flynn is cut loose because he is being used by Comey and the Obama holdover DOJ to try to damage Trump. Flynn did not do anything wrong, but if he stayed, the charge of interfering with an investigation might seem to have teeth. Comey verbally tells Trump on 2 more occasions that he is not being investigated, but refuses to state this fact publicly or when testifying in Congress. Trump knows everything I have gone through above about Comey, but he has to move carefully. He has to get his Attorney General and Deputy AG in place, get enough leverage on the Russia narrative, and ideally get rid of Comey in a way that allows him to obtain all the information that Comey has been accumulating. If he is taping Trump, he is taping others. Comey and others testify in Congress. Under oath, both Sally Yates and intel officials from the Obama administration state that there has been no actual evidence or any collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. More importantly, Comey, while refusing to say that Trump is not under investigation, testifies that he has informed the Senate Intelligence Committee heads who exactly is under investigation regarding Russia. Trump tells almost no one at the White House that he is moving against Comey, so no leaks, no listening in on his conversations. Trump somehow contacts Senator Grassley, the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and confirms that Comey told the senator that Trump was not under investigation personally. Trump gets both the Attorney General and the new Deputy Attorney General to legitimately review Comey's unprofessional actions at the FBI and to recommend in writing that Trump terminate Comey. Somehow Comey goes to California at the request of AG Sessions or already scheduled, and someone at the FBI telling Trump. Trump seizes the moment and acts while Comey is in California, 3,000 miles away and 7 hours from his office. Trump prepares a letter firing him with Sessions and Deputy AG recommendations attached. In the letter, Trump states that he has been told 3 times by Comey that Trump is not under investigation. The letter is hand-delivered to the FBI headquarters by DOJ officials to lock down and seize everything in Comey's office, including all surveillance files, tapes of Trump, and others. All of Comey's files, docs, computers, and tapes are taken to Sessions at DOJ. They are not taken to the White House or Trump, but to Sessions, who has every right to have them. Sessions can tell Trump that Comey had surveillance tapes of Trump that contradict what Comey has been telling Trump, and perhaps tapes of conversations with other swamp conspirators. But Trump does not have them personally or at the White House. Comey learns that he has been fired when the media broadcasts it in California. He had no idea it was coming, and he is ticked. On cue, the Democrat politicians and media begin screaming about Trump's interference with the Russia investigation, in accordance with the plan to set up Trump for that charge. The swamp wants to blow up the Russia narrative using Comey, and Comey is set to testify before Congress to try to hurt Trump by saying he was interfering with the FBI investigation. Comey intends to follow through with the plan to take down Trump. But because of his brilliant timing on this, Trump has Comey's files, documents, and information safely with Sessions at DOJ. Trump sends out a crazy tweet that says, James Comey had better hope there are no tapes of our conversations before he starts leaking to the press. The media and the politicians go crazy about the inappropriateness of this tweet. They accuse Trump of taping everyone at the White House, forgetting that the president's phone calls with foreign leaders have been taped without his knowledge. Notice that Trump did not say he taped anyone or that he has any tapes at the White House. It seems apparent that Trump is telling Comey that the DOJ, who has every legal right to possess it, has the surveillance information and files from Comey's office, the tapes obtained and kept by Comey. Comey and all the swamp creatures understand the clear message. Their plan has failed and Trump's DOJ is now holding all the cards. The whole Russia interference scheme crashes and burns, while the mouthpiece media, Hollywood, and the insane fringe continue to scream about Russia and Comey being fired, the politicians who will soon be in the crosshairs of a legitimate and ticked FBI and DOJ are starting to fall strangely silent. Comey realized all the leverage is with Trump and that he will be lucky if he's not added to the Clinton death list because of his knowledge. Better not take any baths near an electrical outlet or get on any airplanes. Comey tells Congress he will not testify and writes a public letter to the FBI accepting his firing and telling them he does not want to discuss why or how he was terminated. Senator Grassley and Senator Feinstein, she must be covering her butt in fear, issues public statements confirming that Comey told them that the Russia investigation does not involve President Trump personally. AG Sessions and his deputy AG used the Comey trove of information to determine who has been part of the Comey syndicate at the FBI. They will be appointing an interim director of the FBI shortly who has not been compromised by Comey, Clinton, or Obama. The interim director does not have to be approved by Congress or anyone and can immediately begin cleaning house at the FBI of all Comey, Clinton, Obama minions, initiating investigations of the Clintons, Clinton Fund, violations of intelligence confidentiality laws by Susan Rice and Obama, human trafficking in D.C., political corruption, draining the swamp. Using the Comey files, they can be fairly certain they are not getting another Comey as an interim, and they do not have to wait for the circus of appointing a new permanent director through congressional approval. Most of the heavy lifting on rooting out FBI corruption and starting investigations into the swamp will be done by the interim before a new director is appointed. I suspect the Trump administration hopes the approval of a new FBI director process will be slow and tedious, so there is no political interference with the house cleaning that is starting. In one master stroke, Trump has eliminated a truly toxic and dangerous enemy to his administration and our country, dealt a horrendous blow to the Clinton, Obama, and deep state machines, begun the restoration of the integrity of the FBI and the DOJ, and gained incredible ammunition to begin hunting the foul creatures in the swamp. Happy hunting, President Trump, and God bless. I'm still reporting from Washington. Good day.
Let us go to Bruce, Springfield, Massachusetts, on the Mark Levin app. How are you, sir?
Good, sir. Mr. Levin, you and I are old enough to remember Watergate and Woodward and Bernstein. And they had their source called Deep Throat, who ended up being Mark Felt.
Who was the deputy director of the FBI, as I recall.
Absolutely. Do you see any similarities between this and that situation where Comey thinks he's a modern-day Mark Felt and he's going to bring down the president?
I think Comey is a conflicted, troubled man. At one point, he wanted to bring down George W. Bush if the Bush administration didn't agree with him, and his buddy Mueller, too, by the way. Mueller being the FBI director and Comey being the deputy attorney general of the United States at the same time. And you could see his attitude toward Lynch, right or wrong. I think the guy is a complex. And I'm glad he's not director of the FBI anymore. And the truth is, so are the Democrats. The Democrats wanted him out, too. But I see your point. Your point is the leaking from the number 2 guy at the FBI during Watergate. Now we have what Comey's doing. I see that as the extent of the similarity, because in Trump's case, he's not under investigation. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't cover up anything. He didn't obstruct anything. So I find this whole thing to be a fanciful, left-wing, agenda-driven matter. And, of course, the law enforcement guys, not all law enforcement. I know a lot of law enforcement people who are repulsed by this. But the political hacks who are in law enforcement, they're having a blast. Thank you for your call, Bruce.
is that we've gotten a word now that gotten out through Chris Ruddy, a close friend of President Trump, who tells PBS's Judy Woodruff that the president's considering perhaps firing Robert Mueller as special counsel. Joining us right now by phone is the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff of California. Congressman, what do you make of this? Why are they putting out the word through Newt Gingrich and now through Chris Ruddy to Judy Woodruff? Why do they want the word out there that the president wants to fire the guy who might be prosecuting him?
You know, I can only imagine that this is just part of the effort to tear down now Bob Mueller. They began the campaign, obviously, to tear down James Comey, but it's continuing with Mueller. They're clearly afraid of Mueller and his independence and the thoroughness of the investigation he's likely to lead. I can't imagine that they're going to be crazy enough to go through with this threat. But then I never thought they would really go through with firing James Comey. So you can't exclude the possibility, but I think it's just a way of raising doubts about this, very good man who's respected by people on both sides of the aisle.
Well, wouldn't they face the inevitability of a replacement? Perhaps, I don't know if you can do better than Robert Mueller. Is that their thinking, that you can't get a tougher prosecutor? If he finds a way to sack this one, he may get a weaker person to replace him.
Well, if that's their hope, it's not going to work, because what this would prompt if he were to fire Bob Mueller, Congress would immediately take up legislation to reestablish the independent counsel law that expired, and we would appoint Bob Mueller. The president is not going to get to pick the person who investigates these allegations. There's just no way, I think, even this Congress could sit for that.
Yeah, you can't pick your prosecutor. Here's what Newsmax CEO Chris Ruddy, as I said, a close friend of President Trump, said on PBS tonight. Here he is.
I think he's considering perhaps terminating the special counsel. I think he's weighing that option. I think it's pretty clear by what one of his lawyers said on television recently. I personally think it would be a very significant mistake, even though I don't think there's a justification. And even though, here you have a situation.
You don't think there's a justification for
a special counsel in this case.
Another Obama-era official is in hot water after James Comey's testimony revealed frightening new details about former Attorney General Loretta Lynch's probe into the Clinton email investigation. One America's Chris Pocock has the latest.
Former Attorney General Loretta Lynch is under fire once again. Last week, fired FBI Director James Comey revealed more details of Lynch's treatment of the Clinton email investigation.
The Attorney General had directed me not to call it an investigation, but instead to call it a matter, which confused me and concerned me. But that was one of the bricks in the load that led me to conclude I have to step away from the department if we're to close this case credibly.
Following that reveal, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are pushing for a new investigation, this time into Lynch. In an interview on Sunday, California Senator Dianne Feinstein said Lynch's conduct, specifically her insistence that the probe into the scandal be called a matter instead of an investigation, must be looked into.
I think we need to know more about that. And there's only one way to know about it, and that's to have the Judiciary Committee take a look at that.
Several top GOP lawmakers, including South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, echoed Feinstein's comments.
I want to hear from Loretta Lynch. Did you say, please call it a matter, not an investigation? And I want Comey to come to our committee, because I know on two separate occasions he has told members of the House and the Senate that the main reason he jumped into the election last year and took over the job of the Attorney General is because he believed there were emails between the Democratic National Committee and the Department of Justice that compromised the Department of Justice.
Meantime, other Republican lawmakers are questioning Comey, asking why the former FBI director did not write memos following his conversations with Lynch, despite saying the comments made him feel queasy, but did write them after conversations with the president.
And also to look at those memos and then try to figure out why he didn't take memos, prepare memos in his dealings with Loretta Lynch. Certainly she seemed far more intrusive into the Hillary investigation than President Trump did with anything at all involving General Flynn.
Chris Pocock, One America News.
The president saying he would testify in front of Congress. Do you, Mr. Producer? I remember the president saying he would testify under oath, meaning to the so-called special counsel. But here's Schumer and Dickerson. Cut 3, go.
The president has said he would testify in front of the Senate. I assume you're all for that?
Well, I'd like to invite the president to testify before the Senate. I think.
Let's just stop there. You see, Dickerson, the CBS clown, John Dickerson, he already knew. Schumer already knew the question that was going to be posed. He was ready for it. You know, Senator, I'm going to ask you about the testifying in front of Senate. Oh, okay. Let's start at the top. Cut 3, go.
The president has said he would testify in front of the Senate. I assume you're all for that?
Well, I'd like to invite the president to testify before the Senate. I think we could work out a way that it could be dignified, public, with questions. With Leader McConnell, of course, we'd have to consult with Prosecutor Mueller before doing it. But I want to make a broader point here that relates to that. This is such serious stuff, John. 17 intelligence agencies said the Russians did interfere in the past election.
Wow, 17 agencies said the Russians interfered with the election, ladies and gentlemen. And I will continue to press this point. And who ran those 17 agencies? Under which president? Under Barack Milhouse Benito Obama. All those agencies? Well, who ran those agencies? His appointees. So the Russians interfered with our election willy-nilly, and in ways that you and I don't even know, we're told, during the course of the Obama administration. Mr. Schumer's party. That's number one. Number two, a president should never, ever testify before Congress. It's a separation of powers issue. George Washington would not even go to Congress to deliver his State of the Union speech because he thought a president should never do such a thing. So the office of the presidency now has to be protected from the likes of Schumer and the Praetorian Guard, out-of-control media. No, a president must not testify before any committee of Congress. He is a separate branch of government. Go ahead.
Asked us, they're preparing to interfere in all of our elections. That goes to the wellspring of the democracy.
Yes, it does. The wellspring of the democracy, Schumer, which your president, your party, failed to protect. Let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen, the Russian interference in our election occurred on the watch of Barack Milhouse Benito Obama, Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder. That's right, John Kerry. Before that, Hillary Clinton herself. The interference in our election by the Russians occurred.
Hi, this is Dave Hodges of the Common Sense Show, and we're the show that's freeing America, one enslaved mind at a time. I received a text message from Monica Wesolowski today. We exchanged messages this afternoon. And as you remember, Monica is a State Department employee who's endured terrible harassment at the hands of diehard Obama supporters who were bitter at the way the election turned out with regard to Hillary Clinton. Monica was persecuted, harassed, and they tried to get her fired for displaying Trump's photo on her desk after he was elected. Yet, Obama's photos are still up all over the place in her department. Well, the sum and substance of her text message to me today was to tell me that her department is basically being torn down. Everyone is gone. Now, she has not received a termination notice, but her supervisor's leaving, her supervisor's leaving, and so forth. And she said, the place is like a morgue. It's more proof that Donald Trump is purging the State Department. And he's doing it one department at a time. And let me remind you what the shenanigans were in Monica's department. There was a person of Middle Eastern descent who was hired as an outside contractor. She was in charge of brochures for the State Department, particularly the ones that were targeting child sex trafficking. And none of the brochures were allowed to portray this event happening in the United States. Talk about a deep state diversion from Pedogate. And also, all the perpetrators of crimes in these pamphlets had to be white. none of them could be people of color. And this is what Trump is now cracking down on. So people say, why doesn't he do something about the deep state? Well, Monica Wesolowski and one other unnamed source I have at the State Department says that is exactly what is happening. Well, that's it for the Common Sense Show. Thanks for joining us. We're brought to you by Numana Foods. Go to numana.com/Hodges to find out why people say we're the very best storable food company in the world. And then when you make your product selections, take 5% off with the coupon code HodgesNOV5. If you're new to the Common Sense Show, please subscribe and we'll update you with our new releases whenever they occur. And everybody else, please give us a thumbs up and we'll see you back here again next time.
If I was asked for political advice, not that anybody would ask me for political advice, I would say it would be very dangerous for the Trump White House and the president's allies to go after Bob Mueller, the former FBI director, who, as you know, now the special counsel in the Russia investigation. Here's a few of the reasons why. Mueller, unlike Jim Comey, who also had a good reputation but kind of ruined it and is a bit of a grandstander, is a low-profile, no-nonsense G-man, man of integrity, so much so that's why the Deputy Attorney General reached out to him to be the special counsel, and there were even reports that the president was considering bringing him back to run the FBI before the events that later happened. And so it's kind of hard or risky or dangerous, I would say, to attack Mueller on professional grounds, but there is an exception to that. And that is something we're starting to hear from Newt Gingrich and other Trump allies, which is Bob Mueller the right man for this job, given his long-standing professional relationship with Jim Comey? I mean, after all, Comey has now emerged. He doesn't make any bones about it. In fact, he said he leaked that story to the New York Times, a story about the memo he had written after one of his meetings with the president, as the chief antagonist, the chief accuser of the president of the United States. Mueller has worked with Comey for years. They've had a friendly relationship. They are part of sort of a tight band of prominent law enforcement types here in Washington. And so now, if Mueller's investigation inevitably, I think, has to look at the charges that Comey has made, whether or not there's even any obstruction case to consider. I'm not saying there is, but clearly a special counsel can't ignore that. Is it reasonable to say that Mueller's not the guy or has to recuse himself or let somebody else do it, but then why have him as special counsel, given the fact that he is not hardly a stranger to Jim Comey, who is the chief accuser in the case? Now, Trump White House went pretty hard on the president himself after Comey, saying that he lied under oath, saying he was somewhat cowardly, using a word that Comey himself had used about himself in his Senate testimony. But still, I think it's risky to attack Mueller. But if the Trump people can create a bit of a media groundswell about whether or not Mueller is tainted in this position, does Bob Mueller then have to consider whether or not, the way the dominoes have fallen, he is the one to lead this investigation? Because the best outcome here would be, regardless of what decision the special counsel makes, would be for the country to have confidence in it, for the country to feel like this wasn't somebody who either was too friendly to President Trump or too antagonistic to President Trump, that he acted as a good, solid, experienced, reasoned prosecutor and reached a reasonable decision. The argument now is that could be undercut by his relationship with Comey. Now, the legal experts go both ways. Some say he should recuse. Some say there's no need to recuse. I'm not even suggesting this as a legal matter. As a political matter, the decision that Mueller has to make, and that the media in covering this, I think, have to be fair in covering, is whether or not Mueller's friendship means that he is not going to be the unbiased prosecutor, at least in terms of perception, that the country would want in leading this sensitive investigation.
Security source in the FBI who told the MI5 that Abedi was part of the North African Islamic State cell plotting to strike a political target in the UK. MI5 even claimed to investigate him, but did not act, paving the way for the Manchester bombing. The massive Western police state in the UK that is seemingly expanding at an exponential rate is there to protect us, or so we're told. However, all the spying, phone call intercepts, spied on emails, facial recognition scanners, CCTVs on almost every corner, and a loss of freedom has not and did not stop Salman Abedi from murdering innocent people by detonating a bomb inside the arena. What's more, as we're now finding out, British intelligence was warned ahead of time that Abedi was plotting a terror attack in the UK, and they did absolutely nothing to stop it. Not only did they know from intel that were given to the UK from our own intelligence agencies, but the behavior that this man exhibited in the weeks leading up to it, growing a beard out very long, traveling to Libya. His friends described him as becoming very radical, going out in the streets at the top of his lungs and screaming Muslim prayers and chants, making odd social media posts hinting to the fact that something was going to be done. He was on a terror watch list in 2016 in the United States, and the United States continued to investigate this man and share that investigation information with a number of intelligence agencies. And we have more on this later. I don't have my ears in, Eric. How close are we? All right, folks, when we come back, we're going to be talking with Alicia Powell of WorldNet Daily. We're going to get into the latest on her investigations. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The truth of what the mainstream media won't tell you. You are listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Please stand by. Doug and Joe will be right back. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report, streaming live on the Global Star Radio Network. Don't go away. Doug and Joe will be right back in just a moment. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Stay tuned. Doug and Joe will be back momentarily.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the Hagman and Hagman Report. This day after Memorial Day. Hope everybody had a great weekend, relaxing weekend, got to spend time with their families and eat good food. And we're going to jump right back into it. A returning guest, she came on last Thursday with Liz Crokin, and she's coming on back today, WorldNet Daily author, and we're going to get into some stuff. Alicia Powell, welcome back to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me back.
Well, it's great to have you. You were on for about a half hour with Liz last time, and it's hard in that short amount of time with two people on to really get into it. So let's try to do that today. Anything new from last time you were on?
Well, we're digging. A source told me last week on Friday that there's supposed to be bombshell information that's going to be revealed this week. So we're all eager to await and find out what that is. But WND's basically been hitting the ground, trying to find out more information. So what I did today was visit the hospitals that Seth Rich most likely died at. Now, reports say he was alive. The police report, the MPD, the Metropolitan Police Department's report says that Seth Rich was alive when he died after getting shot in the back numerous times. So we wanted to find out, what did he say, who operated on him? And that's really also addressing a lot of the concerns people on the web have raised, which is many suspect the chief surgeon at MedStar Hospital has ties to the Podestas, Hillary Clinton's, campaign chief. So we didn't, unfortunately, because of HIPAA law, didn't get very far yet with information about that. And we might never be able to find out whether or not he was in fact killed in the hospital because of HIPAA law. You can't do FOIA requests in hospital, Judicial Watch told us. So that's where we're at today. But it's amazing the amount of information we've uncovered in the past 10 days regarding this story that had not been surfaced in all the months a supposed investigation is going on.
Yeah, and there's there's been so much going on with, one thing that really gets me, maybe we can, you're inside the media, and we could spend a little time talking about this. There's been few stories in the past that I've seen the media rapidly attack by calling it discredited, calling it debunked, saying it's a conspiracy theory. And we saw this big time with 9/11, with the truther movement, with people asking questions, what happened with Building 7? These things didn't happen the way that the government explained. So we have questions. Well, they started demonizing those people with questions. And then, you've had smaller events here and there. But the next one, after the WikiLeaks release of Podesta emails and the pizza pedogate stuff came out, we were met with a barrage and unified assault from the mainstream media, completely tearing down any reference to it, trying to tie it to a pizza store and the word pizza. Even, somebody with a gun went in there and pulled a shot. So every time that was referred to in the news, it was always debunked, discredited, conspiracy theory. But this is something different. Here we have Seth Rich, a DNC staffer who was alleged to be the source of the Podesta emails to WikiLeaks, or of leaks of the DNC to WikiLeaks. You have a man who was shot twice in the back, a few days after apparently he was supposed to testify. The police call it a robbery. Nothing's taken. Now we have more information from the police report that he was alive when those police officers responded. We don't know. The details get real fuzzy after that. But we in the media started to ask questions about his ties to the DNC, because Seth Rich was alluded to by Julian Assange after he died to be the WikiLeaks source. He wouldn't come out and say it, as he says he does not divulge sources. You have the private investigator saying, yes, there's connections here. And then you have people like Sean Hannity, and after a bunch of people in the alternative media continue to push the story, investigate the story, publish the findings. And now, after they went after Hannity's advertisers, every single story about Seth Rich mentions the WikiLeaks, but they use the same terms. It's debunked. It's discredited. And my argument is that is not the robbery theory just as much, if not more, discredited than the hit for being the leak to WikiLeaks?
Yeah, we're supposed to not believe the private investigator who the family hired. He's evil, the family spokesman says. The family spokesman, Brad Bauman, who was a Democratic political crisis consultant, who was allegedly, according to the person who who paid for the private detective, and according to the private investigator, he was assigned to the family by the DNC to speak for them. And so after this story surfaces again in the media about 15 days ago, 2 weeks ago, the spokesman comes out and starts blasting the detective and starts calling anyone who thinks Seth Rich leaked the emails evil and trying to destroy his legacy for political purposes. Now, we're supposed to take the Democrat National Committee's word for, we're supposed to believe what they tell us. It's a robbery, right? The mayor of D.C. still is standing by the fact that this was a robbery. Mm-hmm. But these are the same people, those emails, the reason why everyone started talking about Pizzagate and Pettagate and all that stuff that blew up on the web is because of what was revealed in those emails, which is spirit cooking, a Satanist practice involving Marina Abramovic throwing pig's blood on a wall. What is that? I don't know. Look it up on YouTube. It's not something that's a conspiracy. There's Hollywood celebrities and John Podesta saying that in his emails that were revealed by WikiLeaks. So let's put Pizzagate aside. Now everything. What other news story is fake news and conspiracy? How do you call it fake news and conspiracy when there's facts and there's hearsay by private investigators, a former homicide detective, a veteran homicide detective? Why should we dismiss what they're telling us? If he tells us that Donna Brazile contacted the police department to find out why he was snooping and contacted the family to find out why they hired him, why should we not at least investigate that?
You're exactly right. And Alicia, the family, let's get into the family a little bit. I've seen a number of conflicting reports. You have members of the mainstream media saying, the family wishes that their son's murder would stop being politicized. We have a spokesman that was assigned to the family, which I believe was from the DNC. I have not seen the verification on that. But basically, there was a spokesman assigned to the family. A third party hired the private investigator, Wheeler, to look into this, and he's had some significant findings. Do you believe that, first of all, about Sean Hannity and the family, do you believe Sean Hannity decided to step back from the investigation specifically to the family's request?
Perhaps. I think there's more evidence to support the fact that he's probably pressured by his higher ups to step back. And and maybe he's not going to from Fox News. Perhaps.
Do you think that's from the family's wishes, or do you think that's from
definitely the family definitely wants there to be less spotlight on this story. Now, an unnamed source. I hate to source people who want to remain anonymous, but that's the only alternative I have now, tells me that there was a 2-week negotiation period before the family decided to allow to hire Detective Rod Wheeler. And part of that negotiation was that Wheeler not look into WikiLeaks. Wheeler not investigate Seth Rich's possible ties to leaking DNC emails. Now, what in the world would be the possible reason to rule that out? In fact, Detective Wheeler told me when I first spoke to him that the family did not want him to investigate the WikiLeaks connection. So red flag, we should just forget about it and keep talking about how President Trump is colluded with Russia to steal the election and leak the emails, when in fact the emails were possibly leaked by Seth Rich and maybe his family members too.
Possibly. And then the emails aside, wasn't he scheduled to testify about I believe it was about the Democratic primary campaign where about Bernie and voter fraud, something of that magnitude. And I apologize for not being.
Yeah, no, I saw the same reports, and yeah, he was, and he was also he was emphatically supported. He was a Bernie Sanders supporter.
Mm-hmm.
So we know how outraged Bernie Sanders supporters were when they found out the DNC was rigging the election against him. And let's face it, he pretty much did win the Democratic nomination if you rule out superdelegates. So their election is blatantly rigged. They're actually facing a lawsuit right now for rigging the election, something that's also being ignored by the mainstream media. You can look at that report in WND from like 2 weeks ago. So the problem is that we allow the mainstream media keep the liberals, who are basically spokespeople for the Democratic National Committee on CNN and MSNBC. We allow them to keep changing the narrative, to keep controlling the narrative. So if this were reversed and it were a Republican staffer, a staffer from the RNC who was murdered by, who was allegedly murdered by the RNC or whatever the conspiracy might. Do you think that we wouldn't be talking about it every single day on CNN?
Yes,
until
we would.
8 months later, we'd have every person who, doesn't care about politics out there protesting with signs for Seth Rich and calling President Trump a murderer. And we could just imagine the riots that would be ongoing. But we allow them to own this propaganda machine that they have so masterfully been in control of for all throughout American history. And finally, we have an alternative media where it's sad that Fox News is kind of disintegrating before our eyes, but there's other things that are being, rising. So. Yeah,
there are. And I got some more questions, but I don't want to take away from your time. Anything that you need to report on that you want to get into or make sure we hit on before the segment's over?
I mean, right now there's a $245,000 reward if we lumped up the reward that's being offered by the police department.
And the DNC's offering how much?
Zero.
Hillary Clinton's how much?
Nothing. Nothing.
No, okay.
Nothing. Another. How suspicious is that? I mean, but we're supposed to we're conspiracy theorists. We're right-wing extremists. So we should just if no one's talking about it, if you talk to your liberal friends, I bet you my liberal friends don't know who Seth Rich is, or they think it's just crazy talk on the internet. But spirit cooking was in fact exchanged in those emails, something that we're supposed to forget about. Ooh, and then, and Seth Rich, his murder remains a mystery, and we're supposed to forget about that too.
Yeah. Now, Alicia, you've done a lot of legwork on this investigation. In the area that Seth Rich was, from the bar that he was present in that evening to walking home, from what I've seen, there are tons of CCTVs there, not including the cameras from ATMs, maybe stores. I'm not sure if you've seen the map and looked at where these cameras are. We know that the laptop is missing. Seth Rich's laptop's missing.
Well, the family spokesman says that the family has the laptop and the Washington, D.C. Police Department have the laptop, which is, and he's insistent on that. He yelled at me, "That's a one lie I'm going to refute. The family has the laptop." And, well, if the family has a laptop, what's the family going to, if there's nothing to hide, why don't they just release the laptop to the private investigator that they hired?
I wonder, I'm sure he's asked for it, and I wonder, if it must be as a private investigator myself, We've worked a number of sensitive cases with family members. A lot of the rest of it was just, workers' compensation investigation and fraud investigation. But when you're dealing with family members, it's a whole different animal. But, for a family to not be cooperative or to offer or to ask for all the resources possible, for them there's something about this. Not that they're not a grieving family and they do have the right to their privacy. But if it was my, I don't have any kids. If it was my sister, my brother, anybody in my family, even my friends, and I was the spokesman for the investigation, I would take any help I could get. I'd be asking, from the right wing, from the left wing, it wouldn't matter. And this is one thing that really bothers me. When you have a murder that's unsolved, of a kid with a very bright future who was important in the position he was in, possibly the DNC leaker, but even that aside, you have a murder investigation that was blamed on a robbery. There's no indication that it was a robbery, as he was shot twice in the back and nothing was missing. You have, it seems to be, they're at a dead end in the investigative avenues that they've been pursuing, which is strange to me because I know that there's cameras all over D.C. I know that there's cameras on the corners and surrounding where he was actually killed.
I've been to the block that he was killed. I went to the bar that he was before he was killed. I've been all over his neighborhood. I knocked on his door where he used to live. A roommate opened the door. Well, I guess she was a roommate. I couldn't identify who she was, but she said, "What do you want to know?" And she was scared, and she just said, "We're not talking to media," and she slammed the door. Well, do you want to find the murderer of your friend?
They're more They're more worried about the politicization of the murder and of what his involvement may or may not have been than getting the truth and finding the murder. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the family...
Does Democrat, loyalty run that deep?
Or a payoff, maybe, yeah.
Or, the thing is, I've never spent 2 weeks investigating a murder, right? I'm a political reporter for the most part. But the more time I spend in this story, the more heartbreaking it is. This is a young man who is 27 years old with his whole life ahead of him, who is a patriot. You see him dressed in the American flag, whether he's a Democrat or Republican. And that could be my brother, your friend. I could imagine hanging out with the kid in a bar, and he's just dead and no one cares. And the family, I'm looking about it more if I knew this person. Well, family members, what's your problem? I understand it's a sensitive time. We might have all had lost family members at one point or another that we love. But the fact that they're withholding so much information and that they're blasted, they've slandered the private investigator that they hired is just weird. And there was a 2-week negotiation that included the fact that they should not investigate WikiLeaks. I mean, that alone is just bizarre.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I believe even if, say we found, the direct link to Seth Rich being the WikiLeaks leaker, and say we even found evidence suggesting he was in fear for his life that evening because of that, I still don't think the family would, or at least from what's reported, the family wouldn't accept. I just don't believe they would accept it as evidence. It seems that facts are no longer, and this doesn't just go for this investigation, this goes for our whole political landscape. Facts are irrelevant. How to change, how to manipulate through lies the perception, that's what's important. And that's what we see happening here. And it's a very dangerous thing they're setting up, because this is, doing some research into pre-World War II, the Nazi ideology, the left has very similar tactics they're using right now that align themselves with that Nazi ideology. And it is just sickening to me how corrupt our government has become. And it's even worse when the people who are in a position to be able to do something to change it for the better, regardless of their own life, their own safety, their own job security, refuse to do it. And that sadly, we keep moving down in that direction. But back to Seth Rich.
That's the next step, right? The next step is we have, elected leadership. We have Republicans who won the House and the Senate. We have the White House. Yeah, liberals are still running the show, right? So if Americans really want to get to the bottom of what happened to Seth Rich, well, let's demand a special investigation. Let's demand that the Seth Rich murder investigation be included in this probe to how Russia just, rigged our election and Trump colluded with Russia. That's all we hear about every day. Trump colluded with Russia, blah, 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 conspiracy. Anonymous source leaked from the White House. Trump colluded with Russia. Trump talked to Russia. Okay, well, why don't we demand the House and the Senate and the Republicans, especially that we've elected and we put our faith in this last election, to talk about Seth Rich, to touch it, to stop being coward, and to investigate it.
Yeah.
At least talk about it. And so we're going to go to Capitol Hill, and we're going to see what they have to say about it in the next few days.
Yeah, and I think our government, our elected government, are corrupt to the core. There might be one or two members of House and the Senate that are well-meaning, good people, but the majority of them have been blackmailed through improprieties or economic crimes. And I believe that they're all in it together. As Trump says, it is a swamp. And a thing Coach Dave, a guest of ours, says is about the truth. When how's that go, Eric? The truth becomes hate speech when to those who hate the truth, and that is such a true statement. So moving forward with Seth Rich, we're still waiting to see what happens with Kim.com. What evidence he says he has evidence linking Seth Rich to the WikiLeaks, being the WikiLeaks leaker or one of them. What do you expect to see moving forward from here, at least from the alternative media, internet sleuths, that versus what the official mainstream response will be?
Well, there's a Detective Wheeler tells me that some members of the police department, some detectives, are actually talking to him soon. That's what he told me about a week ago. And so that's good. Maybe something will unfold that way and from law enforcement, even though it seems like allegedly they have been told to stand down by the D.C. mayor for political purposes. But first of all, Republican lobbyist Jack Berkman has a team of investigators on this case. In addition to offering reward money, I think he upped his reward offering to, I don't remember, I think $125,000, or he increased his.
It was just 100 the other day, so.
Yeah, it went up. He increased it, and he's got a team of private investigators on this case. So they've unfolded stuff. They have surveillance footage. They have more. There's people working on it on the ground who are actually detectives. So there's going to be more that happens, but we've got to not let it get knocked off the front page, or it's never been on the front page. We've got to let it stay on in our consciousness, right?
Absolutely.
There's so many things going on in the world. There could be a terrorist attack tomorrow, God forbid, or there was a terrorist attack last week. Doesn't mean that Seth Rich shouldn't be on the news anymore in the next segment or in the next story that we write up. We've got to be diligent. Look at how the left is diligent. Look at how many decades they've spent in convincing us they're not the party of the Ku Klux Klan and Jim Crow laws.
Yeah.
Decades. They're still doing it, and they're successful at it.
They are.
They're so much more successful at it than we are, right? Because we're racist conservatives, and I've betrayed my race, and they've successfully convinced people that I know and love that I've done that because I support Donald Trump. So
yeah. It's absolutely crazy. We know if we get the smoking guns, that to force that story into the mainstream media, it's going to take everything we got plus the kitchen sink from everyone, because they would never. They'd rather kill every single journalist, independent journalist in this country, than run with that story. I don't know if you saw, Zbigniew Brzezinski passed away this weekend. He was a genius political mind that was used for evil. Somebody who talked about how it's easier to kill 1 million people than control 1 million people. He wrote a story, Conspiracy Theories, and many books. But he passed away this weekend, and a lot of his writings talk just about this: how to, even if you're caught red-handed, how to shift the public perception through manipulation, lies, and deceit. And that's one of the big reasons I believe they're trying to bring Trump down. because of all the things that came out during this last election cycle from WikiLeaks, all their crimes, the continued crimes, they needed deflection. And
they're gonna try to bring any Republican down. That's what they do. Now Trump has proven to be a man for the times, where he will call the media out on being fake news and tell Jorge Ramos to sit down. And we've never seen that before. And he speaks off the cuff with swag, and people don't like that because it's arrogant. But the problem is that this is not just the mainstream media. This is not just CNN and MSNBC. This is a cultural. This is the Democrats own our culture, right? Yep. MTV, hip hop, music, academia. How much more can you have, brain and being indoctrinating and get body snatched than in the classroom at the youngest of it, as a little one.
All the gatekeepers of our society, Hollywood, academia, just like you said.
There's really not a medium or aspect of our culture that is not invested in people being liberals or communists by default, socialists, Marxists, pro Hillary Clinton. I can't stand Hillary Clinton. All my liberal friends tell me, but they still voted for her. At the end of the day,
they don't see it.
They might have liked Trump for a couple of weeks.
At least,
give the media 6 months to work on them, and he's a racist, anti-woman Nazi.
Absolutely right. Alicia, we are out of time. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope we get to have you back soon, and good luck and continue doing the good work that you're doing with your investigations. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you. We will be right back, folks, with Alan Wilson right after this. Don't go anywhere. Alex Wilson.
Now, former presidential candidate, governor of the great state of Arkansas, Governor Huckabee. Welcome back, Governor. All right, there you have, and I didn't even touch on in this case, because that could be a whole show, all the Russia-Trump collusion theories that were debunked. And I honestly don't know what to think. If this is CNN, this is NBC News, what do you make of what's happening here?
Well, Sean, if this is all they've got, they got nothing. And I think the one thing that we learned out of the Comey hearing was that there is no connection between Donald Trump and Russia. And we've been hearing that even from Democrats like Joe Manchin and Dianne Feinstein, who all said, we see no evidence of it. And Comey affirmed that and made it clear that Trump was not under any investigation. But there are people who cannot let it go. But they hate Donald Trump. And frankly, Sean, if Donald Trump ran into a burning building and grabbed 2 children and ran out of that burning building and saved them, the New York Times headline would read, Donald Trump runs from historic structure as it burns to the ground. That's how they would report the whole story. They're ignoring everything this president is doing, which is a lot, and all they're doing is focusing on a completely fake news, phony story, because they've gone from being really a biased media to a corrupt media, and that's dangerous to this republic.
And the American people are now beginning to see it more than they ever have, but it doesn't matter he wasn't under investigation. It doesn't matter that there's no evidence of collusion. It doesn't matter, but for 10 months they have advanced a lie up to this point. Show me evidence, and I have all open mind, heart, and ears. But it doesn't exist as of now. And they spend night after night after night pushing a theory to what? Delegitimize the president? Stop his agenda? Maybe ultimately get him removed for office? Is this the power of the Hillary Clinton colluding media now?
Well, it's obvious it's all they've got, but there are some real questions that they could be raising if they were serious about it. Why did Loretta Lynch tell James Comey not to call the investigation an investigation and call it a matter? What were they talking about on the tarmac, Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch? Why didn't Hillary have any consequences for that unsecured server in her bathroom? And why no consequences for 33,000 emails deleted? There's a laundry list of things things.
By the way,
that
there
could
is
be
a
done.
Russia
Why no
conspiracy, Governor?
prosecution for Lois Lerner, for heaven's sakes, and the IRS? There's so many abuses of government power, and this had nothing to do with Donald Trump. He wasn't president. Barack Obama was. There's some things to investigate, but it has nothing to do with Donald Trump or his people.
Governor, good to see you. Thank you.
What a great turnout. I can't wait to hear what I have to say. It's great to be back with you. First of all, I think the real tribute, the real thanks go to you, because Donald Trump's election was a grassroots uprising against the established order. It was people like you, some who've never been involved in politics before, and others who had been involved but were turned off because of what they had seen. I mean, I think we have to be honest with ourselves. Although I have deep sentimental attachment to the Republican Party, it's the old Republican Party of Barry Goldwater that I refer to. The party of small government, the party of individual freedom, the party of privacy, the party of a strong national defense. That's the party that I signed up for, and by the time the Republican Party nominated Mitt Romney, well, I had concluded that both parties had morphed into one party, the party of Wall Street, the party of K Street, the Green Party, and I'm not talking about the environment. And frankly, Donald Trump's nomination and his election entailed the hostile takeover of one of the two major parties. And now, like every Republican president in history, whether it is Lincoln or McKinley or Eisenhower or Nixon or Reagan, now the president will remake the party in his image. A party of working people, a party of the middle class, a party that stands up for America first instead of putting America last. So I congratulate all of you for all of your hard work. And I know firsthand that there were many times in September and October that it wasn't easy to be for Donald Trump, because your friends and neighbors were telling you that this election was over and that Hillary Clinton was a sure thing and that our candidate had no chance. Well, we knew better, and you kept the faith, and that's why we are here today. So let me ask for a round of applause for the president, Now, you may remember on election night when Donald Trump said, this election may be over, but the fight is just beginning. And truer words could not have been said. Our candidate for president, who won, never got any honeymoon from the Democrats and the mainstream media. They're still trying to get over the fact that he was elected. And he has been subjected to the worst, most biased, most outrageous media coverage that I've seen in a 40-year career in American politics. It is amazing that CNN still tries to masquerade as a news organization, because they are the epitome of fake news. Now, I experienced this firsthand when Ted Cruz went on CNN and called me an unprintable name, and CNN would afford me no opportunity to respond. And then in the fall, John Podesta, the chairman of the Clinton campaign, went on CNN and said that I had advanced knowledge of the hacking of his email. That's a lie. And that I had advanced knowledge of the releases from Wikileaks. That's a lie too. A lie that's been repeated by some of the punks on the House the House Intelligence Committee, which I call the House Non-Intelligence Committee. Folks, let me be as clear as I possibly can. The claim that the Russian state colluded with Donald Trump or Trump associates to benefit Trump in the 2016 election is a fraud. It's a hoax. It's a canard. It's a fairy tale. Or as they say in Miami, it's bullshit. There is not one iota of evidence that anyone associated with Donald Trump or Donald Trump himself had any collusion with the Russians for the benefit of winning this election. And I've got to hand it to John Podesta because it was a brilliant maneuver. Accused Donald Trump and his associates of being too close to Putin to distract from the fact that it's John and Tony Podesta and Bill and Hillary Clinton and their phony foundation that was in Vladimir Putin's pocket. It's the Clintonites who are involved in the uranium deal and the gas deal and the banking deal from the wealthy oligarchs around Vladimir Putin. Yes, they were right. There was a presidential candidate in bed with the Russians, but that candidate was Hillary Clinton.
Lock her up!
We'll get there.
Lock her up.
And what you saw
Let's have a thumbs up for
was
lock
just,
her up.
sadly, the first act of what will be an attempt to remove our president. I am both pleased that we put a special counsel in charge of the Russian inquiry, because I'd like to bring finality to this, but I have grave reservations about Mr. Mueller, very grave reservations. He is an establishment figure. He represents the two-party duopoly that Donald Trump defeated. Having lived through the days of Watergate and lived through the last time the deep state took down a president, let me be clear that the conventional wisdom about Watergate is not the truth. The Woodward and Bernstein, John Dean, Washington Post version of what happened in Watergate is a falsehood. Here's some things you didn't know. First of all, Richard Nixon gains the enmity of the military-industrial complex by ending the war in Vietnam. They weren't for that. By reaching a strategic arms limitation with the Russians. They were opposed to that. And by opening the door to China through a secret back channel, which the president is entitled to do. I don't have to tell you, he also desegregated the public schools, started the Environmental Protection Agency when we had no basic environmental protection, launched the war on cancer, saved the state of Israel in 1973 in the Yom Kippur War. This is a presidency of real accomplishment. We now know that the Watergate burglar team had been infiltrated by the Central Intelligence Agency, and at least 2 members are still on the payroll of the agency, and they are reporting everything to their case officers. We know that Judge John Sirica meets privately and secretly with both Watergate special prosecutors. All 3 of them should have been disbarred for that in the middle of the Watergate burglars trial. And then yesterday, there is an article in the Washington Post by Philip Lacavara, and the headline is, "I prosecuted Richard Nixon, and I know obstruction when I see it, and Trump has committed obstruction." Mr. Lacavara, you met privately with with Judge Sirica in the Watergate case. You obstructed justice. You should have been disbarred then. And guess what? It's still right. I will be filing a complaint to remove him from the bar. We cannot let the John Deans, the man who pushed, planned, covered up, and lied to Richard Nixon for 9 months about the Watergate break-in, go on CNN and malign our president. Now let me be very clear. The same exact forces that opposed Nixon and removed him are the same people attempting to remove our president. And I'll tell you why. Because while Donald Trump has no illusions whatsoever about the Russian system, he knows their system is rotten. He knows they oppress gays and Christians and Jews and other minorities. He knows all this. But he favors peace over thermonuclear war. And he understands that we should not rush to war with Russia over Syria. Syria, where Assad finances Hamas, finances Hezbollah, and these terrorist groups, affiliated and propped up by the Russians. And on the other side, you have 100 or more Islamic sub-terrorist groups, the largest of which is ISIS, propped up by the Saudis. And make no mistake about it, folks, the Saudis are not our friends either. They financed the attack on America on 9/11, and it's time for them to pay up. you may know that a bill passed both houses of Congress that would allow the families who lost loved ones in 9/11 to sue the Saudi Arabia state, and Barack Obama vetoed that legislation. So let's be clear. Syria is not worth a drop of American blood or a borrowed American dollar. But Hillary Clinton, you see, she had promised the folks at the Pentagon and out at Langley an expansion of the proxy war. So Donald Trump was not only the law and order candidate, he was not only the candidate of forgotten Americans, he was not only the candidate of the silent majority, but he was the candidate of peace. And that is why they are attempting to remove him. I've lived through this before, and I have seen the systematic effort to destabilize and delegitimize his presidency. Think about this. First, they argued, well, she won the popular vote. Well, that's fine. The Clintons have been through how many presidential elections? If they don't know by now that we elect our presidents by the electoral vote and tune their strategy to it, that's their fault. Then they demanded a recount. Now, this one tickled me particularly because I wrote a story for the Hill newspaper in which I had done some research, and I expressed a concern that these computerized voting machines are very easily hacked and rigged on a local level. They're not interconnected across the country, but at the county and city level, they can most certainly be easily rigged. And I was ripped by the Democrats for this. It was irresponsible. I was undermining our democracy. It was terrible. Well then, fast forward, Trump wins the election. Hillary and Jill Stein file a request for a recount in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And then the deadline runs, and by a certain date, you have to put the specifics of your complaint, why you were asking for a recount. You know what theirs was? These computerized voting machines are easily hacked and rigged. It shows the hypocrisy and the emptiness of the Democrats. And after that, they wanted to have a special presentation to the Electoral College, remember that? On Russian infiltration into the Trump campaign, of which there was none. General Flynn should never have been fired. General Flynn has not committed any crimes that I know of, other than perhaps the crime of stupidity. Yeah, I wouldn't have taken money from RT, Russian television, which is neither illegal or improper in any way. Perhaps it's bad politics. I think General Flynn is an American hero who's being unfairly maligned when there's still no evidence whatsoever that he broke any laws or did anything inappropriate. And now we hear criticism of the president's son-in-law. Now, I've been a critic of the president's son-in-law. But when they say he opened a back channel to the Russians after the election, my response is, really? So what? You mean like the back channel that Barack Obama had to Iran, or the back channel that Richard Nixon had to China? That's the prerogative of the President of the United States. Wait a minute, wasn't this investigation supposed to be about Russian collusion with the Trump campaign before the election? You see, they've come up empty-handed. And now they're trying to scatter their shot and find some other new reason. Let me tell you what's coming next. Be aware of this. The president's slipping mentally. He's got Alzheimer's. There's something wrong with him. He's crazy. He has no energy. He's not focused. That's all crap. That's all false. That's all made up. You're going to hear it from the mainstream media. Why? Because the Russian thing is a dud and they know it. They have nothing. And they don't want to let him focus his full energy on our economy, on trade, on immigration, on making this country great again. They have retarded every effort to focus on an issue agenda, trying to distract us with this extraneous attack on the president, which has no basis in fact. Now, many people ask me what I would do in this instance, and I'll tell you. There are crimes involved in the 2016 election. There are serious crimes. It's time for the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, to impanel a grand jury, and let's find out what Susan Rice was doing using American intelligence surveillance for political reasons. And while we're at it, Let's find out what the NSA was doing, spying unconstitutionally on hundreds of thousands and perhaps millions of Americans. Let me put it another way. It's time to send a subpoena to Susan Rice and Valerie Jarrett and, yes, Barack Obama himself. What did he know and when did he know it? No person is above the law. He can go to the grand jury and talk about what his people did. This is a violation far greater than Watergate. Watergate was the break-in by private parties for a political purpose, and a number of men went to jail. While I say Valerie Jarrett and Susan Rice and Barack Obama can go to jail too, it is proven that they knew in advance about illegal wiretapping and spying on Americans. And I give credit to the people at Circa News who uncovered this. It was only days before Donald Trump became president that the facts became known, and even the super secret FISA court slapped the Obama administration over these civil liberties violations. Now, yesterday's hearing was entertaining. I always find it funny when a slick Washington lawyer who was paid $6 million to make sure that the criminals at the Lockheed Corporation who got caught cheating and breaking the law in a number of defense contracting matters didn't go to jail. And then I believe Mr. Comey was paid $6 million for that. And then he also made certain that HSBC, the bank that was caught money laundering hundreds of millions of dollars for drug dealers, nobody went to jail on that one either. They paid a fine. Then they took Mr. Comey on their board. How much was he paid for that? So when he says Lordy and pulls his forelock, don't give me that country boy crap. You're a slick lawyer from Washington, D.C. and an insider from day one. And if he wants to talk about obstruction and he wants to talk about memos, how about this? The Washington Post reported almost 2 weeks ago that Mr. Comey made the decision to give Hillary Clinton a pass in the email investigation because he saw a memo which had been intercepted by the FBI that was allegedly between Loretta Lynch, the Attorney General for Obama, and someone in the Clinton campaign in which she told them, don't worry about the email investigation, we're not going to let it get very far. So in other words, Mr. Comey became aware of what he believed was an obstruction of justice, and rather than, as an officer of the court reported, he facilitated the obstruction. He furthered this obstruction. We now know that the memo on which he made the decision turns out to be a forgery. I don't think that matters. He believed it to be true, therefore he suborned perjury, or I should say obstruction, in the Hillary Clinton email matter. By the way, it would explain his statement that day where he excoriated her over all the laws she had broken, then announced at the end she wouldn't be prosecuted, when he falsely said a conviction could not be won. Frankly, a first-year, out of law school, first-year attorney could have won that conviction. It was open and shut. She's guilty. Which leads me to the other question. After Watergate, some of you who are old enough to remember how many times they told us over and over again, no person is above the law. No person's above the law. What about Bill and Hillary and their bratty, foul-mouthed, greedy, self-centered, entitled daughter, Chelsea? Are they above the law? Because the Clinton Foundation is not a charity. It's a slush fund for grifters. And it was the vehicle for the facilitation of multi-million-dollar bribes. You said it. Lock them up. Every day that goes by, folks, every day we are one day closer to David Brock being arrested at 5 o'clock in the morning for his tax evasion and his other crimes in the last election. No person is above the law. It is time to have equal justice, and my advice to the president would be very simple. Tell your Justice Department to focus on the illegal abuses of Barack Obama and the people around him and bring them to justice. Tell your Justice Department to focus on the violations of the Clinton Foundation. The IRS would never have allowed the kind of sloppy reporting and financial transactions that happened at the Clinton Foundation of any other foundation on the right. The Clinton Foundation is an ongoing criminal enterprise, and Chelsea Clinton's names are on the filing documents. Time to lock her up, too. So, in conclusion, we are in a fight. I urge you not to believe that because Mr. Comey was so ineffective yesterday, and because, in my opinion, he did not prove his case in terms of obstruction, there was no effort by obstruction. First of all, the President of the United States has the absolute authority to order him to drop the investigation, which he did not do. I think he did tell him to wrap it up, and I think he did express sympathy for General Flynn. That's called loyalty, because General Flynn hasn't done anything wrong that we know of, not legally. So this is and the news, which I want to wrap up talking about. And one of my oldest friends, somebody who has forgotten more about politics than I ever knew, Lori Oliver, who's not a Republican, but she's a good egg. This is the most important thing I want to leave you with. One of the reasons why Donald Trump was able to win, one of the reasons I talk about at length in my book, The Making the President 2016, which every American citizen must have a copy of, in my opinion, is that we had a vibrant, robust, alternative media. You see, this was born of a technological advance. The election of Donald Trump would have been impossible in a day in which the three networks you're going to get better investigative reporting at Infowars.com with Alex Jones than you're ever going to get with CNN. Yes, indeed. And it gave rise to Breitbart News and the Daily Caller and Town Hall, as well as Infowars and other robust, vibrant, alternative media. Now, what I call the tech left, Twitter, Facebook, Yahoo, Amazon, these big companies are manipulating their algorithms to limit our reach. If you look at Stone Cold Truth or StoneZone.com and our sites or at Infowars, the number of people retweeting, the number of people reading our posts is down. If you go to Stone Cold Truth, there's a couple great articles about there telling you all the different techniques they use to start to block our communications. But the most egregious one is deciding that something they disagree with is fake news, taking it down or prohibiting it because it's fake news. I'm not for censorship. I think everybody should have a chance to have their say. See, I think voters can see their way through left-wing bullshit. It doesn't scare me to let them read that stuff because most Americans will see the falseness of it. But they can't argue with us on the basis of the merits. They can't argue with us on the basis of the facts. And therefore, the answer is censorship. They want to silence us. And therefore, you, if you have a Twitter feed, if you have a Facebook feed, consider yourself an army of one. You see something on Infowars that you like, grab the link and repost it. And repost it many times. Put it on your Facebook page. Put it on your Twitter feed. Get it out to your friends and ask them to do the same thing. That's the way around this. If everybody here did it, you will strike a blow against the left-wing tech companies that are trying to end our communications ability and our ability to talk to each other. This is how they plan to defeat our president in 4 years. This is how they intend to try to steal the midterm elections, by silencing your voice. So, folks, you can do a couple things. You can go to Infowars store and buy the products there because anything you spend there goes towards the fight for a free, vibrant social media. Or you can, as I said, find things that you like online, no matter where they are. The Citizens for Trump site, at Infowars, anywhere on the net. If you see something you believe to be compelling that makes the case for Donald Trump, take that link and repost it. And the more times you repost it, the more you will be helping the fight to make America great again. Thank you very much. I appreciate being here. I'd be happy to answer any questions individually, and we can sign some more books.
If anyone has a question, raise your hand and I'll run the microphone to you, or you can just project very loudly. Does anyone have a question?
Question. Yes, sir. You in the T-shirt.
Investigation. Is there an investigation that's reopened against Hillary?
Not that I know of at this time. But you may go to chargehillaryclinton.com where there's a petition that you can sign. Our goal is to give 1 million signatures to the President and the Attorney General demanding her prosecution. That's chargehillaryclinton.com. Yes, sir.
Chances Mr. Comey could be criminally prosecuted for illegally leaking his own material, even though it belongs to the FBI.
I'm not sure that the leak is illegal, in all honesty, but it does expose him as a leaker, and I think it had that effect. It is illegal to leak information that is obtained from a government wiretap, particularly a FISA court wiretap, which I think is the case, in my situation. I believe, according to the New York Times on January 20th, that I was under surveillance by the government from June until November looking for Russians. That means they were in my email, in my text messages, listening to my phone call. They might have found a lot of very interesting stuff, but I'll tell you what they didn't find. They didn't find any Russians. I don't even put Russian dressing on my salad anymore, and I've stopped drinking Russian vodka because I'm afraid of what they might say.
No white Russians or black?
No, none. Another question. Yes, sir.
Lois Lerner, should they reopen that?
Yes, most definitely. There were incredible abuses at the IRS. The IRS was politicized as never before. This was one of the counts in the impeachment against Richard Nixon that he talked about doing it. Never even did it. He talked about doing it. Again, Lois Lerner should be held culpable for the crime she committed. You see, they committed many crimes, even more as Election Day approached, because they were so certain that Hillary would be in a position to cover it all up as the President of the United States. That's why they felt compelled and free to spy on American citizens in violation of the Constitution, as the NSA clearly did, according to, of all people, the Washington Post. Yes.
Loretta Lynch.
Yes. Well, there's two pieces here that are troubling. First, Comey sees a memo that he thinks is real, in which Loretta Lynch tells somebody in the Clinton campaign not to worry about the email scandal that's going to be contained. And then Loretta Lynch, according to Mr. Comey, says to him, when you talk about this in public, don't call it an investigation, call it a matter. Well, those two things clearly compelled him to give her a pass. He didn't stand up to the obstruction, he facilitated it. To me, this leaves him not a leg to stand on in his accusations against the president. I was very disappointed that neither Marco Rubio nor Tom Cotton, the two Republicans on the committee who are still awake, asked him about this. It was very disappointing, and I think it's a key point. Yes, sir.
Do you think indeed that Rice and Jarrett and Obama and Hillary will end up in jail at some point in time?
From your mouth to God's ear. This man asked whether Valerie Jarrett and Susan Rice and others would end up in jail, and I said from his mouth to God's ear. Another question. Yes, sir.
How do we confront the globalists in the mainstream media that is relentlessly attacking, whether we like the president to begin with, but the globalists on the left is like mercilessly, as we can see with all the Comey hearings. How do we confront them? Because they've had the gloves off for a long time. It seems like libertarians, independents, the Republicans have been trying to play fair. How do we confront them head on? How do we defend the Constitution? How do we save this country? Because they are going to dismantle it.
I would remind at this point the president of probably the most important of what they call Stone's rules. Attack, attack, attack. And when you're too tired, attack again. You don't win on defense. They have been attacking us and we have been on defense. No, the question is not whether Donald Trump is going to be impeached. The question is whether Barack Obama is going to prison for the obstruction and the wiretapping of America. That's the question. Because no person is above the law, not even him.
Don't make history again.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, I have no confidence in Reince Priebus and a number of the people that are invested in the establishment Republican arm. How best, first of all, Trump's not getting rid of some of them, but how best do we assist in sending Goldwater Republicans to the House and the Senate?
Try this again. Let me put it to you this way. I've had it up to here with Reince Priebus. Nobody gets that joke. Reince Priebus. Look, he may be a perfectly nice fellow, but he's an establishment Republican. He does not understand the Trump revolution. He doesn't understand the people who voted to elect this president. Why is Dina Habib Powell, best friend of Huma Abedin, best friend of Valerie Jarrett, why is she in the Trump White House? Why is our chief economic advisor a liberal Democrat who's a former chairman of Goldman Sachs, a man who hates tax cutting? Why is he the president's chief economic advisor? Did anybody here vote for Jared Kushner? Because I did not. See, I don't think this is a positive influence. I will give Ivanka and Jared this consideration. I think they honestly believe that the advice they're giving the president is in his interest. They're just wrong. If we wanted a continuation of George W. Bush, we would have voted for Jeb. That's not what the American people voted for. And trying to make Trump a universally loved establishment figure is not going to work. I like Donald Trump just the way he is. And those who say he should stop tweeting are out of their minds. The only thing that disappointed me is I wanted him to live tweet during Comey's performance. I think it would have been great. I'm sure his lawyer talked him out of it, but I think it would have been historic. It would have been epic. Because Donald Trump tells it like it is. He's not reading off a poll or a focus group or a round table. He's not reading a memo written by some 25-year-old speechwriter. He speaks from the heart.
Love the Kavefi.
The gut. He can relate to working class Americans. Even though he has a great Ivy League education and he has fabulous wealth, he still relates and talks like normal people talk. And he would rather have dinner with a bunch of truck drivers than a bunch of Fortune 500 CEOs because he knows they'll be more genuine. See, he's real, and that's what drives them crazy. They say, oh, you know, the president, he's slipping. He's, you know, maybe he has early Alzheimer's. Let's be very clear. In Bill Clinton, we had a rapist as president, a man who assaulted as many as 27 individual women. He bit through the upper lips of at least 3 of them that we know of. That's part of his MO. It's a great disarming tactic for rapists. And we also know that it was Hillary Clinton who brutalized these women, who threatened them, who bullied them into silence. It was Hillary who hires the heavy-handed private detectives and the nasty lawyers to silence these women. And you're saying Donald Trump is mentally unfit to be president? Please, give me a break. It's just an example of the double standard we have in the mainstream media. Another question. Yes, sir.
Sorry. One more.
Let's see if we got somebody else before you get a second one. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Do you think Pizzagate is going to open the American people's eyes to the filth that's in D.C.? I mean, Hildebeest and Billy Boy are into it over their heads.
Well, let me say this. I think that pedophilia and child trafficking.
The question was about Pizzagate.
Are more extensive in this country and in Europe than any of us know. And among certain elite upper classes, it is very commonplace. And I know nothing about Pizzagate, but I do know that after the earthquake in Haiti, there was a government-backed or I should say government-protected child trafficking ring in which children were swept up from the earthquake and shipped around the globe for the sexual amusement of adults. And that government was put in place by Bill and Hillary Clinton, who then doubled down and stole almost all of the earthquake relief money. So the Bush-Clinton Earthquake Relief Fund, $63 million, vanished into the pockets of the Clintons and the Bushes and their cronies. Yes, I'm hopeful that that Attorney General Sessions said 2 days ago, cracking down on pedophilia will be a specific focus of the Trump Justice Department. Folks, child trafficking has to stop. And we cannot pretend it doesn't exist, because it does. All right, you get the last question.
Sorry. We keep hearing a lot, too, by the media how all of us here are racist and the president's racist. What are your thoughts on President Trump ending the war on drugs? Kind of dispel that and as well galvanize maybe minority communities that feel targeted because of the war on drugs.
I think I'm an opponent of the war on drugs. Look, I'm a fervent believer in my mentor, Richard Nixon, who got me into politics. And I think his two greatest mistakes are the war on drugs, which has proved to be expensive and completely ineffective. We incarcerate more people in this country than any country on the globe. We're turning out almost no one, and those who we are turning out are hardened criminals. We're rehabilitating no one. Drug abuse is a public health issue. It's not a criminal issue. I'm not talking about drug kingpins. I'm talking about average people who are arrested with small amounts of drugs for their personal use. Locking them up for the rest of their lives makes no sense at all. But I'll tell you where the president could start. Reclassify marijuana from a class 1 drug where it is with heroin and cocaine and LSD to class 2, because frankly, marijuana is less harmful to the human system than alcohol, which we license and tax by the state. That's a good place to start. All right, so I want to say thank you again, and let's stick together to make America great again. God bless you.
Anyone that would like a photo or any final words, let's go ahead and handle that right now. Mr. Stone has to go in a few minutes, so please head this way if you haven't had a book signed or would like a photo. Thank you again.
And there you have it, fellow patriots. What an amazing speech from a great patriot, Mr. Roger Stone. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you all for the thumbs up and the hearts of love. Coming to you live from Lake Mary. Again, this is Larry with Citizens for Trump, covering the Roger Stone book signing party here in Lake Mary. I'm going to sign off for now, and we will have some more live streaming later on at a private reception. So thank you all again. Appreciate everybody's support, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Welcome back. One final point before we go tonight. Thousands of people across the country marched against Sharia law this weekend, protesting the brutal totalitarianism of Islamic religious law that subjugates women and calls for the execution of gays. Now, counter-protesters, they claimed this was Islamophobic. The leader of the Women's March even claimed Sharia law is reasonable. In Iran, if you blaspheme the Prophet Muhammad, you can be put to death. The executioners, they cite Islamic law. In the Sudan, if you're convicted of apostasy, you face the death penalty. The executioners, they cite Sharia law. In Saudi Arabia, women aren't allowed to drive, and if you do, you're thrown in jail. The enforcers, they cite Sharia law. Right here in the United States, women and young girls are the targets of honor killings. Their fathers, their murderers, they cite Sharia law. Little girls are the victims of female genital mutilation. The perpetrators, they cite Islamic law. Yet the co-organizer of the so-called Women's March, Linda Sarsour, remember her name? Yeah, she defended Sharia law. She called Sharia law reasonable. Now she claims this. She says, there is not one example of Muslims trying to impose Sharia law on anyone. No legislations, anti-Muslim rallies playing on the gullible. Sharia law is never forced on anybody. Tell that to the 500,000 young women and girls here in the United States who are subject to having their genitals cut off and their vaginas sewn up because Islamic teachings say it's a moral necessity. Tell that to the women in the Middle East who are beaten by their husbands because the Quran says that's okay as long as the rod is no thicker than a thumb. Tell that to the 9-year-old girls who are married against their will to older, perverted men because Sharia law gives child marriage a thumbs up. Tell that to the gay men who are shoved off the roofs of buildings because they're gay by Sharia law enforcers. Tell that to the Muslim woman whose testimony in court that she's been raped must be corroborated by 4 other men if she wants the Sharia law court to believe her. Tell that to the grown Muslim women who aren't allowed to leave their homes or go shopping or drive a car or talk to other men or travel abroad without permission from their husband, their father, or their brother because that's what Sharia law dictates. Tell that to the young Muslim women here in our own country who were murdered by their fathers to avenge the family honor because Sharia teaches better dead than abandon Islam. Ms. Sarsour and all the rest of you counter-protesters defending Sharia law, tell me again how nobody is trying to impose Sharia law on anyone. And then tell me how on earth anybody in their right mind can stand on the street corner and pretend human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights while ignoring the atrocity perpetuated on women by Islamic supremacists under Sharia law. What you're doing, you're not standing up to Islamophobia. You're not standing up for religious or liberty or expression. You're certainly not standing up for women. You're standing with the oppressors, with the abusers, with the murderers, the wife beaters, with the gay killers, the child sex traffickers, the mutilators, the Sharia law police who seek to impose their rule on everybody in the world, or else, if we refuse to submit, they seek to kill us. Because that's just Sharia law. And that's my final point. You can reach me on Twitter at Liz_Wheeler. If you liked the show, please send me an email at oann.com/contact. In the meantime, catch us here tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. And until then, have a good night.
We talk about free speech a lot in the show, and you see a lot of people on YouTube and the media, and I get it. Antifa's annoying but kind of funny. You look at Facebook throttling news, that's all a problem. But this is an example of where freedom of speech is actually a line in the sand that can mean the difference between life and death. And how that ties into the way that we consume information right now is chilling when you follow the timeline to the story. So recently, a Pakistani man was sentenced to death for blasphemy on Facebook. The Guardian writes, an anti-terrorism court in Pakistan has sentenced a man to death for allegedly committing blasphemy on Facebook, the latest step in an intensified crackdown on dissent on social media. So, let me preface this. What are blasphemy laws in Pakistan? We need to know what it is that we're talking about before we get to the time frame here. Basically, anything derogatory of the Islam or Quran, or of course, any depictions of Muhammad. Best case scenario, you get 3 years in prison. We can even see here, we've covered this on the website a lot, where by mob rule, people get killed. Sometimes even women and kids because of blaspheming or because of pictures of Muhammad. We've seen terrorist acts committed. So you can either get 3 years in prison, you can get torn apart by a mob, or in this case, actual sentencing to death as issued by the state. This is important because this is who Facebook themselves and Zuckerberg are linking arms with. Pakistan is number fourth in the world as far as countries on the terror watch list. Countries that produce terrorism. This is important because we read this story and immediately I had a flashback to something we wrote about a couple of months ago on our website, where Pakistan asked Facebook to fight blasphemy, and Facebook sent a team to Pakistan to help investigate. It's written here, not only our site, but the BBC. Facebook agreed to send a team to Pakistan to address reservations about content on the social media site, according to their interior ministry. So this is why this matters. Facebook has real power and influence. This is effectively a soft institution of Sharia law on a social media platform. When you think about it, this is a way. Pakistan came to them and said, hey, we need help with dealing with blasphemy. Mark Zuckerberg, in wanting to appeal to the underdog, wanting to appeal to the most politically correct voice to appease at the time, no moral compass, said, sure, we'll help you with blasphemy laws. They send a team to help them investigate. Fast forward 2 months, and a man is being sentenced to death simply for speaking out against the prophet on Zuckerberg's platform. Is there culpability here? Is Facebook potentially an accessory to murder? And I say that without a hint of hyperbole. I think it's a conversation that needs to be had. And this is why this matters. Facebook has aligned themselves repeatedly with countries, with voices that line up against freedom, that constantly want to strip you of your rights, that constantly want to remove freedom of speech, which ironically was supposed to be the purpose of social media and the platform. If you look at what Mark Zuckerberg used to say, this story in and of itself may not seem so bad. But when you look at the priorities that Facebook has gone out of their way to express, so Facebook has not come out and said, you know what, no more working with Pakistan. That we're done. We're done. I cannot believe that you did this to us. This is not what we wanted. This is not what we meant. No, as a matter of fact, during that same time, Facebook has been removing ex-Muslims' pages. They've been removing our Quran challenge videos. They've been removing posts that have pictures of Muhammad on them. So that is something to take into context. But what does Facebook really care about? Well, Zuckerberg wants to fight ISIS with love. These are views that they express. These are views they go out of their way for the press junkies. They want to censor anti-migrant rhetoric in Germany. They'll go out of their way to fight that. They want to crack down on fake news, like Louder with Crowder. That was a story, remember Gizmodo. They talked about them throttling us. And they've tried to fact check us when we talked about the pamphlets teaching people not to rape being passed out in Cologne, Germany. And their fact checking was, well, these pamphlets weren't specifically printed for Cologne, Germany. They were passed out, and yeah, there was a lot of rape. There was a significant amount of rape, but these pamphlets were reprintings. This was their argument. So when you take that and you see the priorities from Facebook, and you see it from YouTube, you see it from Twitter, you see it from these activists, these political activists who have no moral compass, have so much money, they feel so much guilt, and they automatically want to assume some kind of moral high ground with an underdog. And right now it's Islam. They are, in trying to be tolerant, sitting at the altar of evil who will tolerate nothing from Western society. And you see it with Sharia law. You don't think for a second if Pakistan had this ability to bring that kind of punishment to the states, that they would do? Yours truly. Guess who can't take his passport to Pakistan anytime soon? It amazes me that Facebook will go out of their way to talk about we need to treat ISIS with love, to talk about tolerance, to have a meeting with Glenn Beck and say, listen, we need to include more voices. And then they agree to send someone to Pakistan at a request to deal with blasphemy. And they tell Merkel they're going to shut down anti-Muslim voices. And then someone is sentenced to death. This man is going to die. This man is going to die for using a platform that Mark Zuckerberg created and then used to subvert alongside the Pakistani government to find this guy and sentence him to death. I don't know how someone like that sleeps at night. And when you get rid of the whole, okay, left versus right, and let's have a civil dialogue, absolutely. Mark Zuckerberg and these people in Silicon Valley, these social media giants who are being guided by situational ethics and have no sense as to what the enemy wants to do to them or the Western world. Right now, Mark Zuckerberg and the rest of you quite literally will have blood on your hands. This man was killed because of who you tried to appease, because of the people you tried to help. So when we say freedom of speech is absolute and you want to get into the nuance, the reason we do it is so that shit like this doesn't happen. If freedom of speech is absolute, the second Pakistan comes in there and says, hey, can you help us deal with blasphemy? You know what you say? No. Hey, if you like this video, subscribe by clicking the button. It's a circular button now that says subscribe. If not, head on over to the Young Turks. That's probably more your speed. Although they're coming over here, Cenk, we know you're here watching. I can smell you from here. There's also a recommended video box playing right up there. You can join the Mug Club at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub for daily content, so we're not dependent here on YouTube. Cenk, go. No. Go. You don't need to stay here. This isn't good for, it's bad for your soul.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. With me today is Daniel McAdams. Daniel, good to see you.
Good morning, Dr. Paul.
You know, we talk on this program a lot about the hot spots around the world, and we're usually involved in all of them. If there's one going on, we feel left out if we're not there, so we end up getting in it. we have another hot spot. I mean, it was a cool spot there for a while. We didn't pay much attention to it. But all of a sudden, there's a hot spot in the Persian Gulf. And it's between Saudi Arabia and Qatar. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, nobody had anticipated this coming up. And it's a serious thing. I mean, Saudi Arabia broke relations along with 3 other Arab countries. They're put on sanctions, blockade. They can't get any food in. And, all of a sudden, it's a big deal. But one thing that, in looking into this, that I found sort of fascinating was 2 or 3 weeks before anybody even was thinking about this, Congress was busy passing a law, getting prepared to put on sanctions against Qatar. So there must have been some thought about it, but all of a sudden it's clear blue. To me, it looks like who knows what will happen. I mean, the Iranians are sending two warships over to Oman, which is right in the neighborhood. The people in Qatar, although they're rather rich, they're the richest per capita country in the world, and and they were getting all their food over trucks from Saudi Arabia, but they closed that all down. But Iran came to the rescue, and they're shipping in food and helping them out. So that really sets the stage who's on whose side. And now the people who have been after the Iranians for a long time will have more ammunition. Matter of fact, this essentially started when Trump started talking, about those bad Iranians. And so this to me is fascinating because it involves national defense and it involves our militarism, and it involves some of our investments. So this was something I just don't think there was a whole lot written about this in the last 2 or 3 months about something like this happening.
Yeah, I think this mini explosion was a surprise, at least to most people, maybe not to everyone. As you say, Congress seemed to know something about it, but it was, in a way, on the surface, it doesn't pass the laugh test because Saudi Arabia is breaking ties with Qatar over its support for terrorism and its interference in the internal affairs of other countries. Saudi Arabia here is the #1 exporter of terrorism in the world, who's been involved in Syria for how many years, who's involved in bombing Yemen back to the Stone Age. So it really is like the pot calling the kettle black. But deeper down, there are more geopolitical reasons, I think, for the split. It's not, it comes to mind the scene in the great film Casablanca where he says, "There's gambling going on here, and you're earning, sir." It reminds you of that. But deeper, I think there are the geopolitics, the fact that Qatar shares a natural gas field with Iran. I think they have ties because of trade that they're hesitant to break. And I think if the U.S. and Saudi Arabia thought they were going to break these ties between the two by doing this, I think it's backfired spectacularly.
But if it was ever a situation that our administration, our government, our people should think, maybe this is a good one not to get in the middle of. Because, the other day, once this happened, Tillerson and our Pentagon as well, they spoke out and they said, hey, this isn't a very good idea. This is not going to help. Do you know that we have a big base over there? We have 11,000 troops in this little country. It's the biggest air base. It services all our bombing and things going on in that whole region. And you're up there stirring up trouble. And Trump, of course, 1 hour later said, yeah, these people are bad people. They're supporters of terrorism. And Trump had just recently was in Saudi Arabia and praising, the Saudi kingdoms, and which meant that he was anti the Iranians. And here they are. So, but in our own administration, within an hour, we get 2 messages if you're trying to figure out which is which. So tell me, is this planned? Is this a strategy? Or is this something else?
Well, I love the fact that the White House spokesman said after these 2 apparently conflicting messages, said, no, they're not conflicting after all. They just sound that way. They just sound conflicting. But, under the surface, there's also the tension between the Muslim Brotherhood and the Saudi Kingdom. The Muslim Brotherhood is a opposed to the idea of hereditary passage of power. And so there are these kinds of issues that are difficult for us to understand. They're not part of our world, but I think those are all under the surface. And that explains Turkey's involvement, because Turkey is close to the Muslim Brotherhood. And they, as of 2014, have a military base in Qatar as well. And they just passed legislation to add another 3,000 Turkish troops onto that little tiny island. So,
of course, I think everybody would be better off, the least involved they are in other people's affairs. But when it comes to Turkey and other countries, it's in their backyard. It's a part of it would be what it might be good for us doesn't mean that it would be absolutely the best thing for Turkey. But it is all of a sudden you're seeing them line up. You know, there were 34 other Gulf states supported Saudi Arabia on this, and then all of a sudden, you know, who's going to support and who's going to be on the side of the Iranians, and this could escalate like so many of them are escalating. I mean, things are really in shambles. The last thing this country, our country, needs is another one. You know, when you look at the wonderful success in Syria, they might claim that Ukraine is a wonderful success, but I don't believe that. They might pretend that there's a success in Afghanistan. Oh, but we need 10,000 more troops, and it's on and on. Everything they touch becomes shambles, but it's always fighting terrorism. And yet here we are on the side of the country that believe, if people were objective, they'd have to say that the promoters of the most amount of terrorism probably would be the Saudis, because we helped them along on that, you know, years ago. And did you see where the Iranians are saying that they have proof that we actually literally support ISIS? Of course, we've said that on this air too, because in one place they might be, the other place they were saying we're after ISIS, the other place they're helping ISIS. So I wouldn't be surprised that they do have some more evidence, but that doesn't solve our problem. I mean, we're in this flip-flop situation where nobody can quite comprehend the foreign policy, other than the fact that no matter how you use interventionism allows flexibility, which some people think is very good. But it also means on again, off again, do one thing, say one thing, and policy is this, 1 hour later, change it, and, you know, mass confusion. So I think it's going to remain confused, but, you know, the fact that this is an attack as much on Iran as anything.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that's the intention. I think it's more than just coincidental that this break came just a couple of days, literally, after Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia. We suspect that he listens to the last person he spoke with the most, and so that might explain some of this. But, you know, again, as we said when we started, if this was intended to put a division between Qatar and Iran, it's absolutely backfired. It's had the opposite effect. As you point out, Iran is sending food. Iran probably looks at this as a great bonus. You know, this is a strategic opportunity for them to get closer to Qatar. They share this oil field. They share ties. Qatar has been close to the Houthis in Yemen as well. So this may be shifting things and unintended consequences of really what you say is the Trump administration's blundering into this. If there's ever a case for non-interventionism, this is a good one.
You know, a lot of people like to dissect out Trump's tweets. And, of course, he's in one, and I read somebody else's opinion about this. I didn't read all his tweets. They said that he wants to take credit for this. You know, he went in there and he stood up for the Sunni nationalists, and those are the good guys. And he has to be against the terrorists, and the terrorists are all come from Iran. And, of course, the facts are quite a bit different than that, because you know, the ISIS people are attacking Iran now, so that's fictitious, and I would think that if that could possibly be so, but I think a president making tweets can precipitate events. But just like I pointed out at the beginning, that there might have been some plans laid in our U.S. Congress because the pro-Saudi and pro-Israeli people had this bill, this legislation going through, and that's been a couple weeks before this story broke.
Yeah, it is very coincidental. But, someone speculated, maybe even more than speculation, that, Trump took credit for this before he may have actually known that we have a major base there and, over $1 billion worth of Qatari investment in the United States. He may have really blundered into something they didn't understand. It's interesting. I was in Washington last week and I spoke to a fellow who's a high-ranking Pentagon guy, and he said he's never seen anything like this. Literally, the second and third tier of political appointees are gone. There's nobody there, and you have holdovers. I'm sure it's the same in state. Assistant secretary and deputy assistant secretaries, all these positions are empty. You've got a lot of hangers on. I'm wondering, not that we're endorsing putting a lot more people into government service, but it may explain some of this confusion of policy.
Now, are these people that automatically leave with each administration, or were these professional people that usually go from one administration to the next?
Yeah, there are a couple of layers of political appointees that go into assistant secretary, deputy assistant secretary. Those all go through the Senate. Those are all appointed positions. And so he just simply hasn't put anyone up for these positions. So that might explain if he has a policy, which I think we'd suspect that he doesn't really have an operating philosophy or policy. But if he did, he'd have no one to carry it out anyway.
It'll be interesting to see exactly where the military-industrial complex is. Well, I guess Tillerson is speaking for them more than others because, he wants to protect the base and he wants to protect contracts. How many contracts are there other than military contracts? There's probably a lot of military contracts. So it probably doesn't hurt the military-industrial complex one bit.
No, not at all. And, Qatar, they're no dummies either. They hired a high-powered PR firm. You probably saw that in Washington. That's what you do when you get in trouble.
Is that
Ashcroft.
Right?
John Ashcroft will personally take charge of this. They're paying him $2.5 million in an emergency contract. This is, I think, what maybe some of the viewers don't understand, and we've seen it when you were there. This is really what drives policy in Washington.
Yeah, no, and he will have a lot of people behind him that he'll be representing. So it'll be interesting to just see how he handles it, because this is getting awfully close to the deep state. It's the leaking out of the deep state, revealing what's really happening. But you wonder about. I imagine, just like every human organization, the deep state is not monolithic. It's not perfect. It's going to go back and forth, and different things happen will literally even Trump's been influenced by it. When he changes his position on NATO. But this will be interesting to see what evolves. But I would still maintain that this is a dangerous situation because you don't know exactly what will happen, and with warships being there, where does the United States go? We've committed to the Saudis. And Trump has been very, very blunt on that. So that means we are close allies against the Yemenis. The war against Yemen, and of course that means that he has to be emphatically opposed to Iran, because that represents the Sunni Shia Persian Arab conflicts that have gone on for a long time, and then it's the control of oil too, oil and gas, like you mentioned. In that little country, they have some oil and gas.
Yeah, they do. But I think this sort of blundering into this could be dangerous. If you want to maintain the global empire, because what's going to happen to this base if they push the Qatar government their backs to the wall and they say, okay, you guys, you got to get out of here. We certainly can't send it back to Saudi Arabia, because remember what happened last time. We moved it out of there because of what happened last time,
Yeah, well, it probably wouldn't make much sense putting it in Iraq and Afghanistan. But when you look at that map, did we put our map up?
No,
yeah,
we have
put
a
up
map.
our map.
It is
We can
important,
show where this, it's really, see right in the center there. And then, of course, straight north is Iran. Iran.
Yeah.
And so it's a key location, and it might be, the key geopolitically spot for our biggest air base for that reason. It's not working well. I have a suggestion. Let's move it back to the United States. Bring the jobs home.
Yeah, exactly.
But reduce them. Well, I think, there are 1,100 airplanes stationed there. And the other thing impressed, I think, was every 10 minutes, 7 days out of the week, 24 hours a day, a plane either lands or takes off.
Wow.
I mean, that's a lot of them. And nobody even knows we're at war. These are war planes. And, as long as they can control the media and what's going on, they keep doing this. But that's a lot of. I wonder. How much fossil fuels are being burned with all those planes in and out of there. And there's probably other countries' airplanes beside ours. That's a lot of energy being burned up for what? Who knows what? It's all world empire. That's why we're involved. There would be a lot of these problems if we weren't there. They've been there for a long time, but the scope would be so much smaller. There would be a lot less incentive for Russia to be so engaged if they weren't worrying about being surrounded by our military bases. So this is something that would be much, much better off without us there. No, we didn't start every single battle over there and every single skirmish and the religious wars and all these problems, but we've been engaged. Our last 100 years of engagement over there hasn't been good. So how would you summarize this, and what do you think we should be looking for?
I think the Trump administration is about to get a very hard lesson in the downfalls of interventionism in the Persian Gulf now. I think that's what's on the horizon.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't disagree with that, because that's sort of the theme of our program. Interventionism doesn't work well. We should have hands off internationally, hands off the economy, and hands off our personal lives. That would go a long way for developing a world where we could set a standard, and we could look, in our terms, an exceptional nation where people would want to emulate what we do. But to be involved in everything and looking at this, all of a sudden perking up, and here several weeks before we were already planning on putting on the sanction in the Carter. So I would say that what we should do is keep an eye on this. Hope we're completely wrong about being a little bit concerned, but who knows? All these places are hot spots. There's plenty of them over there, and it's always a drain. It's always a drain financially, and this country is suffering. All that we have done in developing, the greatest development we've had in many decades, especially in the last 10, has been debt. And believe me, debt will bury us all if we're not careful, because people will finally reject our policies. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today to the Liberty Report. Please come back soon.
Joining me right now, Fox News' Todd Starnes. Scott Bolden, back with us as well. All right, I know you want to sound off on this, Todd, so I'll start. We're all for free speech, but I would argue that Bank of America and Delta Airlines here, they're basically exercising their free speech. They don't like what they saw.
Absolutely. And look, I fly Delta, cash my paycheck at Bank of America. I say good for them. Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that says they have to spend their money on this great big steaming pile of thespian garbage. Mm-hmm. So, look, I think it's a good move. Shame on the New York Times, by the way. They're sticking with these Shakespearean folks.
You know the New York Times has a different view of this entirely, shall we say. Let me point out Bank of America's statement. They write, the public theater chose to present Julius Caesar in such a way that was intended to provoke and offend. Had this intention been made known to us, we would have not sponsored it. Scott, they're definitely provoking and they're definitely offending here.
Yeah, they
which is
certainly
their right
are.
to do.
Well, there's First Amendment, but I got to tell you, for me, even as a Democrat, and let's not forget about Ted Nugent or Kathy Griffin or even this play, it's disturbing to me that while we may have divisive presidents, he's still the president, and while they may be divisive, and we can detest the president, whoever's in there, the allegations or the references to physical harm in any level just isn't appropriate because it's the office of the presidency that's really super important. And secondly, you don't know who your free speech is going to, who may not be able to sort through or intellectualize what's on stage or what's being promoted by any individual. That's dangerous. It's dangerous speech. And I really think all of us, as divided as we are as a country, should get away from that.
Here. I'm glad to hear you say that, Scott. Todd, Delta's making a point that this is basically just in poor taste. In other words, they don't want to be associated with something that crosses the line, as they say, on the standards of good taste. And it really seems as though lately we're crossing all kinds of lines. And I hate to bring it back to Comey, but he also crossed a line there, writing down that memo, calling his friend, having his friend leak it to the New York Times. I mean, when we talk about good taste in general, we seem to be lacking that right now as a society.
Well, we certainly do, and that's certainly evidenced by what we're seeing on our television screens and what we're seeing on stage these days. This anti-Trump hatred. Remember what happened when Vice President Pence went to go see Hamilton and how he was lectured from the stage. Again, it seems like something's happening in the theatrical community. Even at the Tony Awards on Sunday night, where we're seeing these actors and actresses, people who play make-believe for a living, try to voice their political opinions. Maybe they ought to just stick with what's scripted for them.
Well, it's on both sides, right, Scott, though, right now? We have gotten that political. Think about Under Armour, the company that, makes the sneakers and the sporting gear. Their CEO came under fire for essentially saying that, he kind of liked some of the economic policies that he was hearing from Donald Trump. And before you knew it, you had athletes getting all upset, people boycotting the company. I mean, it's happening on both sides right now in a way that really, I think, again, is unrivaled. People are so riled up.
Yeah, Michael Jordan 20 years ago was asked why he doesn't endorse candidates, Democrats or Republicans, and he said, both buy my shoes. And now we seem to have lost Michael Jordan's thought process here because corporations, entertainers, you name it, have a very defined reason for either supporting this president or not, or supporting or opposing Barack Obama, or it really doesn't matter. We are more willing, and I think because there's no one that has any mixed feelings on President Trump. You either like him or you don't like him, and it's deep dislike or deep commitment, if you will.
I don't know about that, though. I mean, you think about all the people that elected him, right? There are a lot of people that might have been very conflicted. There were people that were longtime Democrats that felt as though Hillary Clinton no longer represented their party and who they were. And I do think that that's a big part of why he was elected, especially in the Rust Belt.
Well, that was his electoral base, but I can tell you right now, those same independents and Democrats that were frustrated, they're certainly regretting that vote right now, and Democrats are trying to make them regret that vote in anticipation of 2018 and 2020.
See, I think that the problem right now, Todd, is that the country has veered off into a land that many don't like, right? Economically, in terms of security, and even when it comes to sort of the willingness of people to say these outrageous or do outrageous things. I'm thinking Kathy Griffin. And so Americans see their sense of normalcy sort of slipping away from them. Their chance at the American dream slipping away from them. And along comes Donald Trump. And he represents to many Americans the opportunity to restore that. Isn't that sort of what's going on, that many people sort of see him as their last hope?
Well, I think so. And again, I believe that President Trump, at the end of the day, is going to be judged on bigger issues like the economy, for example, getting Americans back to work. And that's what he's focused on. And I know that's what the American people are focused on. But meanwhile, you have the Hollywood types in the mainstream media and those in the fake news that would rather focus on these other issues and not the big news, which is that more Americans are getting back to work.
Do you think they feel a lot of pressure to do that? I mean, do you think that they feel like they have to? I mean, if you're going to be a success in Hollywood right now, Scott, I don't think you are going to come out for Donald Trump.
No, I'm not. But here's the deal. The reason you have these individuals, entertainers, and companies who have a visceral reaction isn't because they want to get back to America and make it great again. It's because Donald Trump, in their opinion, his policies are so divisive and in many instances racist. For example, he wants to keep the Mexicans out because of a wall. He wants a Muslim ban, if you will. He's cut major funding for the arts and others in his budget.
You're throwing a lot of things out there. What I'm saying
that drives that narrative. I'm entitled to that opinion to keep nothing at all.
He has
but
over and over again made
the Muslims out of this country is
rightly
racist.
so, that if you're going to have a country, you got to have borders, right? It's not a Muslim ban. If it were a Muslim ban, then he would have banned a whole lot more countries than the ones that he did. You're talking about rhetoric on the campaign trail and what has actually transpired.
He just tweeted it a week ago.
Travel ban. He made the point of calling it a travel ban. He never said it was a Muslim ban a week ago. He called it a travel ban. I think they're distinctly different.
During the campaign, he called it a Muslim ban. Exactly.
You don't think that once you're president of the United States, I don't think that that's relevant, what he said on the campaign trail. Once you're president of the United States,
why did so many people vote for him then?
Once you are president of the United States, you are privileged to information.
So we walk away from everything he said. We would just walk away from it. Unbelievable.
I'm out of time. I always love seeing you. And I always love it when we fight. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, time to take a rather grim and hard-faced look at the giant economic sinkhole known as Puerto Rico. As you have probably heard, on June 11th, 2017, Puerto Rico held a non-binding referendum on whether to become an actual state or stay an American territory. Sovereignty apparently completely off the table, because you see, sovereignty would then mean having to assume your own debts rather than being able to ship debts, I guess, along with drugs and crime to the mainland. While 97% of those who participated in the referendum vote favored statehood, only 23% of the territory's population participated in the process. It was the lowest level of participation in any election in Puerto Rico since 1967. Wow, 23% of the population participating in the vote. Boy, that's less than half of the population that participates in the welfare state. U.S. Congress makes the sole determination regarding any changes to Puerto Rico's political status. And if you still think that should be a go after this presentation, you need to throw a bucket of ice water on your head and start watching it again. Governor Ricardo Rosella said, Puerto Rico voted for statehood. In any democracy, the expressed will of the majority that participates in the electoral process always prevails. Okay, dude. You don't live in a democracy. You live in a republic. It's not supposed to be unfettered will of the majority. That's mob rule. Well, it's always great when you have to school governors on their own system. He goes on to say, it would be highly contradictory for Washington to demand democracy in other parts of the world and then not respond to the legitimate right to self-determination that was exercised today in the American territory of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is currently seeking the bankruptcy protections that statehood would likely provide. There's democracy for you, running from creditors that you can't possibly pay. With $74 billion in debt and $49 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. Well, that's a lot of billions. Now, already the island receives over $20 billion a year in federal funds. Well, of course, paying no federal taxes. A lot of that, the largest portion of that goes to nutritional assistance, Social Security, housing, and so on. So it gets more than $20 billion a year from the federal government, has a gross domestic product of about $100 billion a year. Puerto Rico. Enjoy your sunshine, my friends. Half the population is on public assistance, 14% unemployment rate, and I guess about 1,000 murders every year because of a virulent and growing drug trade problem, cartel, usual disaster ahead that goes on with that kind of stuff. So let's look at some of these numbers. Debt and unfunded liabilities, this is in billions. So again, we've got $74 billion in debt, $49 billion in pension liabilities, for a grand total of $123 billion in total debt, with a population, I guess, rapidly declining of 3.4 million dollars. So public corporation debt, $29.5 billion. General public works obligation bonds, $13.3 billion. You know, it's really, really great when financial companies make a huge amount of money selling downstream liabilities to American taxpayers. That's what we call the free market, my friends. It's not, by the way. PREPA bonds for power utilities. A lot of government control of utilities in Puerto Rico. We'll link to a presentation I did before on that below. That's $9 billion. PRASA bonds for water utilities, $4.6 billion. Sales tax-backed COFINA bonds, $17.6 billion. And unfunded pension liabilities of $49 billion. So you know how this works, right? Politician comes up and says, hey man, vote for me. And I guess I'm about 55, so I'll be retiring in about 10 years or so, but vote for me and trust me, in 20 or 30 years, there'll be so much money for your retirement, it's going to be mind-blowing. I'm going to sign all this stuff that magically changes mathematics and magically changes the number of people working and magically changes tax receipts. Magic. And then, you know, everyone votes for that guy and he gets out of office, and then some poor schmuck down the road is left staring into this kind of Nietzschean monster more abyss where the economy kind of rises towards you like a sand dune in a sand monster in the Dune series. So, back of envelope calculation, we have a little over $36,000 per capita for debt in Puerto Rico. $36,000. Now, remember, of course, half the population on welfare and a significant portion of the remainder of the population working paper-pushing, nonsense, soul-sucking government jobs. Number of entrepreneurs in Puerto Rico adding to the economy. That's not back-of-the-envelope calculation. I think that's fingers and thumbs on hands calculation. Net tax-supported debt, right? Some of the debt is tax-supported, and some of it is not. So let's look at the 5 worst states per capita. So the median for U.S. states of tax-supported debt, $1,006. Wow, that's not good, but not huge, right? So a big chunk of the $74 billion is not guaranteed by taxpayers. It is debt from government-owned public enterprise corporations like PREPA, PRASA, and HTA. So only 42% of Puerto Rican debt is tax-supported debt. So median for U.S. states, 1,006. Puerto Rico, 15,637. That's right, my friends, almost 16 times. But at least they have a largely indolent, unproductive, and ill-educated population to make up for all of that. Connecticut, 6,505. Massachusetts, just under 6,000. Hawaii, 5,000 and change. New Jersey, 4,388, but about 82% of that is Governor Christie's buffet. New York, 3,000 and change. So this is who you're inviting in, friends. You ever go on a date? I did once. I went on a date with a woman who told me in great detail all the debt she was in. And I was like, well, I'm not going to add to your debt by charging you for the coffee that we're going to have each, but check, I'm out of here. You know, it's one thing to let the crazy person into the car. That's bad enough. It's quite another thing to let them drive. As a percent of personal income, so this is tax-supported debt as a percent of personal income for the population. Median for U.S. states, 2.5%. Puerto Rico, 87.5%. 87.5%. Hawaii, 9.9%. Connecticut, 9.8%. Massachusetts, 9.5%. New Jersey, 7.3%. Washington, 5.7%. Come on, people, this isn't even that complicated. You don't have to be as bad as most Puerto Ricans are at math, which we'll get to in a second, to know that this is a very, very bad deal. Democracy rules. Majority will. If the majority is sent a bill for the entrance of Puerto Rico into statehood for some of this stuff, which they will they vote for it? Well, we'll probably never find out because I think everyone knows the answer to that. Debt to GDP percentage. 5 worst states. This is from fiscal year 2015. So the U.S. average debt to GDP per state is 16.5%. Puerto Rico, 69.2%. And that's the least fun 69 number you're ever going to see in your life. New York, I laugh because otherwise I burst into tears. New York, 24%. South Carolina, 21.3%. Rhode Island, 20.8%. Kentucky, 19.5%. Kansas, 19.2%. Yeah, debt to GDP percentage. Just a reminder, 69.2%. So let's have a look at Detroit. Detroit used to be called the Paris of America. It used to be a shining, beautiful, wonderful city with some of the most amazing libraries in the post-war period before a certain not insignificant demographic shift occurred. And now, from having some of the greatest libraries in North America, Detroit, now the libraries are regularly pillaged for copper pipes and everything else that's not nailed down, stolen by feral packs of people. And the only thing they don't steal these days are the books, which is all you kind of need to know about that. So let's look at Detroit. This is 2013, Puerto Rico 2017. So debt per capita in Detroit, $27,400. Ooh, that's bad. And Puerto Rico, $36,059. Pretty bad. Now, if you look at the income per capita, Detroit, $14,900. I guess that includes a whole lot of welfare as well. And the income per capita in Puerto Rico, $11,400. So massive, catastrophic, soul-crushing, swallow-up-the-Roman-Empire-style debt. But on the other hand, a very low personal income per capita. So, yeah. Much higher debt and 23% less income per capita than 2013 Detroit. And labor participation rate. Well, in Puerto Rico, the labor participation rate, people working who are able and available to work, well, it's 40%. Again, it's really nice outside, and sometimes it can be tough to sit inside when there are lizards to catch outside. But yeah, so 62.7% for the United States. That's the labor participation rate as a whole. Bad enough, but Puerto Rico, it's 40% of the adult available population who could work is actually working. I wonder if that will go down if they achieve U.S. statehood. I'm going to guess yes. All right, time to uncork the old rant bot. So $3 billion in illegal drugs are sold each year on the island. That, of course, drives an enormous organized crime movement and its inevitable tentacles of corruption that reach into the police, the political system, just about everything that you can think of. Here's an anecdote, somewhat telling. Vecchio's Island, off to Puerto Rico's east coast, a guy reported, he said, a car rental company said, don't lock the vehicle. Do not lock the vehicle when you rent the car because the thieves are going to break in anyway. They're going to get in anyway, and we're just tired of replacing windows. Hey, that's the kind of culture you've got out there. Across all of the United States, states and territories and protectorates and so on, who's number one in public corruption cases? That's right. Ding, 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 ding. Puerto Rico is number one. It leads the entire U.S. for public corruption cases. Puerto Rico spends quite a lot on education, more than a significant number of U.S. states. So in 2013, Puerto Rican 8th graders were tested in mathematics, and 95% of them scored below basic, which means they don't really understand what 95% means. 5% scored basic. 0% scored proficient, and 0% scored advanced. Now, come on, people. We've got automation coming. 40% of jobs for lower IQ individuals, for less able individuals, for less educated individuals. Those jobs are drying up. They are drying up. They are vanishing. You know, go pour a bottle of water on tarmac in Vegas in August, and the jobs are evaporating. The last thing the West needs is less educated, lower IQ people flooding in because, we need them for the labor. Really? Really? You know, there are machines that can pick strawberries, robots that can pick grapes delicately and perfectly now. This is not complicated, people. This is not complicated. And there's no need to get mad. It's not the Puerto Ricans' fault. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just they have an average IQ of about 87. And I don't imagine that's going up. Can you imagine living in that kind of environment? If you've got brains at all, you're going to hightail it to the mainland as soon as you possibly can. So who's left? Well, people who like spending a lot of time on welfare and staring at a screensaver in a pseudo-government job. And this is just the reality. I wish ethnic human biodiversity wasn't true, but, you know, I wish I could grow a mohawk. You know, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. We need to face facts. You know, the West invented science. It's kind of time to start using it, to start making public policy decisions. It's not a lack of spending. It's just that this is the way it is. IQ varies by population, and IQ is significantly genetic. And nobody knows how to solve it. This is just a basic reality that's been known for well over 100 years. There's no doubt about it. I've had all the experts on the show talking about this. This is the reality. You know, it's a funny thing, too. This shows you sort of race politics in action, right? Because the left, very, very keen on getting Puerto Rico into the Union, right, into America, because it's going to vote. I mean, come on, they're going to vote for big government programs. They're going to vote for welfare programs. They're going to vote for Democrats. Of course. I mean, this is not even a doubt, right? This is gerrymandering, right? They're up against the wall. They've run out of money. And so they want to attach themselves to a new host, and that is the American taxpayers, more explicitly than they've been doing in the past. So, of course, the left wants them to come in so that they can vote and vote for the left and make it even more impossible for non-leftists to gain any kind of political power. And that's just the reality. It's got nothing to do with anything else. You and I, if we go into debt, well, sucks to be us. You know, if you're a student who was lied to about the value of your arts degree when you were 18 years old, and in many places not even allowed to have a drink, kind of a glass of wine at dinner, but you can sign up for $100,000 to get lefty indoctrination, job-killing, culture-alienating brain stamp of Marxist indoctrination on your head. Oh, you can sign up for $100,000. Oh, and by the way, by the time you graduate and find that you've been corrupted and turned inside out and turned into hating the free market, hating having a job, hating money, to the point where you're virtually unemployable because your attitude is going to be so crappy because you've been infected with freedom-hating leftist mind garbage. When you go out and get a job and you realize that you can't make any money, you can't have a future, you can't get married, you can't settle down, you can't have a family, by the time you get that under your belt, that into your system, by the time that bleak nothingness becomes your future, you can't even get rid of your student debt through bankruptcy. That stuff's going to follow you around like herpes. But don't worry, Puerto Rico, we'll bail you out. Don't worry, big banks, we'll bail you out. Lying to 18-year-olds about the value of their crapping on education, never letting them exchange their debt for freedom, never, ever letting them out, becoming debt serfs, debt slaves, that's fine. But if people vote for free stuff from the government, or if banks malinvest in certain securities and certain real estate markets, well, we'll just bail them the heck out. Sorry, students, you're stuck under the grinding mill wheel of debt for the rest of your natural life, and you probably can't even discharge it by becoming a different gender. But if you're a bank, if you're a government, bail out, bail out, bail out. And this is race politics in action. Why would Puerto Rico want to join what the left calls horribly racist white privilege America? Stay away. It's just racists in America. They hate everyone. Well, everyone claims to hate white, but everybody loves green. Ain't that the truth? Everybody loves the money. And just look at the history of America, last 50 years or so, right? Since the 1965 Immigration Act shifted immigration from Europe to the third world. What's happened? National debt. National deficits have all completely exploded. The country has swung relentlessly towards the left. Educational standards have collapsed. Crime has become an increasingly significant problem. And now the number one cause of death for Americans under 50 is drug overdose. The future of the meal is in the recipe, and the ingredients determine the taste. The facts are very clear about what decisions need to be made, what is the right decision. As I said before, the West invented science. The West invented IQ testing. The West has refined and developed the study of genetics. The West invented science. It's time to stop ignoring it, to the detriment and decay and possible death of the West. It's time to stop ignoring science and start using it.
Stemming from a fall. Otherwise, again, I don't know, but you make a good point there, and I think we have to kind of keep an eye on that, or keep that in the back of our minds as we look at the totality of things that we were seeing coming from Fox News. And the reason I mentioned Fox News as being kind of the front and center here is, again, it's symptomatic of something larger that we're seeing. And this week we had we had on our show for a segment a gentleman by the name of Peter Chauka, and he's an author, political media news junkie, self-admitted. In fact, he was one of the first, the youngest, I should say, young man with press credentials in the Nixon press room. And the reason I bring his name up is he wrote 3 articles for the American Thinker, one on May 19th, another on May 23rd, and then a third on May 30th that really get into detail about Fox News and about Bill O'Reilly, about Sean Hannity, and about the environment there. And again, the reason this is all important, people might think, well, this is just mainstream media. It's not important, but it is. Because once you start peeling back the layers of the attackers here, you can start to see the Saul Alinsky tactics, the playbooks, the same playbooks, and the same funding, the same people, the same elites. And even as we spoke off air, and I reference Peter Barry Chauka, as we spoke off air, we were talking about how the elitism and the arrogance of the top media people is so evident and so insulated from reality that they are creating their own reality, of course, and then pushing it upon the American people. And when you look at their salaries, for example, one broadcast is more than the average person makes in 3 years, for the bigger names. You start to see this disconnect, but more importantly, you start to see the alliances that are building based on power, money, and influence. And of course, money does provide the power and influence. So, all of that said, I believe that when you take a look at what's taking place with Fox News, this is an attempt to take down the only mainstream conservative nationally syndicated station. And that's going to have a number of collateral effects. There's going to be some collateral damage from that. But it's going to also do something else, I think. And I think it's going to create a different environment for you and I and shows like ours, where those people that are casualties of this internal takeover or internal takedown will come out and will attempt to utilize the internet, as we are already doing, providing additional I don't know, Dave, maybe additional insight or additional the spotlight on our venue. And I think that's going to have initially it's going to have a very positive effect. However, and this is where it gets kind of dicey, I do see with that an increased regulation of what you and I can talk about based on the, in order to shut up and shut down the collateral, the people affected collaterally by Fox News, for example, Bill O'Reilly, perhaps Sean Hannity, as well as others not so well known. So I see this being kind of a shining light in the distance, at least initially, but I also see the government regulations coming in and requiring, or causing certain changes within the venue of our platform. And I'm not so sure how much sense that made, but if you take a look at it, what's the one?
What kind of changes, Doug?
Well, I think I think that the regulations, along with the cost of doing business, one of the ways to regulate an industry is to require licensing, require a certain amount of government servitude. For example, a private investigator, we'll say in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, for example, as I am and have been for the last 30 years, it takes money, and a lot of it takes a lot of insurance. It takes a lot of there's a lot of regulatory costs involved in the operation of a licensed private investigative agency. Some, I believe, you need that for oversight or for at least self-policing or the policing of the industry. However, it creates a situation where many cannot or will not be able to afford broadcasting, even a simple podcast, for example. If you regulate, compared to the ammunition situation we saw a couple of years back, if you could get ammunition, a box of the 22 cartridges were just outrageous. And a ban, for example, a ban on ammunition could take many forms. One being, it could become cost prohibitive. Another, it could, let's just say, with ammunition, the government could say, okay, we're going to require you to register your ammunition or register in order to buy ammunition. Apply those tactics to the independent media. And that's kind of what I'm referring to. Maybe that was a poor analogy, but I think people can see that. I think that's where this is headed, and I think that and again, we have to self-police ourselves. We can't go on the air, and of course, incite violence. And I don't really know anyone who does that, but when you attach a price tag to that regulation, we'll say, or that licensing status to ostensibly prevent something like that, it could be an issue. And again, I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but I can see where this would affect all of us in the independent media, more so than the mainstream journalists, perhaps. So that's kind of what I'm saying. But pay attention. I guess what I'm saying here is, as well as pay attention to Fox News. And the last thing I'll say with respect to Fox News is Peter Choka, the American Thinker, is going to have an article tomorrow where I am quoted in that article. I do have a source within Fox News. I'm not going to give the name of my source. This person works on 6th Avenue and works with a lot of the people that America, they would know their names. And of course, it's a very close knit kind of operation. And according to my source, the internal war that's taking place to change Fox News from a conservative position to a liberal. And when I say liberal, I'm talking left of center, not progressive, not right away, but liberal nonetheless, or slightly progressive in that direction, The war it's a hot war right now. Sean Hannity is at the epicenter of this, and many people are. Well, there was. I'm not quoted by saying this. I'll tell you this. In the conversation I had with my source, there was a kind of a chuckle with respect to having an office pool of the departure date of Sean Hannity or the termination date of Sean Hannity. Of course, neither one of us thought that was funny, but that's the attitude that exists at Fox News. So that's going to have this blast radius that I do believe will involve the alternative media. So that's one thing that I'm concerned about, which of course gets into other things such as the talk of a civil war coming this summer. Now, we have said this, my goodness, how many years have we talked about this, Dave? How many years have we said, the potential for the civil war is here, and people are getting tired of hearing about it. They're saying, oh, not this again, and my goodness, how many times are we going to hear this or fall for this? But what I've been hearing from people within groups like Oath Keepers, including Oath Keepers, and groups very, very similar to Oath Keepers as well, is that the progressive left is extremely well organized. We saw that yesterday or this past weekend with the various responses to two different initiatives that took place. One was an pro-life initiative across the United States, and the second was a pro-Constitution, anti-Sharia march. I believe that was in 28 cities. The news, of course, was not necessarily the marches, for example, the anti-Sharia pro-Constitution or the pro-life marches, although the mainstream media covered that topic, but where the real news exists is in the response, the immediate rollout, and the level of response to the events, the sophistication of the signage. When you start looking at the not the people marching, again, not the pro-life people, but when you start looking at the people marching against the pro-life people, and you see that the signs are professionally done, and you see that the level of coordination in responding to these events are well planned, and you start to see the level of sophistication in the rollout to protest the marches. It begins to look a little bit more refined than it did even 6 months ago during the resist marches. So what we're seeing is now an increase, and I've talked to people within Oath Keepers, and I will just use that group because of their reputation, who said that they are seeing a dramatic rise in the level of sophistication of response against any event. They can mobilize people today much quicker, and many more people than they could even 6 months ago. And that, when you start following the money trail, the breadcrumbs trail, that goes directly to Barack Hussein Obama and Hillary Clinton, but specifically Obama and his shadow government, and specifically the various organizations that Obama has created that comprise numerous attorneys, that comprise many community organizing offices and officers all across the country. So again, the level of sophistication, along with the manpower, along with the sophisticated communication applications that they have built using social networking. The response time, the average response time by the people I just referenced is incredibly and significantly better than it was 6 months ago. That's what's really causing the people like the Oath Keepers to say, wait a minute, man, there's something really well-funded and well-honed taking place here. So, that said, the blowback from the pro-constitutional events could turn much hotter, much quicker, especially with the element of with the elements that are involved in the anti-capitalism, anti-Trump, anti-constitutional movements, and the anti-Second Amendment people. Those people who are really wanting to see some sort of clampdown on both the First and Second Amendments. A lot of concern there, and that has never existed before within the last decade or so when we've been talking about civil war. There could be something that could flash anywhere, any city, any time, any event, and put us into quite a tailspin. And that's something that I've been told that we're seeing. And that does, by the way, at the same time that would happen, of course, there would be an obvious crackdown on programming and speeches, free speech, what is considered free speech, with programs like yours and mine. And that overlaps into the first issue I was mentioning. And then, of course, I wanted to mention this, Dave. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Just going back to what you said, though, with the licensing requirement, 14th Amendment, we pool our resources, we get an attorney. It would take a martial law kind of crackdown, I think, to enforce this. Because you have journalists running amok at CNN and Fox, ABC, the whole gamut, who have no training, no degree. They're just a mouthpiece or look good in a bathing suit. And they can't have requirements for one part of the profession without having the same requirements for the other. We'd prevail in court. Now, I agree with you. If the crackdown comes because of some trigger mechanism like a false flag, then the game is over because it's martial law. And I also agree with you continuing to talk about civil war. And quite frankly, I don't give a darn what anybody says, because ideologically we already are in a civil war. You have, I don't know if it's half the country, but those who identify with the liberal progressive movement are so far afield from traditional American values and traditional American government. I mean, some of them are farther to the left than Stalin. And ideologically, we are split as a country, and I don't see that split ever changing. And then you add the 80 senators that Trevor Loudon has identified as enemies within in his great book and documentary. We've got all these people in Congress and Senate that belong to communist front groups, Muslim Brotherhood front groups. And then add one more thing here, Doug. June 2nd set off a wave of protests around the country now, sponsored Soros organizations. And what are they protesting? Trump, anything Trump. This is to go on for a month, and they're going to reach 140 cities. So anyone who says that you're a reactionary or overreactor isn't paying attention to what's going on. That's my reaction to what you said in the last several minutes. Hello, Doug.
There we go. How's that? I still knocked my.
Okay,
can you hear me?
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I accidentally knocked my mute button.
I can hear you fine.
All right. With respect to what you just said, with respect to the Civil War aspect, I totally agree with you on that. One of the elements I believe that could be problematic or that would really be a game changer would be the calls or continued calls for impeachment of Donald Trump. And we're not, obviously, Representative Al Green made the call for impeachment, but I think you're going to see, despite the blowing up of the narrative, of the Russian narrative, aside from that, you're going to see some ethics issues brought forward. And what did Obama set up after January, after he left office, was a specific group that does nothing but deals with the ethics. And what Obama did was he dragged attorneys that worked in-house at the White House into this subgroup, this NGO, this 501c4. And there's a group, there's like 5 attorneys, but soon, or I shouldn't say soon, I should say within just several weeks of the initial formation of this organization, we saw, I think there were an additional 24 to 25 attorneys brought on. And their entire purpose, think about this, 36 lawyers whose entire purpose is to do nothing but gum up the works by filing charges, filing legal challenges throughout the court system to Obama-friendly or progressive-friendly judges at the federal district court level. They don't have to, the system doesn't have to work, or the cases don't have to have merit. Just the fact that they have to be dealt with can overwhelm the system, the Cloward Piven type of operation. But the calls for impeachment, of course, will be fueled through the media, through the communists who are masquerading as Democrats, by continued leaks by the deep state, very selective leaks by the deep state that will provide the perception of some sort of impropriety. Again, the perception, which is much different than the reality. And then you've got the wild card in this, I believe. You're going to have the never-Trumpers start to pile on. And then, of course, the establishment Republicans will follow. People like Priebus and Paul Ryan, and, of course, your favorite, John McCain and his buddy, Graham. You're going to see a lot of things, I believe, in that realm begin to coalesce, especially as more leaks come out, and especially as this special counsel begins to work and go forward. And that special counsel was set up. I believe that Mueller was picked and allowed to be placed in that position because of his relationship with Comey. And I think that when you look at the relationship between Mueller and Comey, I think that you'll see that there's this intent here to kill the presidency and to impeach, not literally legally, but impeach in the eyes of the public, the president. And of course, the real legitimate impeachment will follow. And that will be the impetus, I believe, for people of average means, average intelligence, and the blue-collar crowd, the middle American people, to say, we're not going to stand for this. And there's going to be the flashpoint for this. Now, stepping back one more step, which I opened with respect to the restrictions being imposed upon broadcasters, independent broadcasters. You're correct. There's a level of civil disobedience there. However, they can pull certain switches and we could be silenced. On the other hand, it doesn't even have to get to that point. Just think of Lois Lerner, for example, what she did to the 501c3s, conservatives, and how she just legally stopped them from becoming 501c3s. And I can see where the IRS as an instrument, as a weapon, can be used as a weapon, because the problem that we have today, and the problem that we see continuing, is the continual maintenance of the Obama loyal progressives in positions within the government. President Trump has not been able to fill various positions, ambassadorships and such. And we're seeing this blowback. We're seeing this all these roadblocks thrown up in front of President Trump and his attempts to fill positions. Meanwhile, the people loyal to Obama and the people loyal to the progressive ideology remain in power, and you've got that Lois Lerner type environment there. So that's kind of what I'm what I'm seeing. The relentless campaign to delegitimize the Trump administration will lead to war. And I believe it'll lead to war either here domestically or overseas. And this is where I've been reading some of your material, and this is kind of where you come in a sense where you've got some military contacts and you've been seeing some shenanigans and some machinations of the deep state poking around, globally. And I think that's a very important part of this as well, because if, for example, they are not successful, when I say they, I'm talking about the progressives, are not successful in igniting a hot war here in the U.S., I do believe that Plan B involves igniting a war overseas, and it'll be through a very malicious intelligence. It'll be through the sabotage of our own military operations or military systems, or it could be a false flag event. And I was going to name, it's going to be one of those. So all of that said, and I think that we have to take a look at this, not with a microscope, or not with a microscope, but kind of in a broad way. We have to use a bigger lens. And I've always been a fan of looking at the bigger picture, because I think you can see the pieces being moved across a three-dimensional chessboard, as opposed to this one-dimensional chessboard, or even a checkerboard. I think that what we're seeing here now is this response by the deep state, their collaboration with the media, with the communist progressives, with and even to some extent with the Never Trumpers, certainly the establishment Republicans. At those levels, we're seeing the formation of this enemy within. And Trevor Loudon, you're right, by the way, does a great job in naming the individuals behind this in government and elsewhere. And I think, too, lastly, and this is kind of the last part of my opening statement, shall we say, one thing that we are doing here with our organization, Dave, is I've been very blessed and fortunate to have a number of investigators who, back in 04, 03, 04, even back as far as 2002, we had come together and we had, of course, created the Northeast Intelligence Network. And we had done so for the sole purpose of monitoring the Arabic language websites and turning over our information for both domestic plots and for overseas plots to the FBI. Well, we have reformatted this group, as I've mentioned in the past. Now we've got a larger cadre of investigative specialists, people who are really at the tops of their professions in the private sector, who are pooling their talents. We're pulling our talents together under the banner of our organization. That's not to say, it's our organization. We're just kind of pulling it under the name of Northeast Intelligence Network. And we are infiltrating the various fascist groups. We're infiltrating the groups that also involve pedophilia, monitoring the dark web in that respect. And we've also teamed up with people like Craig Sawyer, Liz Crokin, Alicia Powell, and other independent journalists, in addition to the investigative aspect of things. On the other side, the reporting side of things. So instead of taking our investigative finds to the FBI and then having those findings go nowhere, we're now able to bring it out to the public so everyone can see what has been uncovered. Much like Project Veritas, for example, and the Center for Medical Progress, and of course, we're in that same venue as well. So that's kind of that, more or less, Dave, concludes my opening statement. Sorry about that lengthy.
It's quite one, and I will tell you that it's a powder keg right now. I mean, if I were to describe the condition of America right now, it's a powder keg. Soros has been allowed to commit treason against the people of the United States by organizing subversives whose sole goal is a coup d'etat. And CNN is a party to this. The other day I was sitting in a restaurant, it was last week, Doug, it was on Wednesday. And on the TV screen in the restaurant, they had CNN on with a pop-up that had the countdown to the Comey hearing. And their whole purpose at CNN is to take down Donald Trump and the preservation of the deep state.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had Jack Posobiec on the night before the hearings, and he's from Washington, D.C., very, very influential on Twitter, or very well-known on Twitter. And he described how the bars, the restaurants all had drink specials, food specials set up for this Comey hearing. And they were fully, there was this expectation of this Watergate-like takedown of President Donald Trump, which never came. As a matter of fact, it was so, obviously the news, of course, it depends on who you ask, but isn't it interesting that Comey himself is the leaker, or admitted to being a leaker. And of course, and I think it was on your show, Dave. I'm not 100% sure, but I know Sean Hannity has been giving this a lot of Jay Sekulow and others have been giving this a lot of attention. But with respect to Comey, the Comey memo, and the information that he gathered contemporaneous with Donald Trump and his conversations. Well, without turning that over over to the Department of Justice right away, he's in violation of his of the U.S. Crimes Code, Section 18, I believe it's Section 4 of the U.S. Crimes Code, because it's misprision of felony, and I've said this before. So if James Comey had really, truly believed as an officer of the court that he was hearing in his mind some level of manipulation by the director of the FBI or by the President of the United States, his position as director of the FBI would require him to take that information directly to the head of the Department of Justice or a person within the Department of Justice that could exert the proper disposition. He didn't do that. He put it away for a future political use, which he did later, of course. And so he's either telling a lie, or he's guilty of, or could be charged. I shouldn't say guilty. He could be charged with misprision of felony, which is a violation of 18 U.S.C., I believe it's Section 4. So either way, we saw this.
Well, there's more, Doug. There's more than that.
Go ahead.
He's not just a leaker. I mean, he's not just, let's put it this way, he's not just an agent of obstruction of justice, which he was the principal party to. In other words, if the president asked you to commit a crime, you said you had to report it. That makes him guilty of obstruction. And then you get into the fact that he admitted he's the leaker. Okay, yes, now he's revealing state secrets. He's guilty of the same crime that he investigated Hillary Clinton for.
Yes, and gave her a pass. So it's crazy, and to watch, to put together a timeline of James Comey. Maybe I should sue him for my medical issues. I've got whiplash. Seriously, whiplash. Watching James Comey change his mind or change his strategy and tactics, depending upon the individual or the entity he was investigating. Certainly, different standards between Hillary Rodham Clinton and President Donald Trump and their people and their associates. I mean, totally different standards. And the other thing too that I've been hearing, and I'm going to toss this out. Perhaps you've got some information on this. The Department of Justice right now, and this is uncharacteristic of any other time in history. Well, perhaps one, but I won't get into it. But they're looking at Loretta Lynch in a very potentially legally precarious position, and that stems from that tarmac meeting, but it also stems from her handling of or her direction to James Comey for the Hillary Clinton server scandal. I'm not sure if you've been hearing this, but they're looking at Loretta Lynch, perhaps attempting to make her as a scapegoat. Okay, all right. And that's something that people are sides are forming everywhere within the FBI. And I've talked to people within the FBI who said it's a miserable place to work, at least at the Hoover Building. And I've talked to people within various news outlets saying the same thing. And what this is telling me is that people are taking sides now, whereas they might have been quiet a year ago, 6 months ago even, they might have kept their opinions to themselves. Now they're kind of ready to duke it out in front of the water cooler.
That's what I've got a few sources that I want to add to this, what you're saying here, because I agree with what you're saying. I too have a source within Fox and have had now for a few months. I don't know if it's the same person, and we'll never know because I'm going to be as tight-lipped as I need to be, but I know you will too.
You know? Yep.
But I also have a long-term acquaintance with someone in the FBI. And let me tell you what she told me. She said that people are packing their bags at the FBI and that the deep state purge of mid to upper management has already begun. I'm hearing the same thing from an unnamed source in the State Department. Well, out of the blue, after I had reported this in a podcast, Monica Wesolowski, State Department employee, contacted me. And she said, Dave, I can't speak to the FBI, but I can speak to what I see in the divisions in which I work. And she's right. And he's right. In other words, she's seeing her supervisor is preparing to leave, her supervisor's supervisor is preparing to leave, and so are their ancillary aides, and the major reason they're giving is Donald Trump. There's purges going on inside the FBI right now as we speak, and the State Department. And I got the same thing from the Fox News reporter whose sources are telling them that, and they're the ones that want to, and this reporter was the one that encouraged me to put all this together. So, Doug, you're right on the money, but the purge has begun. Now, there's speculation, and I wanted to ask you about this, that to make all of this crap go away for Trump and to remove the veil of threat over his family, which has been issued, that he can have his deep state purge, but he has to stop Sessions from the child sex trafficking investigations. And it's a deal made from two primaries, I've been told, in the deep state and Donald Trump's people. I don't know if that's entirely factual, but Doug, it's consistent with what I'm being told in other areas. Do you know anything about this?
Well, we do. And, boy, that's very interesting. And I want to be very careful how I frame this. We have seen since Donald Trump has assumed the presidency and Jeff Sessions has been sworn in, we've seen a record number of arrests of child traffickers, pornographers, to be more accurate. We've seen the numbers in the low five figures. Now, that combined with a number of other things that involve sex trafficking, child sex trafficking, and the involvement of high-ranking officials that include and overlap, even involving, and again, I want to be very careful about this, but even involving the Seth Rich homicide, elements of the Seth Rich homicide, to be more precise.
That's the catalyst, yeah.
Yeah, there have been warning shots, no pun intended, against some of the people who superintend such investigations, against the people who superintend some of the investigations. I do believe that President Trump has been put on notice, maybe not directly, but indirectly through the Department of Justice. And I think the people who know what I'm talking about will know exactly what I'm talking about. There's been some warnings issued. Don't touch certain elements of this controversy. Okay, and you'll be fine. But I don't see how, Dave, that's even possible, given the scope of what's taking place and the serious nature, where they could possibly lay this all on Donald Trump and expect Donald Trump to stop any of this. Because I don't think, frankly, once it's started, and it's already started, by that I mean not just the investigation, but the actual prosecution of the people, the arrests of the people, and the cultivation of those who have been arrested, and turning those people into operational and informational assets for further prosecutions. You can't stop that. And for Donald Trump to be able to stop that, I don't think that's possible, and that's going to place Donald Trump in a very precarious position, to say the very least. So yes, it's consistent with what you're hearing, but I don't believe it to be possible, probable, or even comprehensible, really, at the end of the day. I don't know, again, if that makes sense, but I'm trying to be as judicious as possible.
Betsy and Thomas here for the American Intelligence Media. Wow, Thomas, what a great week for winning in America. It looks as though the way back to law and order is finally happening. And even as we speak, more and more things get us closer to the end game, which is bringing America back to where she used to be great. On Tuesday, Attorney General Jeff Sessions spoke at the National Law Enforcement Conference on Human Exploitation in Atlanta. Addressing thousands of law enforcement officials, he called the pedophiles stalking the corridors of power, and that would be Washington, D.C. He called them evil, twisted, wicked, horrific, and vile, and vowed to continue the Trump administration's work of infiltrating these formerly and previously impenetrable rings. Yesterday, we watched former FBI Director James Comey start throwing players of the deep state under the bus. And today it is reported at the Washington Examiner that Trump's attorney plans to file a pair of complaints against Comey for leaking his own memo to the press and for previous testimony before a Senate panel. This attorney is Mark Kasowitz. He's Trump's outside counsel, and he will file the first complaint with the Department of Justice Inspector General early next week. The second complaint will go to the Senate Judiciary Committee and focus on statements that Comey made Thursday, that would be yesterday, before the Senate Intelligence Committee. But it's also going to cite testimony Comey delivered to the Judiciary Committee in May when he was still head of the FBI. Thomas, Trump indeed was right. All this winning is feeling pretty good. How do you weigh in?
That's right. Absolutely, Betsy. We're having too many successes right now, because when President Trump took that rock and put it in the sling, he became David and he slayed Goliath, good old Comey. But when Comey falls back, he's going to squish a lot of his own behind him on the ground. This was a huge battle. This was the shot heard around the world. This was the shot heard in the first American Revolution at the Concord Bridge. That's what this was. Comey is going down. And just like a big baby, because remember, he said he didn't have the courage, he didn't have the strength. He said it again and again, the bravery to be able to face Donald Trump. He's going to go down like a sissy. He's taking so many people with him. In his testimony, he didn't have to throw Loretta Lynch under the bus and Wild Bill Clinton, and basically that means Hillary Clinton. That basically means Huma Abedin.
And Barack Obama.
And that'll take down John Podesta, and it'll take down also Susan Rice, who unmasked the things, and probably Leslie Ireland in the Treasury Department, and James Clapper, John Brennan.
And Valerie Jarrett.
Valerie Jarrett, the worst of all. Today she came out.
Yes, and how about John McCain and Lindsey Graham and Chucky Schumer? Oh my goodness, everybody. Will we have anyone left standing in Washington?
The deep state is shaking in its shoes. it has never seen such a thing in its life, that one of its highest esteemed political appointees, an FBI director or a CIA director, gets not only canned, but then later admits openly to obstruction of justice, perjury. That's the reason for the second complaint being put in by Trump's lawyer. That's going to be perjury charges, which we had already pointed out by the two previous testimonies that Comey had. He had perjured himself at least 5 or 6 times, quite blatantly, and that doesn't count what he said to the press or things that he leaked to the press. What we saw was Comey wasn't going to go down alone. As a principal, when someone comes into your office, the first thing they do is tell you what everybody else did wrong, especially if they're guilty. So if they're guilty, they're going to squeal on everybody else, and that's what he did. It is so childish. It is so sophomoric. I can't even believe my own eyes.
Well, let's talk about the attorney, Trump's attorney, and what are these 2 actions? This is amazing. He's going to go after Comey legally.
Well, this is just the beginning. This will be a private action of Trump's, but Trump can also take presidential action and order the special counsel. As a matter of fact, because I couldn't believe it at the end of Comey's testimony, he even got his own friend Robert Mueller in trouble by basically stating, when he leaked that information, some of which was classified, to his circle of friends, who were basically a channel of leaks that had been happening, which he will have to admit when all of this comes out, for the entire time that Trump was considered a viable candidate. He led the charge against Trump. We've said this all along. We've been pointing this out since last October, when he came out and said that the Trump Towers connection to a Russian bank was probably not real, but at the same time did not say that the Trump dossier was not real. Why? Because we now hear through George Webb, and I don't know where he got this. George Webb is very interesting to listen to, but sometimes he connects some dots that may not be connected. But he insinuated that it was from Andrew McCabe, the assistant chief of the FBI, head of the director of the FBI. His wife was the person who gave the money, which came from Hillary's super PAC, by the way, that gave the money for Fusion GPS to hire Christopher Steele and continue to pay him for what's called the Trump dossier. This is amazing.
But let's give a shout out to George Webb, because he's doing the raw investigation that the FBI should be doing. And so if he's not able to connect the dots just right, hey, he's out there, he's beating the streets, and he's bringing us intel.
Oh, he's amazing. I listened to the thing that you posted today on Truth News Headlines, and the hour and a half, the first few minutes aren't so great, but then he gets into his best expose on the way the deep state works. And many people don't understand this. This is about political positioning on certain Senate committees. It's about who gets to control, who gets weapons, who gets to control our natural resources, who gets to control the deals with foreign countries. That's what it's all about. That's what McCain is about. That's what Lindsey Graham's about. That's what Hillary Clinton was about when she was in the Senate. So those people are all about themselves. There is no real organized deep state. If this is a war of all against all, and it's the corporate intelligence that is leading this war, and they're the ones who have the most to lose. And Comey, their chief proponent, has just fallen, and he is not going to get up. No matter what happens, he cannot do what he usually does. What he usually does is he comes out and does something that looks like he's doing something good. At the same time, he's doing something bad. So he, at the moment that he says, I am perjuring myself again, I led the mainstream media propaganda attack, salacious smear against Trump before, during, and after the election, and I am still leading it to this moment. My last deed was to take a classified document, leak it to a friend whose name I'm going to give you so he goes down with me, and they're going to give it to a news outlet that we're also going to name so they go down with me. He even called out news agencies as being fake news, complete fake news, and he almost insinuated that he was in fact the channel that gave them that fake news. But we heard it in his other parts of his testimony. It's implied. Everything he did, he wrote down in memos and shared them with everybody. That would include loyalists to Obama on their way out that leaked it to the press. Well, he was the leaker. And so what Trump did was, again, with one tweet, and he didn't tweet during the day to make sure those people in D.C. didn't get that free drink. He tweeted one tweet and took down Comey. He is the leaker. But he had already stated when he came out of the meeting, the first intelligence meeting he had with the head of the NSA, with John Clapper, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, with Comey and with John Brennan, Admiral Rogers, those four. It was leaked immediately. It was leaked within 15 minutes of them leaving the White House, and no one at the White House was in the meeting but Trump. So he called them out. And what did he say? One of you is the leaker. Trump called this out already. And remember, he can conduct any investigation he wants. The FBI works for him. So if he wants to investigate James Comey now, he doesn't need a private lawyer to do it, nor an investigation of any committee or the Department of Justice. He can order the FBI to investigate James Comey and his covering up of all these cases where the evidence has either been collected for blackmail or hidden or destroyed or in some way kept from the investigation.
Thomas, before Comey was fired, he was allegedly down in, where was that, New Zealand, with Pompeo, meeting with Kim.com. Have you been able to catch up on what that is about?
Well, that is what George Webb says. Now, it is very, very strange, and I don't know if we ever said this in our radio podcast, but we'll say it now. The reason they were down there, well, first off, we have already said that the second that Kim.com said the word Seth Rich, the National Counterterrorism Center had people in his face with guns instantaneously. We guaranteed that. That's basically saying the crazy rogue FBI, which goes outside of America now because of the NDAA, and the crazy CIA that works inside of America against all previous laws, but now legal because of Obama's NDAA loosening of the bounds between these different intelligence agencies. So why were they down there? They went down there to say to Kim.com, who's wanted for crimes right now, he actually moved to New Zealand to be extradited. And so there were already extradition actions against Kim.com. That's just like, yes, Jenny, who's in Prague, who they tried, who hacked the Dropbox and LinkedIn. They went to him and said, if you'll please be the Russian hacker who say that, and you say that you hacked the DNC, we'll provide all this money to you for the rest of your life and we'll take you to Russia so you can hide. So they have tried to solicit other people. So they tried to solicit Kim. So what's happening was Kim broke onto the scene in the standard CIA fashion, which was to say, I was the person who helped Seth Rich connect to WikiLeaks with the leaks from the DNC. But then he said he was going to tell the world and show the world the proof the next day. And then he said, I talked to my lawyer. And then a few days later, he said, I will only meet with Robert Mueller. Now, let me translate that for you. When the CIA and the FBI were down there, it was for multiple reasons, some of which had to do with Antarctica. But the major reason they were there is the day after they arrived, there was an earthquake that had never happened like that or in that place in New Zealand, which chased the entire Aboriginal people off of their own native lands in a matter of 2 weeks. And the boat that showed up is a boat that is known it's a huge ship, and it's known for basically being able to create earthquakes through ELF and other such transmissions directly into the plates of the earth. So that is why they were down there, was to observe this, what you would call weapon.
Why would the FBI and the CIA want to be observing something like that?
Because they were
why can't they get reports? Sit back in their office and get a report.
They're part of the Five Eyes, and so what they know, we know. What we know, they know. So we went down there to make sure that it didn't leak what they were doing, so we knew that we could then weaponize this ship, which has already been caught doing this in a few places. And then that ship went on to the Antarctic, where I'm certain that the gigantic new rift in the Antarctic was created by its presence there. So we have to look to the deeper side of things. They don't take trips, the top brass don't take trips to New Zealand for nothing. So Comey was giving a deal to Kim. And it was, hey, you need to be my backup guy to say that you hacked the DNC, but you need to say it was Russians who paid you. We'll let you off of the charges we have against you. And of course, you'll go into the witness protection program and you'll be taken care of for the rest of your life. Notice Kim hasn't shown up. Notice Kim hasn't said he would come to America. And by the way, why would he come out and say that and then ask for the very enemy that he was going to share the leaks about and show the intelligence agencies as the criminals? Why would he agree to them to come and testify before them or to them, and all he asked for was safe passage to America? That's insanity. If he had proof, he'd give it. And he's a tech guy, he would simply put it up for everyone to see. No, that isn't what it's about. That was just another backup. That's the reason we have never addressed Kim.com, because that was a backup plan of Comey's, another backup plan. You know, remember the Trump dossier said that it was Alexei Gubarev who hacked the DNC, and then he tried to blame it on Guccifer. He tried to blame it on everybody but the very people who did it.
Well, along those lines, some people are new to our channel and some of our audios. Can you talk a little bit about the BlackBerry network, how that worked and how that was an integral part of the spy ring that is going on in Washington?
Again, this is something that you might have seen in the news, but it's also something George Webb has taken a long, long ways in his investigations. And some of the suppositions he make may be incorrect, but one thing is for sure. Hillary Clinton was using a BlackBerry that wasn't secure. She even had to step out into the hall out of secure rooms because her BlackBerry is a listening device for anyone in the entire world that wanted to listen in those days, in the early days of BlackBerries. They put all of the military-industrial complex top secret people on those. They put the State Department on those. They put everybody on them, and then they never got off of them, even though now they shifted over to other systems, but those systems are just as easily hackable, if not more hackable. And so there are limitations on what can be used with iPhones for staffers, with congresspeople, senators. But one thing is for sure, they still use this system of BlackBerries, which actually it was a system based upon some, at that time, new technology, infrared technology, that if you simply walked by your computer and hit a button, it synced everything in your in certain sections of your memory of your BlackBerry into your computer, because in those days everyone didn't have a laptop. So you would carry your BlackBerry around as your laptop, and it then could sync into your computer. Now, those had to be secured, but Hillary Clinton refused to use secure ones. She also refused to use secure server as a secure communications line. And as we have said from the beginning in all of the Anonymous Patriot articles, because many of us have top secret security clearances that we signed our lives away for, and we knew for a fact that every single person that communicated with Hillary Clinton committed a crime because they knew that it wasn't a secure connection.
Is their training so deep that they would obviously know that it was a crime, or could they say, oh, I forgot, or I missed that part in the lesson?
1,000% sure.
Okay. You know, remember when we were kids, there was that wonderful show called Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Yeah.
Remember? Or Santiago. And I've been thinking about that today, because that's what I'm thinking when I think, where is Obama? Where are all these people? They seem to be everywhere in the world, but right in the heart of America.
Well, they need to be careful because they don't know what investigations are going on now with the loyalists in the Department of Justice. They could be picked up at any minute.
Well, Jeff Sessions, I mean, he talked about the elite pedophile ring in, it certainly implied that it was D.C.
Oh, absolutely. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I think just recently there was a top congressperson who was arrested. And then there's been other ones in the states that have been arrested. And they keep saying they started on the fringes and they're working their way to the top and gathering the information on the way. So remember, Susan Rice has been called, Samantha Powers has been called to these committees. When they're called to the Senate committees, that means there's already an investigation on them.
Oh, okay. So they come up next week, or is it the week after?
It doesn't really matter. Those are nothing more than dog and pony shows, and nothing will ever happen there.
Okay.
Perhaps a letter might be written. Perhaps someone will write a letter of outrage, but nothing will happen. There will be no grand juries created to go after Comey, his perjury. No, this has to come from Trump and the state, as Trump and the Justice Department and the FBI. But remember, they work for him. And this is what people seem to forget. They think they can work against a president. If they work against the president, then they are working in a seditious way. It is illegal. They need to resign. If they cannot abide by the U.S. Constitution, remember John Brennan refused to take his oath of office as the CIA director on the U.S. Constitution. He took one on an early version that didn't have any of the amendments in it. And he wouldn't take it on the Bible. And then he wouldn't take it on the Constitution. Then he'd only take it on the early Constitution that didn't have the rights or the Bill of Rights in it, our civil liberties in it. These are criminals who have been living in such an atmosphere, the swamp of lawlessness, led by Comey. Remember, if Comey would have been doing his job, Hillary would be in jail, both for her Clinton Foundation, for the email security
the list
breaches,
is so long.
for the espionage, for the deaths, for the DNC cheating.
Start with Whitewater and move on up.
Comey protected them. Now you get to hear. I cannot believe my eyes that we are now seeing in mainstream media the phrase that we've been using all along since we have been demanding that Comey be fired, which was even before Trump became president. We wanted Comey fired a long time ago because of the crimes that we saw him committing. And now, what do they call him? The DC Fixer.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that we invented that moniker.
Right. Well, that article that we prepared called Detailing the Commission of Comey Crimes, oh my goodness, it has been opened up in every country on the face of the earth and in multiple ways.
And it's the greatest compliment we can receive as anonymous patriots. And the other compliment we can get is if you can find a falsehood in anything we print, in any article, what we call a citizen's intelligence report, if you can find any untruth in it or where we connect dots that aren't supposed to be connected without using qualifying words like a good lawyer, or making sure that we're telling you that it's a supposition. For instance, when we predicted what would happen with Comey and it came true to the T, except it wasn't Manafort thrown under the bus, it was Loretta Lynch and Wild Bill Clinton.
We didn't dream that it would be that big. Now, the citizen intelligence reports that are found on our website, aimfortruth.org, are important because we realized long ago that the 17 intelligence agencies were really not giving Americans the intelligence they needed to make decisions. And so we decided to do our own research. Our research is done through the internet. We look at the trails, we see what fits, we make sure everything is documented, and then we write this in a way that anybody can read. There's no fluff to it. It's straight talk, and we encourage you to read it so you know the truth, and then take the article that interests you and email it or print it and send it to your congressman, to any of your elected representatives at your state, local, national level, to the White House, to the Attorney General, to the new FBI director. People, let them know that we now know and we're on to them, and the truth will not be hidden. Anything to say about the way that you go about doing these reports, Thomas?
Well, we talk to people who have been in very high principal positions, both in the corporate intelligence, military intelligence, out in the corporate world. When we don't know something, we call people to find things out. Now, we're not going to claim anything beyond that, because what you need to do is read it yourself and find the proof yourself in what it is that we say so that you can stand behind it, and then you can pass that article along to others with absolute confidence. Now, many have learned to trust us, and because we, I think once we said that General von Steuben was a German, and in fact he was a Prussian. So there it is. There's our one correction that we've had to give. We're not like CNN that now has to give corrections for everything that they've been reporting since Trump became the principal candidate for the Republican Party during the election. They'd have to back off, and they'd also have to fire lots and lots of people because they can now be sued for all kinds of things. They can be sued by citizens
Yeah.
They can be sued for a variety of things. And just like Christopher Steele is being sued by the people he mentioned in the Trump dossier, both in England and in America, that's not going away. Just like Debbie Wasserman Schultz and the DNC are being sued for cheating, both by Bernie followers as well as by other donors to the party, because they cheated. They lied. They said they would do one thing and they did another. And she's doing everything she can, of course, to make sure that she become that first domino that gets indicted. But I think Comey is a sign. We got Debbie Wasserman Schultz, she's gone. We got Hillary Clinton, she's going down. She's a nothing burger. We got Bill Clinton, he's dead on the tarmac. We got Loretta Lynch. No one knows where she is. I've been trying to find out where she is since she left. She left early, didn't she? She left that ball game before it was over. Why? She knew how guilty she was and she needed to get out of there so she couldn't do any more incorrect things in relationship to what Comey says he and his team investigated and was absolutely obstruction of justice. Remember, folks, go back and read the very words Comey said. That's going to be used against him and against those people. He said he investigated it, and it could be seen as nothing other than Bill Clinton obstructing justice in relationship to his supposed investigation. And he lies when he says that. There was no investigation at the time. He did not conduct it. McCabe conducted it. It was considered a security review. And according to Loretta Lynch, it was considered to be, had to be put in quotations as the matter, so that the matter could be swept underneath the rug. These people have to go to jail for this, but Comey's not going down by himself. This is how he tries to get out of things. I'm a good guy. Look, I turned in Loretta Lynch for obstruction of justice instead of Trump, and I told the truth with Trump. No, he said right there, Lordy, Lordy, I hope there are tapes, because if there aren't tapes, I told you the truth for nothing, and I blew it. I blew the entire corporate intelligence war against Trump. I blew it for all of you. I'm so very sorry. That's what he was really saying. Also, remember, when he said, yes, he's a good guy, what he said, Comey's words, his very words that he says are exactly correct, means that he said he would drop the investigation on Flynn. But there was no investigation. There was never an investigation on Flynn. In his testimony, he says there was a potential investigation. There was never an investigation on Trump, therefore there could be no obstruction of justice. So anyone who says Trump and obstruction of justice in the same sentence is an idiot. Even Jeb Bush, who we know is close to being an idiot, said there's no obstruction of justice just today. Anyone who continues that narrative simply needs to go jump in a lake, walk off a short pier, take a long walk of a short pier.
You finally got that right.
Because they have nothing to substantiate what it is that they're saying. This is complete nonsense at this point. Trump has won. Goliath is down. And sorry, but Goliath, you put him forth as your hero to fight Trump. For your whole deep state bureaucracy, greedy corporate intelligence, military industrial complex, people connected to your BlackBerries and to the hacks that are happening all over the place. You get these hacks out because that's called pay for play. You get money in your offshore accounts, Congress people, admit it, because you allow, through the Select Intelligence Committee and the Senate and the House, you know for a fact that it's being funneled to an off-site proxy server to this very moment.
There are records, and we will find them.
Oh, this could be the beginning of the largest lawsuits ever happening out of the Department of Justice. Trump needs to go hire 1,000 new lawyers. So now that you lawyers who wouldn't work for Trump see that he's going to win, and since all of you naysayers for Trump, and we never were naysayers to Trump, many people gave up on Trump, and I won't name you. You know who you are. We did not. He is still the genius. As a matter of fact, he went from being a billionaire to a trillionaire, the $1 trillion man in 1 week for a whirlwind tour to Saudi Arabia, Israel, Brussels, and Italy, comes back with $1 trillion. Then he takes one trip to Paris. He doesn't go up the Eiffel Tower. He gets this $5 trillion deal where we don't have to pay. $2.5 trillion we were going to pay in the Paris Climate Accords to India alone by 2030. It was the biggest ripoff of American taxpayers in human history. It was basically, as we have said, there was a revolution there was an attempt for a coup. Started in 1913 with the Fed being created and Woodrow Wilson and all that happened after World War I. But the point is, it would have been complete with Hillary Clinton. Trump stopped that. We now have a second American Revolution. The coup, soft coup, hard coup, whatever kind of coup you want to call it, almost was complete. But now Hillary went down and Comey's going down, and so will many of Obama's people and perhaps Obama himself. And then someday we will know really what is Barack Obama's real name, because once we know that, then we'll actually get to see the seeds of the CIA, that it produced someone like a Barack Obama. The CIA has been producing presidents since George Bush Sr. Baby Bush was, and so was Jeb Bush. They were prepared to be CIA presidents. And that's what's been happening. Once you're in the White House, you go out and you work for the rogue CIA, and you have infinite money working for CIA corporations and companies, dummy companies, manipulating gold and silver and everything else imaginable.
And propping up that petrodollar, suppressing free energy.
Working for the central banks. It's all about that. The CIA works for the central banks. But when you look at it, what they don't know is they had set it up. Obama had done everything in his power through even hidden presidential directives, which are still to this moment top secret, that prepared the presidency to be a dictatorship. Hillary Clinton would have been a dictator. That has been stopped, but the laws are in place for Trump to be a dictator if he wants to be. So the deep state had better be shaking in their booties, because this is the death knell of the deep state. The dominoes are beginning to fall, and it's going to include so many people that we will have no one unemployed, because there'll be nobody employed in Washington, D.C. who've been there for more than 2 terms that isn't corrupt. They'll have to go, and they'll have to go to the FEMA camps because we just don't have enough federal prisons for them, that's for sure.
Well, thank goodness they built their own prisons, like digging your own grave, right?
Precisely.
Hey, folks, thanks for listening to us, and check back often, subscribe below, because you never know when Thomas and Betsy will get on a roll and get on a mic.
Hi, this is Ed. Welcome to The Outer Light. Well, before I go on, I want to thank my patrons for your continued support. So thank you very much for that. It helps out my channel a great deal, so thank you. Now let's go into this. This is from Wikileaks here. In essence, what Julian Assange says in a nutshell in this video. This was only just in the last 10 hours, 17 hours or so, I think it was. There was a talk with Julian Assange in which he was talking to the musician MIA and a number of different people about WikiLeaks, about different things to do with privacy and all kinds of things like that. So here we have WikiLeaks, Assange. Humanity is doomed once the media is run by artificial intelligence. And of course, this has been worrying a lot of people, but Julian Assange really does lay it out in regards to how we will be in real trouble once AI has gotten to that level and is running these media organizations. So let's take a look at the video itself, just over here on Facebook, and a strange bit of irony. Of course, I think that's probably why WikiLeaks posted it here, I'm not sure, because this is about Facebook in essence. So let's have a look to about 2 minutes of this, and then I'll go into a bit of information about AI myself. I've been looking at AI for a while, but let's have a play here of Julian Assange. To put this into context, Julian Assange is stating how the classical model of media itself is going to severely change, because it used to be a lot of these things were run by people, and although the propaganda was always very, it was a high level of propaganda, and here he's referencing the BBC, etc., or at least a lot of influence from these media cycles. Now, if an AI was running it, the sophistication level would be so high that it would be unable to perceive it. Just like he gives the example there of a chess player not being able to beat these chess computers these days, which have an ELO rating, if you know what that is, or about 3,200 plus 3,000 300 plus. We're the best chess players on earth, i.e. Magnus Carlsen has a rating of about, I believe, 2815 or something like that from memory. That's probably his current, but his highest was about 2850, I believe. Garry Kasparov is, of course, right up there. He had a rating of 2850 as well. Now, you might think there's not a large difference between 2,800 and 3,200, but how chess works is even a small rating difference, even of 10 points or 20 points at that level, is huge and vast. Okay, so where you're dealing with computers that are 3,200, there's no way a human can beat a computer anymore. And those are standardized computer systems that are available on any computer program can literally now beat a grandmaster or any of the top computer programs, I should say. So chess itself, as in terms of a game, has completely moved away from human beings in order to perceive what the moves are. So many moves ahead by the computer now. Literally, even the greatest grandmasters on earth cannot beat a computer at chess anymore, and this has literally really only taken a decade. Even a decade ago, it was very hard for grandmasters, chess players to beat computers, etc., but they still stood a chance. Of course, now you have the best Go players in the world, a game widely regarded as the holy grail as far as artificial intelligence learning game mechanisms, which in fact is now again mastered by a computer. Even the game Jeopardy, which is about answering questions, of course, we could see Watson, the IBM program, which we'll play at the end of this, which you can see is beating the best Jeopardy players on Earth by a huge margin. So let's have a look at Julian Assange's view on artificial intelligence in regards to the media.
What I think is probably the most important development that is happening as far as the fate of human beings is concerned is that we are getting close to the threshold where the traditional propaganda function that is employed by, BBC, Daily Mail, etc., cultures also, can be encapsulated by AI processes. Now, if you think about where you're playing chess, already we're in a situation where AI can do better than the human chess player. So you can see a certain number of moves ahead, and someone moves a piece onto the board, and you go, well, why did they put that knight there? And you start to think, well, what is the intentionality behind it? And then you try and look several steps ahead to work out what the intentionality was and then counter it. Okay, they want to manipulate me into moving here, so this will happen and so I will lose. Okay, but actually, we take these considerations already when some of us, when we're reading stories in the press. What is the intentionality of this story? Why is this particular information being pushed to the public and not some other form of information? Who's the name of the author? What publication is it appearing in? What language, etc.? Possibly the reason was because someone wanted to promote a particular agenda. Well, therefore we should read it in a different light. But when you have artificial intelligence programs harvesting all the search queries that people have on their phones, all the YouTube videos that human beings have uploaded, etc. And it starts to lay out perceptual influence campaigns 20 to 30 moves ahead. This starts to become totally beneath the level of human perception. And once a computer augmented organization, such as Google, is able to engage in influencing human beings 20 to 30 moves ahead, keeping each move beneath the level of human perception, there's nothing we can do about it because we can't see it.
So there you have it in a nutshell. Really great analyses by Julian Assange on that. I'll put, of course, a link to this full interview or quick Q&A in the comment section so you can take a look at that. In the meantime, it's just important to point out a number of things, I think. Let's just jump over to Facebook, a Facebook article from Forbes here for a second. So you might say that One of these engines of mass influence is, of course, Facebook. So if a lot of people are wondering how come the people who supported Hillary Clinton couldn't get over the loss of Hillary Clinton, in my perception, it was because of confirmation bias. They're inside of an engine such as Facebook, and remember, in terms of artificial intelligence, this is it's not even in the realm of what true AI would be yet, but true AI can literally exist tomorrow. As soon as it's been invented, it's there, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle, as a number of high-profile individuals, I think that was Elon Musk that might have said that, maybe it was someone different. Of course, Elon Musk, Hawkins, etc., have all come out and warned against AI. And in fact, a number of them actually spoke before the UN, although that wasn't Elon Musk at the time. So let's have a look at this information here. So you can see the philosophy of even low-end, just algorithm-based information selection. You can see that not only did Facebook has a mass interest in learning how to manipulate people's emotions, they rolled out these experiments without their users' knowledge. Facebook manipulated 689,000 user emotions for science, it quotes. Of course, Joseph Mengele, the famous Nazi doctor, done things for science. It doesn't mean that it's right. In this case, this is completely unethical, even within the scientific realm. But here shows you the philosophy of Facebook. Always about learning how to manipulate people. I'm telling you that because this goes in line with artificial intelligence. When it rolls out, the effect that'll have will be in line with, at least in the beginning, probably these philosophical systems, unless the AI becomes completely sentient and does whatever it likes for itself. But the idea is here you have these not that complicated AI, really, not true AI, of course, not thinking or sentient AI. You don't have that yet, but you have these low algorithms, and this caused how much havoc, I believe, in my estimation, for the people that were hurt by Hillary Clinton's loss. Now, they were extremely emotional. They couldn't believe it happened because everything that happens on Facebook and their social media accounts is confirmation bias by the fact that it's reiterated in the news feed by things that Facebook knows they'll like. What do they like? Well, they like pro-Hillary Clinton articles non-stop 24 hours a day. And negative, maybe Donald Trump articles or whatever, those kinds of things. So you can see here, as if you had a Facebook engine, which literally had everyone on it, and you had a true AI, something could be beyond anything like this. These kinds of things with just manipulating news feeds, these are just algorithm-based, etc. But if you had a true AI that was selectively trying to manipulate a set outcome, achieve a victory for Hillary Clinton, then it would do it in ways that are so sophisticated we wouldn't even be able to see it. It might even put negative news feed in there about Hillary Clinton in some aspects, or do really strange stuff that we're completely unaware of as human beings, but it knows in a calculated result that will have a better outcome. It's a strange case of if you had an AI and you were interviewing them to figure out if they had done the murder, so to speak, if it was a story or something, and then asking the AI questions, and you're a detective going away on the clues they give you, and then you, in the end of the movie, become the murderer, and the AI had you actually commit the murder for them by manipulating you into an entire story framework so complicated no one could see it. So there is the underlying problem. Let's just go to the Watson clip of IBM playing Watson, and we can see there the state of things. I think it's a very telling clip. So let's just jump over to that. So, of course, this was reported widely, and this is from years ago this was posted. The computers are much more sophisticated than this. I believe that the technology used here for Watson is actually being rolled out in these Amazon devices where you ask them questions and then they'll go out and figure it out and then give you back your answer, etc. Very prepared, very high-level technology here. Let's have a look into IBM's Watson here, answering Jeopardy questions that actually won Jeopardy in this format.
Who is Brown's Joker and the Wager? Hello, 17,973, 41,000 a two-day total of 77,147. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, the World Vision and the World Community Grid, two very worthwhile.
So there you have Watson actually winning Jeopardy itself. This, of course, is not even true AI yet. This is just a version of just being able to all these algorithms and advanced algorithms and decisions and finding information, etc., and then repeating it and searching, etc. True AI would be different than all this, I think. My perception, as they said, the number of people have said, it would be for humanity like the invention of fire. That would be the difference. You wouldn't be able to really figure out what you had. For instance, even if you had it within some sector, let's say, and there's many problems with AI, of course, that you can see, and maybe it'll turn out really good, I don't know. But you've got to think about it this way. If you have an AI, one day it's invented, literally the next day all it's dependent upon is what's possible within the realm of physics, literally. If it's intelligence at that time, it comes up tomorrow as smart as a bee, let's say, or maybe it's as smart as a little puppy dog. Literally the next day, within a few hours, because you're dealing with an AI that can learn, etc., and grow depending on or figure out new ways of engineering its own structure in order to grow, you could literally have something the next day that's smarter than every single being, every single person that's ever existed since the beginning of time. You could have something that's smarter than the collective pool of all those. You could have an AI that in a minute would have every thought that every human being had ever had since the beginning of time in 1 minute. So you're dealing with something that could literally one day, invent something, and then the next day invent, the realms of understanding about what they think about would be just, we couldn't fathom it. And that, I guess, is the dangers. And even if true AI, and I don't think Julian Assange is even talking about the true AI, is more talking about artificial intelligence in general. But if a true AI ever became invented, you would literally have a completely different world.